changes.
Latest reports suggest that Donald Trump himself could now be part of the teams that are taking the negotiation forward. A Pakistani official reportedly involved in talks claimed that if a deal was to be struck, US President Donald Trump will attend the talks. Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei reportedly gives a green light approving participation in impending second round of peace talks. Iran lodges a formal complaint with the UN Secretary General and the International Maritime Organization over the US's seizure of the Iranian merchant vessel Tuska on Monday, condemning it as an illegal and barbarous attack that violates both international law and the ceasefire agreement. Reports suggest Trump says he's ready to return to war as ceasefire deadline expires tomorrow. Trump says that it is highly unlikely that he will renew the two-week Iran ceasefire he announced on the 7th of April. The big Republic election exclusive from Tamil Nadu. Republic joins the campaign trail with TVK chief Vijay's deputy Adhav Arjuna.
TVK is a woman-based party. Women already started the silent revolution. Almost out of 75% women supporting us, and also youth.
In an exclusive conversation with Republic, TVK General Secretary for Election Adhav Arjuna stressed that TVK stands for women and will prioritize women's welfare and safety in the state. Amit Shah drives the BJP's campaign forward in Bengal with multiple back-to-back rallies scheduled across the state today as silent period sets in ahead of voting. Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and viewers, starting first. As the nation remembers the heinous terror attack on innocent tourists at Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam last year on the 22nd of April, we also remember the heroism of the Indian Army's Operation Mahadev that avenged the 26 victims who lost their lives to the dastardly terror strike and concluded the operation in July of 2025. Operation Mahadev was a successful 93-day mission that tracked and eliminated 3 Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists responsible for the Pahalgam terror strike. The mission is hailed for its coordination between the army, the police and intelligence agencies used advanced surveillance to neutralize the perpetrators. Listen in to more. These visuals recount the horrors of Operation Mahadev that was launched after the dastardly 22nd April Pahalgam terror strike that killed 26 innocent Hindu civilians in the Baisaran Valley in Pahalgam. The 93-day counter-terror mission across the valley avenged the killing, the dastardly, heinous killing of 26 of our civilians in Pahalgam Valley. Named as Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister Modi also resounded that the world will see what are the repercussions of dastardly terror strikes inside India's boundary. In fact, joining us live on the broadcast is our senior executive editor, Shravan Sen, to get us more updates into the matter. Shravan, almost we're nearing the 1 year of Operation Sindoor's anniversary, and also with that, we remember what our Operation Mahadev achieved for us. Justice was delivered, revenge was delivered inside Pakistani territories, in fact.
Well, in fact, almost a year later,
Gesu, we have got full details of how this operation was carried out and why this is being seen as one of its kind and an extremely challenging operation. Our colleague Rakshita had already spoken to the team that carried out this operation. But this afternoon, what we are going to do right now is taking our viewers through the exact details of what really transpired and why did it take so long for the security forces to neutralize the Pakistani terrorists. The reason being is that if you're looking at the expansion of this entire operation, what started as a search operation around 300 square kilometers, it was essentially brought down to 25 square kilometers. I'm going to get into the finer details in a short while from now, but let me begin by telling you how exactly it all started. How did they really identify the three Pakistani terrorists? Now, it essentially started with eyewitness accounts, and of course, thereafter, human intelligence, technology-based intelligence that was basically gathered by the security forces, and they were able to identify at least three of the Pakistani terrorists. Now, what happened thereafter was they realized that they were basically moving into what was seen as three areas in South Kashmir, that is Hapatnar, Bagmar and Tral. These are the three areas in which we were given to understand that the movement was actually taking place. And only later, the upper reaches, when they started entering the upper reaches, when the challenges basically increased because of the thick foliage in that very area. In Dachigam, remember, it happens to be an extremely densely forested area, and the movement essentially was taking place in those very areas. There have been multiple times when sightings have taken place, but even after that, it was getting extremely difficult to sort of pin down or narrow them down. It was on 10th of July when it seemed that they had entered what was being called the decisive phase of this entire operation. And here we are being told that they carried out the operations in three areas in Lidwas, Harwan, and the third area was in Dachigam, where the troop had basically redeployed. And that's when, closer to 10th of July, a little after 10th of July and just before 28th of July, they were able to narrow it down to even 25 square kilometers. So what was being done was with the help of technology. For instance, you've had drones, you've had surveillance aircrafts, and there were other technological upgrades that were essentially brought in to identify the location, narrow down the location down to 25. So from 300 square kilometers to 25 square kilometers, that's the way the security forces were able to narrow down the area. And it was on 28th of July when a full-fledged operation was carried out. And in fact, let's also play out those images, because here what we are given to understand is that on 28th of July, it was the special forces that were brought in, and they basically undertook this entire operation, covering about 3 kilometers on foot for over 10 hours. And this entire operation was carried out, resulting in what was seen as an extremely successful operation. Perhaps no better than the former Chinar Corps commander, General D.P. Pandey, who's joining us on this broadcast. General D.P. Pandey, we've got the entire details of how Operation Mahadev was carried out. And I remember during that period, post-Pahalgam, there was intense pressure on the security forces. Questions were essentially being asked, politics being played over this entire matter as to why the security forces were taking so much of time. And on 28th of July, when the final operation was, or the final assault was carried out, now when we look at the detailing of it, from 300 square kilometers down to 25 square kilometer, the search operation that was carried out, perhaps no better than someone who's been in that area to really explain why it was extremely challenging and why Operation Mahadev is being seen as one of the finest military search operations and neutralization operation that was basically carried out.
Yeah, sure. So, thank you for having me over. Those people who have not walked in the shoes of the soldiers who search for terrorists in such heights and jungles will never possibly understand. There is a physical part of it, but more importantly, the intelligence part of it is absolutely very, very important to understand. It is not so easy to get the intel, thereafter to track. And we were talking of these terrorists who were extremely well trained, highly motivated. And after having carried out the brutal attack in which they killed by selecting people from a particular community and particular religion, they knew that their time was up. And therefore, there's a whole challenge. And from the location of Pahalgam, the possibility of them going down across the Peet Panchal towards the Jammu, Kishtwar, Doda region, or to continue to have lived in the same area or towards the high reaches of Kashmir was to be actually established. And it's very, very difficult to get intelligence, especially when such kind of operation is silently carried out after great deeds of planning and preparation. So I want to really give a lot of kudos to those people who went on to technical intelligence, human intelligence, and you developed this intelligence over a period of time to be able to track these people. The second thing, please understand that these areas, especially Operation Mahadev, where it was carried out, is intensely dense forest, is extremely dense forest. There are a large number of caves in that area. And if you recall, there was an operation of 19RR, which happened couple of, just about a year and a half before, in which the DSP Jahangir got killed and Manpreet, the CEO of this thing had got killed. It was again that operation was to hunt down two terrorists who were in a cave. When you carry out these operations trying to hunt down a terrorist, you are exposed all the time. And where the terrorist is hiding, watching all your movement, and he's got the upper hand to open fire or to carry out a kill. So while an Indian Army soldier, a soldier from Rashtriya Rifle is fully driven to give his life, but frankly, it will not be correct to say that they have to not go through the proper tactical drills to carry out this operation. And their patience which they reflected, the entire chain of command, to have gone through combing each and every possible ridge, generating intelligence, and thereafter coming out to carry out this operation and utilize the three most wanted terrorists after the dastardly act was a stroke of not only intelligence collection, but a tactical level of execution of operation, which is brilliant. And thousands of soldiers were out just looking for the revenge, which was so very, very, because eventually, if you remember, Shravan, that India carried out those strikes in Operation Sindoor. You destroyed so many camps and military infrastructure, airfields, air bases of the Pakistan, including their airplanes. Great amount of destruction was carried out. The country kneeled in front of the mighty strikes which were done. But to bring to justice, everybody wanted to, the person who pulled the trigger, not only the brains behind the trigger, but the people who pulled the trigger have to be brought to justice. And that was done. Kudos to 15 Corps, Chenar Corps, Jammu and Kashmir Police, IB, RAW, everybody was involved in getting the intelligence, and thereafter conducting this operation was something very brilliant. And I watched it, and you remember, everybody wanted, they were not looking at what we did in Operation Sindoor. Everybody wanted to get these terrorists down, out, and buried.
General Pandey, what I also find extremely interesting is the eyewitness accounts, which also includes an army officer. And based on that, I'm given to understand the identification of the three Pakistani terrorists were essentially done. Suleiman, Hamza Afghani and Gibran, all basically being identified. Now this, many would say, is a classic operation where you have human int, Singh int, and the fact that you have various other tech int that was brought in. And over a period of time, the very fact that several of these sensors that were essentially used to identify the location, drones and surveillance aircraft are being brought in. You've been there, you've been in those areas, you've overseen several such operations. What makes this operation so very different and so very challenging also? Apart from the fact that, of course, you've spoken about the dense foliage, etc., Dachigam being, a challenging area. But just give us a sense of the kind of intelligence-based operation that Operation Mahadev was.
So in such, please understand, when Israelis carried out a strike or the Americans carry out a strike, right? Nobody from their own country or from opposition or from the media asked them a question that, okay, they have carried out so-and-so strike and killed an XYZ terrorist who was responsible for large number of such attacks and stuff like that. Nobody asked these questions. Somewhere in Indian system, and rightly so, the military is always put to test. Nobody else. Okay, no other organization in our country is ever put to prove that the person who's been killed is the one who had carried out these strikes behind or was public. So for us, it was very important that you carry out a very diligent operation through intelligence correction and ensure that people who are truly behind this operation were the ones who got knocked out. So I think starting from the people who harbored the terrorists, I think there were two of those brothers who were picked up by Jammu Kashmir police. There was an IB input, there was a tech-in which was carried out, the voice correlation was done, and then you carry out those signal intelligence, and thereafter you carry out a hiding of these people that these are the same people who are hiding in a particular area in this operations. Well, I think intelligence was intense, and when the army was go ahead and given this point that this is the place, there are possibilities of these people there, and then I believe in the later stages, what I'm given to understand that there's a certain amount of more human intelligence which developed to carry out this operation. The background must have been very, very challenging for the intelligences to actually be able to pinpoint the correct people who were involved and also the location where they were currently hiding. It was a trail which went for many, many months to be able to fix. And anybody, the other part which people talk of, the technology, that why couldn't drones and satellite pictures and images could be, and there is no system which can confirm presence of terrorists, because these areas also got large number of human beings which are moving, Bakarwas, Gujars, other elements which move in these areas, villagers who go to collect their respective stuff from the forest are there. So to be able to say that we can distinguish by actually flying quadcopters or drones, be able to see and monitor track movements is very difficult. And second is the foliage cover which is there. The thermal images, the satellite pictures, they become very difficult. Most of the time the weather is cloudy, it's not stable weather. To be able to, when you compare the same operations which is carried out into, let's say, in Afghanistan or in the plain areas, where the land is barren, and even in the built-up areas, it becomes much more easier to be able to pinpoint through signal intelligence on the movement of civilian traffic. But when you get into heights and you stay there for a couple of days, don't turn up, you can keep on flying, and when they move out, actually they move out for logistics sustenance, and they realize that they need to get some stuff. There are various drills these terrorist organizations have got set so that the person who's providing the logistics is unable to actually know which exactly the location these people are hiding. So they are not, and especially this group of 3 terrorists, they were not greenhorns. They were quite committed, ideologically motivated, highly radicalized, well-trained, well-equipped, and therefore to be able to actually get them, even with technical intelligence, would have been extremely difficult by sheer mountain.
Well, thank you very much, General Pandey, for putting this into perspective. I'll just quickly recap before I hand it back to you, Gesu, with regards to the inside details of an operation that was carried out for over 90 days, spanning across about 250 square kilometers, down to about 25 square kilometers, and it lasted for several months put together. It's on 28th of July when justice was essentially delivered, with 3 Pakistani terrorists being neutralized. Only on Republic TV we get the full details of the operation that was carried out by the para forces.
Right, Ravan, thanks very much for joining in. In fact, also Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey. And justice was not just delivered, but a message was sent across, written in stone, that India is not going to tolerate cross-border terrorism. In fact, Operation Sindoor, for its own capacity, is even being carried out even now. For now, viewers, shifting focus to another breaking development that we are getting in. Now, ahead of the Pahalgam terror attack anniversary, security has been intensified across Jammu and Kashmir. Forests near to tourist and religious destinations are in fact being surged by Special Operations Group, the SOGs, and multiple teams of the SOGs have launched operations across the Jammu region as well. Now, drones also being used to sift through dense forests all across Jammu and Kashmir. Areas near Bawe Wali Mata Temple, Baghe Bahu Tourist Point and Jammu Golf Course are also taken under cognizance by the security groups. Take a look at this report by my colleague Simran, who gets you all the details from ground zero in Jammu and Kashmir.
पहलगाम आतंकी हमले के पहली वर्षगांठ से पहले पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में हाई अलर्ट है। इस बीच सभी वो महत्वपूर्ण प्रतिष्ठान जो या तो फिर टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशंस के पास हैं या फिर धार्मिक स्थलों के पास है, वहां पर चौकसी जो है बढ़ा दी गई है। इस वक्त हम जम्मू में मौजूद हैं। महामाया टेम्पल, बागे बहू टेम्पल जो बावली माँ का टेम्पल है, और उसके अलावा बागे बहू जो टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन है उसके पास जो है वो सुरक्षा चाक चौबंद कर दी गई है। ये तस्वीरें जो है वो हम आपको जम्मू से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर आप देखेंगे तो स्पेशल ऑपरेशंस ग्रुप के जो कमांडोज हैं वो यहां पर लगातार एक्शन में हैं। ये जवान ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि पूरे इलाके को जो है सघन तौर पर तलाशा जाए। सबसे बड़ा कारण इसका यह है कि जिस तरह से पिछले साल 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में जो टूरिस्ट थे उन्हें निशाना बनाया गया, उसके बाद इस तरह की आशंका है कि पाकिस्तानी आतंकी या पाकिस्तान के समर्थित आतंकी वो इसी तरह की घटना को अंजाम दे सकते हैं। यही कारण है कि आप देखेंगे तो अत्याधुनिक हथियारों और कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम से लैस ये जवान किस तरह से पूरे इलाके में पेट्रोलिंग कर रहे हैं। हवा की अगर बात की जाए तो हवा में ये जो ड्रोन्स है ये एक आरओपी का काम कर रहा है, यानी कि पूरा जो रास्ता है उसे यहां पर सिक्योर कर रहा है। ये वही जवान हैं जिन्होंने पाकिस्तानी आतंकियों का खात्मा किया था ऑपरेशन महादेव में, जहां 3 पाकिस्तानी आतंकी मार गिराए गए थे। और अगर अब की बात की जाए तो लगातार घने जंगलों के बीच किस तरह से ऑपरेशन जारी है वो आप देखेंगे। ये जंगल वो हैं जो कि घने हैं, यहाँ पर आतंकी छिप सकते हैं घुसपैठ के बाद और किसी बड़े आतंकी हमले को अंजाम भी दिया जा सकता है। यही कारण है कि रणनीति के तौर पर अब एक सेफ डिस्टेंस मेंटेन करते हुए बड़े पैमाने पर अब सर्च ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी है। खासतौर पर जब पाकिस्तानी आतंकी घुसपैठ कर पहले ही भारतीय सरजमी पर मौजूद हैं, वो किसी बड़े आतंकी हमले को अंजाम ना दें उसकी तैयारी जो है वो यहाँ पर सुरक्षा बल कर रहे हैं। क्योंकि ठीक सामने की तरफ आप देखेंगे तो बेहद महत्वपूर्ण प्रतिष्ठान है जिसमें कि महामाया मंदिर है, उसके अलावा जम्मू गोल्फ कोर्स है, जो यहाँ की बात की जाए तो बाहू फोर्ट है, बागे बहू जो कि एक प्रसिद्ध टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन है। तो लगातार इन सभी जगहों को किस तरह से सुरक्षित रखा जाए उसको लेकर अब जम्मू में स्पेशल ऑपरेशंस ग्रुप का एक बड़ा अभियान जारी है, ताकि जो पहलगाम आतंकी हमले की जो एनिवर्सरी है उसे सुरक्षित निकाला जा सके। पाकिस्तान को ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में जवाब जरूर मिला, लेकिन लगातार पाकिस्तान की कोशिश हालात खराब करने की है। लेकिन ये ट्रेंड कमांडोज अब पूरी तरह से एक्शन में हैं ताकि पाकिस्तान की हर एक कोशिश को विफल किया जाए।
Viewers, India stands guard in Jammu and Kashmir, the valleys and the forests and even tourist spots ahead of Operation Sindoor's anniversary. We're getting you all the details on that, but for now it's time to slip into a short break. Don't go anywhere. Also on the other side, latest reports now suggest that Donald Trump himself could now be a part of the team that is taking the negotiations forward. In fact, a Pakistani official reportedly involved in the talks claimed that if a deal was to be struck, US President Donald Trump will definitely attend the talks. I'm getting you all the details on how true this claim is on the other side. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s.
Viewers, we're getting in a fresh breaking development, and now Iranian media has said that no Iranian delegation is going to Pakistan, that they have not sent any delegation to Islamabad for talks with the United States. Now, this comes as per the Iranian state broadcaster, which dismissed reports of planned negotiations just today. Now, IRIB says that no Iranian delegation, primary or secondary, has traveled to Islamabad, and that reports about the departure of Iranian officials from the Iranian soil, including claims about the meeting times, were not accurate. A huge rebuttal on the ongoing, already fractured ceasefire between Iran and the United States. Now, in the latest Iranian media reports reveal that no Iranian delegation has in fact been sent to Pakistan to continue negotiation talks with the United States. In fact, they've also said that any reports claiming the departure timings of the Iranian delegation towards Islamabad are all false, and that no delegation has left for Pakistan from Iran as of now. In fact, viewers, getting in some more breaking development over the ceasefire talks. Now, a US says that it is positive on the Iran deal, but talks are still uncertain as ceasefire is now coming to its end. The United States has now expressed confidence that peace talks with Iran will go ahead in Pakistan, and a senior Iranian official says Tehran was also considering to join the talks, but significant hurdles and uncertainty remain at the edge of the ceasefire as the end of this ceasefire, the truce timing, now nears. Now, in fact, remember, United States on one hand says that they are confident, they're positive that a deal can be struck with Iranian regime. However, Iranian media has now clarified that no delegation from Iran has in fact left for peace talks with the United States and has not left for Islamabad yet. Now, remember, this is the second round of already delayed ceasefire talks that are to be held in Islamabad, but there are major uncertainties over Iranian delegation's arrival, where on one hand, United States says that they are positive a deal will be struck this time around. Now, viewers, we're also getting in some more breaking development. Now, as the second round of peace talks between the United States and Iran hit a roadblock over several critical issues, including the uranium enrichment dispute, latest reports now suggest that Donald Trump himself could be a part of the delegation that is going to take the negotiation forward from the United States. Now, a Pakistani official also reportedly involved in the high-level talks claimed that if a deal was to be struck with Iran, then US President Donald Trump will show up himself for talks directly or indirectly that are to be held in Islamabad. Remember, these are the visuals from the first round of talks where US Vice President J.D. Vance came to Islamabad, and hard luck, no truce could be struck between the United States and Iran. We're taking a look at Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and Iranian Parliamentary Speaker Ghalibaf, who headed the Iranian delegation to Islamabad, and J.D. Vance on one hand. But now we're learning in the latest that there is a possibility that US President Donald Trump himself can come for the peace talks in Islamabad. Remember, comes at the heels of Iranian delegation's presence still remaining highly doubtful in Islamabad for the peace talks with United States. Viewers, while those were three explosive details about the ceasefire that is to be held in Islamabad, on the other hand, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is all set to address mega public meetings in Paschim Bardhaman in West Bengal as part of BJP's final pitch as the state goes to polls in two phases on the 23rd and the 29th of April. From the war to the elections back at home, getting you all the details after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s.
दीदी झूठ फैला रही है कि भाजपा सरकार आएगी तो गरीबों की योजना बंद हो जाएगी। मैं आज कहकर जाता हूं, एक भी गरीबों की योजना बंद नहीं होगी। हम अभी जो मैं बोला हूं वो नई गरीबों की योजना शुरू करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। और भाइयों बहनों, त्रिपुरा में भाजपा सरकार है, किसकी है? त्रिपुरा में भाजपा की सरकार है, किसकी है? आसाम में भाजपा सरकार है, किसकी है? और बंगाल में भी भाजपा सरकार बनने जा रही है। और जैसे ही बंगाल में भाजपा सरकार बनती है, बाढ़ के लिए जो भूमि ममता दीदी नहीं देती है, 45 दिन में ही भाजपा का मुख्यमंत्री बाढ़ के लिए भूमि बीएसएफ को देने का काम करेगा, बीएसएफ को। और हम सरहद को इस तरह से सुरक्षित करेंगे कि इंसान तो छोड़ो, परिंदा भी पैर नहीं मार पाएगा। भाइयों बहनों, ममता दीदी ने बंगाल के युवाओं की चिंता नहीं की। उसको एक ही बंगाल के युवा की चिंता है, भाईपो की। जानते हो ना, आप चाहते हो भाईपो मुख्यमंत्री बने? अरे जोर से बोलो दीदी लोग, आप चाहते हो भाईपो मुख्यमंत्री बने? चुनाव के बाद तुरंत ममता दीदी अपनी जगह भाईपो को बिठाने वाली है, भाईपो को। ममता दीदी, मैं आज कहकर जाता हूं, कुल्टी में आपका सपना पूरा नहीं होगा। भाईपो कभी मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बन पाए। ये झूठ चलाती है कि बंगाल में बाहर का मुख्यमंत्री आएगा। मैं बता देता हूं, बंगाल का मुख्यमंत्री बंगाल में ही पैदा हुआ, बंगाली में पड़ा हुआ, बंगाली बोलने वाला ही बंगाल का मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा। बंगाल का कुल्टी वालों, मुझे बताओ, कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाओगे क्या? ये ममता दीदी को आवाज सुनाई पड़ेगी क्या? जोर से बोलिए, कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाओगे क्या? आगे आओ भाई। ओ हमारे प्रत्याशी को जिताओगे क्या? जोर से बोलो, जिताओगे? मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में बंगाल में कमल फूल की सरकार बनाओगे क्या? घुसपैठिया मुक्त बंगाल बनाओगे क्या? सिंडिकेट समाप्त करेंगे क्या? माफियाओं को जेल के सलाखों के पीछे डालेंगे क्या? तो मेरे साथ दोनों हाथ उठाइए, जरा उठाइए दोनों हाथ, विजय के संकल्प की मुट्ठी भींचे और प्रचंड आवाज से बोलिए, जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम, वंदे वंदे भारत माता की। कुल्टी वालों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, साधुवाद, नमस्कार।
All right, so this was Home Minister Amit Shah campaigning in Paschim Bardhaman in West Bengal, accusing TMC of corruption, and he's clearly said that Bengal will flourish under BJP. And Amit Shah accuses Mamata Banerjee of being a liar and says she makes fake promises. So this among the many rallies, because it's the last day of campaign for the first phase of elections in West Bengal. Amit Shah in Paschim Bardhaman. Many rallies. This is the other rally which we are seeing right now. All right, so these were the visuals and the speech by Amit Shah. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting right now at the moment. Now, this is a breaking news development which is coming in from Manipur. Tensions gripped in Kangpokpi district now as a support to total shutdown across all Naga-dominated areas by United Naga Council. Nagapa youths protest along the road in their areas, where members of the Kuki community came down to the streets along T. Khulen Changaobang area of Kangpokpi, the district, and starting to clear the roads and began to create chaos now, resulting huge clashes which erupted between Tangkhul Naga and the Kuki groups at that area, which finally resulted in firing from the Chagobung side. Now, in connection with the recent firing, Tangkhul groups claimed that firing appears to have begun. Now, those who first resort to violence against a movement for justice must be held accountable. This is what they said. Now, Tangkhul groups allegedly reported the presence of Kuki armed members while coming down to streets to counter the so-called shutdown. Now, Changobang is a village in Senapati district, mainly dominated by Tangkhul Naga, and also adjoining to Kuki village of Kangpokpi district. Now, these are the visuals from that location on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. This is from Chagobang area of Kangpokpi district in Manipur, where tensions are prevailing. We'll show you three visuals from that place: bombing in Manipur, and the torch rally which happened, and the shutdown which was disrupted. Visuals coming in from Manipur. Tensions are prevailing in Manipur, and this is the latest where tensions have gripped in Kangpokpi district, where a support to total shutdown called across Naga-dominated areas by United Naga Council. Naga youths have protested along the road in their areas, where members of the Kuki community came down the streets along T. Khulen Chagaobang area of Kangpokpi district. All right, now let's go to Johnson for more details on the story. Johnson, what is the latest that you are fetching? Now, the Naga groups are also present there, apart from the Kuki groups.
In the said area, as you have already mentioned, this Chagaobang area, this is one of the mainly Naga-dominated area. As the total shutdown called by the United Naga Council for these 3 days, starting from the midnight of 20, the youth that came out from the various locations of this Naga-dominated area, they are protesting on the road, blocking the road, so showing the solidarity to the deceased, to the Naga civilians. They were killed by the ambush which are illegally to be done by the Kuki militants only. So right now there is very huge tension in this Kangkupi district side. Right now I'm also along the National Highway in Dimapur Road. I'm going to cross this Kangkupi area, and so in various spots, in various areas where are many dominated by Tangkhul Naga, this total shutdown protest is being carried out, and not only the hill areas but also the adjoining district of Imphal and hill districts. This youth, Tangkhul Naga youth, are coming out on streets protesting and supporting the so-called total shutdown declared by United Naga Council. And yes, it is very clear that Kuki groups, members of the Kuki groups, have come down from their respected areas to encounter with the Naga youth that are right now protesting in support of the total shutdown declared by United Naga Council. Area is still tense in where the total shutdown is being carried out as for now, and also in this Sagabung area, unknown miscreants they have opened fire, creating more panic towards the villagers that have been staying around this Sagabung area. And who are these behind the firing is yet to be officially announced, and it is yet to be officially declared from the concerned authority only. Back to you.
All right, but the way the tensions are escalating, this can escalate to a very bad level also. Johnson, if you can understand, if you can explain to our viewers the situation, because Tangkhul Naga groups are also present. Now, there has never been such kind of an interaction where firing was reported against the Tangkhul Nagas. If you can briefly describe what exactly is happening. Was firing reported from the Kuki groups which were present in that location? Don't they want the shutdown to be taking place? Don't they want the people to protest?
Yes, exactly. As this total shutdown is being called by the apex body of the Tangkhul Naga, United Naga Council, Kuki groups, certainly they don't want this total shutdown. So obviously those members of the Kuki groups, they come down from from wherever they are, they came down to encounter and to oppose, to stop this total shutdown that is being carried out by Tangkhul Naga community. Yes, this tension will be getting more bigger because the Kuki groups, the armed members of the Kuki groups, they have started open firing towards the Tangkhul Naga civilians. Recently, on 18th of April, the ambush that has been carried out by the illegal Kuki groups, they have killed 2 Tangkhul civilians. And among that, one of the deceased Tangkhul civilian was also an ex-serviceman of the Indian Army. And such incidents have been carried out. Such clash between this Tangkhul and the Kuki community have been continuing since February 7 in Ukhrul district, and have been expanding to various hill districts like Tengnopal also, and also various like Tamenglong also, and also in Chenapati also. So this tension between this Kuki and the Tangkhul Naga community will be, I hope, will be keep on going until and unless the justice is served for the deceased 2 Tangkhul Naga civilians. Back to you.
All right. Thanks a lot for the details. And stay safe also, Johnson, and thanks for the reporting. Now let's move on to another top story. Political confrontation in Entali, Kolkata, was reported. I will get you the latest report on that. In Kolkata, which has intensified tensions between the Trinamool Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, following allegations of deliberate disruption during a BJP roadshow. Sonona.
Street lights in the Entali area of Kolkata were intentionally switched off during a procession led by Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta in support of candidate Priyanka Tibrawal. The BJP characterized it as an attempt by the ruling TMC to obstruct campaigning efforts amid the ongoing high-stakes contest in West Bengal. Despite the blackout, BJP supporters reportedly continued the march using mobile lights. BJP workers described the moment as symbolic, framing it as an example of resilience in the face of alleged political intimidation. Visuals from the incident, widely circulated on social media, show participants advancing through darkened streets, which BJP leaders say has strengthened morale among party workers. The BJP has further claimed that the incident reflects on growing anxiety within the TMC over potential electoral losses.
All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news development coming in from Guwahati. A big breaking news development. The High Court on Guwahati Tuesday reserved its order on Congress leader Pawan Khera's anticipatory bail plea in an FIR filed by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife, that is Riniki Bhuya Sharma, over allegations related to her holding multiple passports. Now, Justice Parthiv Jyoti Sekhia reserved the final order after hearing both sides extensively. Now, appearing for Khera, Senior Counsel Abhishek Manu Singhvi referred to CM Himanta's alleged statement against Khera and submitted his argument. So, Guwahati High Court reserves order on Khera's anticipatory bail plea in an FIR filed by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife. There was setback earlier. Now, this is the latest development where the Guwahati High Court on Tuesday, that is today, has reserved its order on the Congress leader Pawan Khera's anticipatory bail plea in an FIR filed by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife, that is Riniki Bhuya Sharma, over allegations related to her holding multiple passports. The allegation, which was leveled by Congress leader Pawan Khera. Now, Justice Parthiv Jyoti Sekhia has reserved the final order after hearing both sides extensively. Appearing for Khera, Senior Counsel Abhishek Manu Singhvi referred to CM Himanta's alleged statement against Khera and submitted the arguments. Latest development coming in from Guwahati. There was setback earlier for Pawan Khera. We're getting you more details on this story. It's a developing story. And Guwahati High Court reserves order on Khera's bail plea. We'll have to wait for the final order. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. No one is following ceasefire. Colonel Shailendra Singh drops explosive warning on US-Iran crisis. Amid rising global tensions, the US-Iran ceasefire appears shaky on ground. Now, despite ongoing peace talks, the diplomatic tensions are also prevailing. The diplomatic efforts are also going on. With the April 22 deadline approaching, both sides continue aggressive posturing, raising doubts over whether the ceasefire can actually turn into a meaningful deal. Now, fresh incidents around the Strait of Hormuz and conflicting interpretations of the ceasefire signal that the hostilities are far from over. As the world watches closely, the upcoming talks could decide whether the crisis de-escalates or move towards a bigger conflict. Watch this report.
Jai Hind, Namaskar. The whole world is concerned and is waiting. 22nd is the so-called deadline, and it is quite clear that ceasefire has to get converted into some kind of deal, is what the world is waiting. US is eagerly waiting, and maybe Iran also needs it. So overall, if we see, yes, there is a definite requirement of the 22nd April becoming a critical point. But the developments are showing something entirely on a tangent. And I call it a tangent because I was expecting during a ceasefire, when a ceasefire doesn't get converted into a deal, the explosive language is used. Weaponized language is a very routine thing. Threats and counter threats are very much there. Assertions and counter assertions are very much there. Both the sides will always try and pretend to be, trying to speak from a position of strength, because that is what is all about diplomacy. And where I find a little difference here is there is a very huge military diplomacy which has come in. The military might is being displayed. The social media is being used. The propaganda is being used. The bottom line comes is that it must succeed and the ceasefire must take place. Because if ceasefire is effective, there is always a hope that it can get converted into conclusive talks leading to a deal. Now I'll have to see how the ceasefire is going. I am realizing in last 48 hours or so that there are three definitions of ceasefire. One is the ceasefire for the world, the way world sees it. There is another spelling given for ceasefire by the Americans. And the Iranians interpret the ceasefire in an entirely different way. For a layman, or for me at least, the ceasefire means ceasing of the fire. When you cease to fire at each other is ceasefire. I don't think there can be any other explanation. But we are finding that, okay, fine, the Iran says I'll do it my way, US says you will have to do it my way. So the ceasefire is not getting effective, and the proof is the Iranians fired in Hormuz on 2 Indian ships and 1 more. I'm not categorizing it as a threat to the India, but I'm saying the firing was done, and the firing was done by the IRGC speedboats. This is acknowledged by both the sides, and I would have not believed the others had it not been my own ship captain who's saying that why are you firing at us. So I take it that the firing did take place. That means the seizing of the fire has not been effective there. They have violated it. The second point comes where we are now realizing that the US has fired at the Iranian flagship which was coming from Arabian Sea and heading for Hormuz. That is heading for Iran. Now if that has been fired, what has happened in that is that they have been given a warning that you will not enter. They are adamant. The ship is adamant to enter. They say they okay fine, you vacate your engine room. They don't vacate, or they vacate, I don't know. That will never come out. But then last but not the least is that the US fires at the engine room. And after firing at the engine room, they land troops on that ship and they capture that ship. They seize that ship. Is this ceasefire? It is their way of ceasefire. I don't know which ceasefire are we talking about. Now the third part of the ceasefire which I see is the Iranians have attacked a French ship. So where is the ceasefire? Though both the parties can keep blaming each other that you are not following, you are not, both of them are not following. Both of them are wrong. Hormuz or Hormuz 1. Hormuz by Iran, Hormuz 1 blockaded by US. Both are illegal. So now comes the point that whether the talks will take place or not. The US is deliberately, manipulatively, strategically trying to show off that yes, we are sending a delegation. No, that's called as aggressive positivism, aggressive diplomacy. That to the world they are able to prove that okay, we are coming. Now it's up to Iran. The Iran says no, we will not take part until unless the so-called blockade is removed. Right or wrong is not the question. They had this demand even earlier for the talks when they said that the Israelis' attack on Hezbollah has to stop. Though it didn't stop, they still came for the talk. Now there's a kind of leverage you try. I think Iranians have got nothing else now but to have this leverage that they are able to sit on that talking table from a so-called position of strength when they can demand, look into the eyes of US and say that we will come for talks on our terms and conditions. Now that is where things go wrong, and that is where I feel there is somebody who has claimed with a loudspeaker on that they are the mediators. Now where are the mediators? What have they done now? Are they able to implement, encourage, persuade the warring parties to come to a ceasefire? That ceasefire is not visible. Hormuz did open, but it didn't open. Saturday, if 20 ships have passed through, Sunday, no ship has gone through. 0. So overall, if you see, there is a huge role of playing or calming down the tempers by the mediator. But the mediator is more busy in, probably earning or showing off that they are doing everything. For the first round of talk, they didn't do anything except offer the place. The second, I appreciate that, yes, they have tried. They've gone to Iran. But what is the CIA report saying in Iran? The CIA report says that Munir is very close to IRGC, top shots. He's got very different kind of relation there. So they are warning their president that Munir can, do something more damaging. And why not? Munir has never, or the Pakistan army has never displayed anything which is called as peace, whether within their country or outside. So such a thing happening or being found out by CIA, well, people will have to see that whether Pakistan qualifies in the category of establishing peace. Now where are we heading? Are they able, the way Munir was doing that jhappi of the Iranians, I thought he'll come back with them only. But that's not happening. So we'll have to see that the role of Pakistan has to get more positive and implementable as far as Iran is concerned. So that is where we are. This talks should take place. World needs it. It is essentially required by Iran, and it is definitely required by US. Not happening can be disastrous to the world. It's for us to decide.
All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because coming up next, latest reports suggest that Donald Trump himself could now take part in negotiations forward. And also coming up, Donald Trump says that it is highly unlikely he will renew the two-week Iran ceasefire he announced on April 7th.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG
All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news right now at this moment. Iranian media says reports of the United States television on Tuesday said that no Iranian delegation has departed for talks with the United States in Pakistan. So the Iranian media rejects the reports of delegation leaving, denies delegation leaving for talks with US. So there is utter confusion whether there will be peace talks or there won't be peace talks. And they say no primary, secondary or subsidiary group has departed yet. So who will be there in the peace talks when the Iranian delegation is not leaving? Iranian state media rejects the reports of delegation leaving. So this comes from the Iranian state media as per latest reports that they are denying any delegation leaving for talks with the US. So there is no Iranian delegation leaving for Islamabad for talks with the United States. All right, I have my colleague Hina joining me from the newsroom for more details into the story. Hina, this is the latest set of developments that we are fetching. On one side, there were reports that Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei gave a green signal, a green light that yes, we can go for talks with the United States, but there are very contradictory statements that we are receiving which refute the claims that there will be any delegation level talks and there is no delegation from the Iranian side, Hina.
Right, Shivam. In fact, the earlier reports that we were receiving, they were simply reports, but this time we are getting the information from none other than the state broadcaster of Iran. So this is a big breaking that we are giving our viewers at this point in time, where Iran has denied that no talks are happening in Islamabad, no delegation, whether it's primary, secondary, main, subsidiary, no delegation is going to Islamabad for the second round of talks. Remember, Shivam, we have been receiving news from multiple quarters since morning. Earlier, we also saw how Mujtaba Khamenei reports citing Mujtaba Khamenei green-lighting these talks happening in Islamabad. But now we have a state broadcaster citing Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps saying that no talks will happen. Earlier, a day earlier, we also saw Ismail Baghei talking about deep mistrust between the warring parties. And there were reports that US delegation is soon to land in Islamabad. In fact, we also received reports that Donald Trump may, in fact, go to Islamabad contingent on the fact whether there'll be a deal secured in Islamabad or not. But now we have a big news where Iran has denied all sorts of claims. So it clearly suggests that there is a deep mistrust between United States and Iran. Remember, Shivam, Donald Trump has been going back on his statements time and again. Two main issues, bone of contention, remains the Strait of Hormuz and the uranium enrichment. And these 2 points, these parties are unable to come together on the negotiating table. Okay. We have also seen statements coming in from Iran, where Iran has said that it's not going to succumb under the pressure by Donald Trump.
Definitely. Thanks a lot, Hina, for the details on this story. But we'll have to wait and watch whether there will be any talks or not. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up after a short break. Coming up, Noida protests key conspirator Aditya Anand reveals amid interrogation that a WhatsApp group named X-Storm was made to circulate provocative videos. Also coming up, top focus, Amit Shah drives BJP's campaign forward in Bengal with multiple back-to-back rallies scheduled across the state today as silence period sets in ahead of voting.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version.
All right, viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. A lot of reports are doing the rounds that Donald Trump, the US president, might go to Pakistan for peace talks. That is right. These are, of course, reports only as we still wait for more details about the peace talks between Iran and US. But the headlines first now. Let's get started. Latest reports suggest that Trump himself could now take a part in negotiations forward. Iran Supreme Leader Khomeini reportedly gives a green light, approving participation in impending second round of peace talks. Reports suggest Trump says he's ready to return to war as ceasefire deadline expires tomorrow. Trump says that it is highly unlikely he will renew that second-week Iran ceasefire if he announced or back in April 7. A fresh clashes erupted in Manipur near the Tangkhul Sinapati border amid shutdown, firing reported.
PK is a woman-based party. Women already started the silent revolution. Almost out of 75% women supporting us, and also youth.
Exclusive conversation with Republic TVK General Secretary for Election Adhav Arjuna has now stressed that TVK stands for women and will prioritize women's welfare and safety. Noida protest key conspirator Aditya Anand reveals amid interrogation that a WhatsApp group named X-Storm was made to circulate provocative videos. Amit Shah drives BJP's campaign forward in Bengal with multiple back-to-back rallies scheduled across the state today as silence period sets in ahead of the voting. Viewers, we put our focus to the Tamil Nadu elections. Now, it's the last day of campaigning. Many parties are on the ground campaigning. TVK is also holding a road show as we speak in Chennai. So these are the updates that we're getting for you here as we count down to the crucial polls. Mega rallies being held all across. And now the TVK chief is holding a mega rally in Chennai.
So back-to-back updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV, as a massive crowd has turned out at Vijay's rally just ahead of voting. And the voting is not too far away. It's not too far away, and it is the last leg of campaigning in Tamil Nadu, the last leg of campaigning in Tamil Nadu as we head to the crucial polls. So TVK has put women first. This is one of their key manifestos and key points in the manifesto, and we see that as the last day of campaigning continues. TVK chief Vijay is holding a rally, that too in Chennai on the last day of campaigning here. And the TVK chief is holding a rally on the last day of campaigning, making a final appeal for votes and urging support for TVK candidates and the party's whistle symbol. So these are live pictures that we're getting for you here. And these pictures are showing you what exactly is happening just ahead of the polls. So Vijay has pulled in the crowds in that roadshow, and we have seen intense campaigning all across Chennai. So as Vijay has been campaigning in Chennai, Annamalai was campaigning for the NDA candidates across Chennai as well. So multi-front campaigns can be seen just ahead of those crucial elections that we are waiting for, which could decide the future of Tamil Nadu. Let's go straight across to Sharada. Sharada, you know, as we see, it's a high-stakes battle in Chennai. It's a DMK versus AIADMK versus TVK. And the question would, of course, be who will conquer Chennai. We'll know that when the voting and the result day comes. But right now, big rally there. Yes, Sharda.
Yes, Vijay is doing his rally in Chennai today, right inside Erupt, which is one of the DMK's very strong constituency under Subramaniam, the health minister. Vijay is now pulling crowds from all over the state, especially the youth and the women voters thronged wherever Vijay is campaigning. Earlier, when the campaign started, Vijay's campaign was very planned and very strict as to the number of people who had to come and the passes that had to be given to the people. Later, after the model code of conduct was given, the EC has given multiple permissions for Vijay to campaign, with which the actor-turned politician is reaching out in every possible constituencies that he can meet the people in. Meanwhile, whether these the people who are showing up for Vijay, whether these voters are going to turn into someone who's going to support the actor-turned politician is still a question, because if we see the history of Tamil Nadu, it has been DMK versus ADMK for the last 50 years, and for the very first time, it's a three-corner fight. While Vijay's name is being on the political background and hitting every political headline possible, it's early day after tomorrow that can decide whether Vijay's name will actually be imprinted in the history of Tamil Nadu politics. Now, as we see the crowd turned up for Vijay is very huge, very massive when compared to it comes for other leaders. There's always a question from the DMK and the AIADMK if these voters are actually eligible to vote, or whether these people are youngsters below 18 years of age. And everything that the DMK and the AIADMK points out is the plan that the TVK is not bringing out.
All right. Well, thank you, Sharda, for getting us all those details. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. We'll put our focus on the Noida protest. Police is now investigating the violence which took place in Noida. But the big update is that the investigation has found cross-border links. That is right. That there's some cross-border links which have come out. That too being linked all the way from Pakistan. So these links are being traced back to Jhelum city in Pakistan. According to officials, these posts were aimed at inciting unrest and disturbing communal harmony in the region. Fake posts claiming 20 deaths, 99 injuries circulated during the protest. The content spread through some X handles. The probe is underway to identify individuals and groups behind the handles. Recovery email expected to help track next link in the network. And digital trail may reveal motive, funding and organized backing. Senior officers say the probe focused on larger network behind misinformation. Okay, so there is a Pakistan hand in the Noida violence, and you can see that information on your screen. The probe has widened further to understand where did this larger misinformation network really emerge from, and it is being traced back to Pakistan. The focus is on social media and the fake posts on deaths and injuries which were circulated. Let's go straight across to my colleague. I'm being joined by Saurav. Saurav, this is very concerning, because we saw a lot of provocative social media posts, and what the investigation team is finding out that they're being traced to a place called Jhelum city in Pakistan. What else do we know about this, Saurav?
Yes, Shivangi, the probe has traced the cross-border link in this Noida protest, which erupted violent on April 13th and 14th, and the police has claimed that the links of the two Twitter handles are cross-border, and they are linked to the Jhelum city, which is situated in the Punjab province in Pakistan. And the major thing here is that the fake news was circulated through these two social media platforms, which is first is Proud Indian Nabi and the second is Mir Ilyas IMC. These two Twitter handles are directly linked to the Pakistan, and the police has informed Republic that more than several posts have been posted on this social media platforms to instigate violence in the workers' protest which was going on in Noida for the past 3 days. And apart from that, police has also told Republic that this account has posted that 20 people have been died and 99 people are injured in the police firing and the lathi charge as the protest turned violent in Noida. And because after these posts circulated and it went viral, the mob which was protesting, they turned violent and started the stone pelting at the police officials. And apart from stone pelting, they also set several police vehicles on fire in Noida. There was a major violence which we saw in Noida on April 13 and 14, and almost all the sectors were under the heavy blaze as these protesters have.
That's right, Saurav. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you for more on this story. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. We bring to you more developments in the TCS Nashik case as another victim exposes the grooming gang plot inside the company. As per the official statement, the victim alleged that the accused in the case used to demean Hindu gods and deities. The accused forced the victim to eat non-veg and offer prayers. More in this report. Let's take a look.
There are many developments in the Nashik MNC case, but today on Republic, we are back with one another statement of the victims who has faced forceful conversion at Nashik TCS. He is a male victim who has faced forceful conversion at Nashik TCS. So according to the statement recorded by this specific victim says that in the year 2022, he joined Nashik TCS where Tausif Attar, who is the prime accused in this very matter, was his team lead, and Danish, who is also a primary accused in this very matter, used to talk to him since he joined. So according to the statement recorded by this particular victim says that Tausif and Danish, who are the primary accused, used to establish contact with him by regularly having a conversation with him. Also, he particularly mentioned in his statement that Tausif and Danish used to give extra work or put extra burden on him, and they used to blackmail because of this. So this is where it started all, that a burden was put on him, and slowly they started having conversation with that particular victim. Later in the year 2023, this brainwashing started, and it started with demeaning deities, Hindu deities, and asking controversial questions about them. So number one question, that when you know that Parvati made Ganpati Lord Ganesh actually, then how doesn't Shiva know about it? This was the first question asked during the brainwash. He also said that are really gods there in Hinduism? Because if someone can see them or can see their face, how can someone be God. There's only one Lord, and that is Allah, is what they were stating while brainwashing this particular male victim at Nashik TCS. This didn't stop here. It also went on that he said actually that Chhatrapati Sambhaji Maharaj was a slave of Islam. He mentioned that. This is on record statement which is mentioned by the victim, saying that Chhatrapati Sambhaji Maharaj was the slave of Islam. Such controversial things were said by Tausif and Danish when they started brainwashing any victim, not only specifically this male victim, but also any other victim who they tried to target and convert them into Islam. Now this was how the brainwashing started, but later in the year 2023 they also started targeting him. They also took him out to some restaurant and they made him forcefully eat non-veg. Also, it is clearly mentioned in his statement that he is a follower of Ramdas Swami, who is followed on a larger scale in Maharashtra. He is also one of the devotee. The victim is also one of the devotees of Ramdas Swami, so he used to wear all those jewelry related to God. So they were also trying to tell him that this is not how you should wear it. So he started brainwashing these guys. These accused started brainwashing him once again. Then later, when this particular victim visited these accused's place, Tausif Attar and Danish, during the month of Ramzan, he was forcefully made to wear the skull cap. And also it is mentioned in his statement, or he has stated this fact, that whenever he was on the desk, the victim was doing his work on the desk, he was forcefully asked to offer kalma, is what his statement reads. Also, during Ramzan, he was forcefully asked to wear the skull cap, and later that picture was clicked and posted on a WhatsApp group, and he was also added to that WhatsApp group where a Malaysian preacher used to contact all these victims and preach about Islamic teachings. So this was until 2023, and later in late 2023, when the victim's father faced a medical emergency, which is paralysis attack, the accused took advantage of this particular situation of the victim, and then he was clearly targeted because of this, and they used to say that we will help you out, we will give you money, and all sort of this. Later, when things went very bad, is that victim's wife was undergoing a medical treatment, and she was undergoing a medical treatment to conceive, to give birth to a child. But that medical treatment was somehow not working for victim's wife. The derogatory statement which was made by the accused, Tausif Attar and Danish, was that ask your wife to come to us if you are not able to make her a mother. That's what is the statement given by the victim himself in the official records. It is so derogatory, it is so demeaning to hear anything about your family, and that's where they started taking an advantage of this. Also, when the victim condemned about this particular statement, Tausif and Danish threw a table fan at the victim, which left him.
And taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. We'll put our focus on the Noida protest investigation. The key conspirator, Aditya Anand, reveals amid interrogation that a WhatsApp group named Nextstorm was made to circulate provocative videos. Amit Shah drives BJP's campaign forward in Bengal with multiple back-to-back rallies scheduled across the state today as silence period sets in ahead of voting.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
And viewers, welcome back. We will continue getting you more updates. A political confrontation took place in Kolkata and it intensified tensions between the TMC and the BJP following allegations of deliberate disruption during a BJP roadshow. Take a look.
Street lights in the Antali area of Kolkata were intentionally switched off during a procession led by Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta in support of candidate Priyanka Tibrawal. The BJP characterized it as an attempt by the ruling TMC to obstruct campaigning efforts amid the ongoing high-stakes contest in West Bengal. Despite the blackout, BJP supporters reportedly continued the march using mobile lights. BJP workers described the moment as symbolic, framing it as an example of resilience in the face of alleged political intimidation. Visuals from the incident, widely circulated on social media, show participants advancing through darkened streets, which BJP leaders say has strengthened morale among party workers. The BJP has further claimed that the incident reflects on growing anxiety within the TMC over potential electoral losses.
March has become more than just a prop, and the politics around West Bengal, which happened over March and Bath. We are joined by Anurag Thakur, who is right now enjoying this delicacy of West Bengal March Bath. Anurag ji, you are here in West Bengal today. You are enjoying March Bath. There was a lot of things which was said about March Bath. Mamata Banerjee went on by saying that if BJP comes in power, the Bengalis will not be allowed to have March Bath. But here you are, actually proving her and everyone wrong who had this.
We have governments in 20 states where the NDA is ruling, 16 states where the BJP as chief minister. There is no restrictions on any kind of food habits. They are free to have whatever they want to have. They are free to speak and they are free to follow any religion they want to. There is no discrimination. But if Mamata Banerjee is losing the election, she has nothing to showcase of last 15 years. All she is doing is spreading lies, spreading rumors.
This election has become more of election of reform, election of restraint versus election of emotional sentiment, which Mamata Banerjee has been talking about. Do you also see this election just like that?
I think it's Mamata versus Janta. The people of Bengal have made up their mind. They want to throw this TMC government out, which is terror, murder, cut money, TMC. People want to get rid of TMC, terror, murder and cut money.
Join me, Gesu Bharadwaj, at 6 p.m. today on Verdict 2026. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, Adhav Arjuna takes on the DMK and Kamal Hassan ahead of the Tamil Nadu polls. BJP's final push for West Bengal, Amit Shah has on cards 4 major public rallies as the state heads to polls on the 23rd and the 29th of April.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close.
Welcome back, viewers. Despite doubts over whether the discussions would really take place, Pakistani officials have prepared to host a second round of negotiations between Iran and the US. Now, over the weekend, authorities in Islamabad, the country's capital, began closing key highways and increasing security, especially in the vicinity of a posh hotel where the delegations are scheduled to convene. Now, while Washington and Tehran are still at odds over the Strait of Hormuz, US President Trump said that negotiators will travel to Pakistan or later on. Let's take a look at this report as we explain to you what is happening.
اولا تا الان که من خدمتتون هستم در مورد دور بعدی برای مذاکرات ما برنامه‌ای نداریم. تصمیمی در این خصوص اتخاذ نشد. بعد از اون که به هر ترتیبی بود در این خصوص تفاهمی حاصل شد، ما مواجه شدیم با اقداماتشون در تنگه هرمز، اون چیزی که تحت عنوان محاصره دریایی اسم گذاشتند. همین ساعات اخیر شاهد بودید.
Breaking news coming in, viewers. Congress and India ally Papu Yadav has insulted the Indian women. 90% of women have to start from someone's bed to become a politician. This is exactly what Papu Yadav has said. And this is a statement, a very provocative statement, which has come in, very insulting one as that. 90% of women cannot be politicians without compromising in bedrooms, says Papu Yadav. So, coming at the backdrop of the women's quota bill, which was not passed, and the opposition did not want it to be passed. We remember that happened a few days ago. And after just a few days after that, Congress and India ally Papu Yadav has now made this very insulting statement against the women of India. And we'll just tell you once more exactly what he has said. It's very, very provocative. And it's also triggering a big political storm now. He's saying that 90% of women have to start from someone's bed to become a politician. This is what Papu Yadav has said, sparking a huge controversy. And he has earlier too sparked multiple controversies. This time he has made remarks on women's reservation and women in general, saying that 90% of women have to start from someone's bed. This is what Papu Yadav has said. A very, a statement which is very concerning statement. I think we'll be joined we'll try to go across to Brinda Adige, women activist, who's joining us on the phone line. This is a very controversial statement, which of course we can expect more reactions to come in. However, this is very concerning. 90% of women cannot be politicians without compromising in the bedroom. Papu Yadav has said this. This is a big insult to Indian women and even Indian politicians. Yes, Brinda Adige.
Absolutely patriarchal, sexist, retrograde. This fellow is not simply jealous of women. He has no respect for men or women. He has no respect for the constituency that elected him at whatever point of time. Shameless guy who has the gall to speak in this regressive manner without accepting that the government, our Prime Minister too, has extended spaces for women to be included in every arena, from STEM to aeronautics to whatever. And this guy does not have any respect. He was elected by his constituencies, both men and women, paid for by both men and women, his salaries and his perks. And today he has the gall to speak in such a derogatory manner about women.
Brinda Dige, I request you to hold on. We have that statement that he made, that very controversial and insulting statement that Papu Yadav has made. So I'll play that out now.
घरेलू हिंसा कौन कर रहा है? महिलाओं पे गिद्ध दृष्टि किसकी है? अमेरिका से लेकर के भारत तक नेताओं की। बिना नेता के रूम के बगैर 90% महिलाएं राजनीति कर ही नहीं सकती। ये तो हर दिन नेताओं का सीसीटीवी फुटेज।
The leader you just heard now, his name is Papu Yadav. Papu Yadav has been a parliamentarian. Papu Yadav is a politician. Papu Yadav is a gunda. Papu Yadav belongs to the Indie bloc. Papu Yadav is a Congress ally. And Papu Yadav is a Priyanka Vadra aide and a shameless politician who says 90% of women, look at that, he says 90% of women, and he calls it the global truth. He says 90% of women can't enter politics without going through the bedroom of a leader. This is the definition of a standard politician from the Indie bloc. Let me go across to Ajay Alok joining us. Brinda Adike is also on the phone line. Ajay Alok, not to say that BJP politicians don't make controversial comments, you all do, but this is another level.
This is absolutely shameful, disgusting, घृणित और शर्मनाक है, especially coming from a person like Papu Yadav. अरे उनकी खुद की पत्नी सांसद हैं, क्या बोल रहे हैं ये महिलाओं का इतना तिरस्कार, इतने घृणित विचार महिलाओं के बारे में, इतनी बात है तो पप्पू जी ने आज तक इतनी महिलाओं को प्रमोट किया होगा अपने जीवन में, सब इसी रास्ते से। मतलब कुछ भी बोलने के लिए, न्यूज में आने के लिए इन लोगों को कुछ भी बोलना है। अरे इनके जो आका राहुल गांधी जी हैं, उन पे भी केस चल चुका है बलात्कार का, उनको ही बोल दीजिए, कोर्ट ने बरी किया था। दिस इज एब्सोल्युटली डिस्गस्टिंग। इस देश की महिलाएं सुने और समझें कि ऐसे ऐसे लोग जिनको ये वोट देती हैं, पप्पू यादव को भी महिलाओं ने वोट दिया होगा।
It's the same mindset that Mulayam Singh, the same mindset that blocked the bill in 2010, 2012, the same mindset which blocks the bill even today.
This is the mindset which blocks the woman. This is the mindset which has opposed the woman reservation. This is the mindset which does not want women to come out of the room, but they have forgotten times have changed. Women are there to put them inside the bedroom. They should understand this. Disgusting, shameful.
Ajay Alok of the BJP, let's go across to Brinda Adike. Brinda, you heard him. It's, people like Papu Yadav, they're dime a dozen in India, dime a dozen politicians. In fact, we were about to break the story of that's why I asked that question to Ajay Alok, not that BJP leaders don't make controversial statements. You had a BJP leader in Madhya Pradesh today saying that he'll throw cow dung inside the homes of policemen. He threatened policemen. That is another story, I won't get into that. But look at the audacity of politicians like Papu Yadav. Papu Yadav is not a normal politician. Papu Yadav is a gunda turned politician. Papu Yadav's wife has been a parliamentarian from the Congress party. Papu Yadav is an aide of Priyanka Vadra. You'll see him with Rahul Gandhi, you'll see him with Priyanka Vadra. So he's not a normal politician in that sense. And for him to have the gall to say 90% of women across the world to become a politician have to go through a leader's bedroom. That's his exact quote. I didn't make that up. I thought we were kidding. We thought it's a AI generated video, but we heard that 3 or 4 times to see that he actually said it.
That man is an absolute regressive retrograde. This is the kind of talk that he does. I'm wondering, why are the political party leaders continuing to hold on to somebody like this? His caliber is unworthy of even standing in front of another woman. I will not talk about his family, but another woman outside his family. He is worthless. And this guy has the gall to talk like this about women. So does he mean to say the same thing about his wife? Is he also saying that the men are also no good? Because it is not just complaining or blaming or retrograde statement about women, but he is telling about male politicians being unworthy of the parliament also. Because it is not simply belittling women, talking ill about women, making derogatory, regressive statements about women, but he's telling that the male parliamentarians also, if they are conducting themselves in a manner which is causing all of this talk from this guy, goes to show that this fellow is no less. So he has then assaulted, sexually abused, probably raped women who may have come to ask any kind of support or help from him as an elected representative. So this guy, I hope Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul will throw him out and say, you have no space even to be our political worker. Forget being a contestant as for the seats or wherever they might be choosing him. He must be relegated to a corner where probably sunlight doesn't come.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you, Brinda. But let me play out what this Papu Yadav said. Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. His wife is a Congress leader. He himself is a Congress-leaning sycophant of Priyanka Vadra and Rahul Gandhi. This is what Papu Yadav said on record today about women politicians in the country. He said 90% of leaders, women leaders in India cannot be leaders without going through a leader's bedroom. Take a listen.
घरेलू हिंसा कौन कर रहा है? महिलाओं पे गिद्ध दृष्टि किसकी है? अमेरिका से लेकर के भारत तक नेताओं की। बिना नेता के रूम के बगैर 90% महिलाएं राजनीति कर ही नहीं सकती। ये तो हर डेली, हर दिन नेताओं का सीसीटीवी फुटेज।
The BJP is responding to it. Here's what Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP said in response to this comment coming in from Papu Yadav.
Once again, Congress party and its allies have shown that they are anti-women. Not only have they voted against women's reservation, but Papu Yadav, who's very close to Rahul Gandhi, who's close to Congress, who supports Congress, has made the most derogatory, misogynistic and vile statement against women in politics. He has said that 90% of women who are in politics can't do politics without going into the room of a man. This is the most disgusting comment. But ladki hu lad sakti hu kehne wali Priyanka is quiet about it. She is quiet when Shanti Dhariwal says the rapes take place because of mardon ka pradesh. She is quiet when Ashok Gehlot says most rape cases are fake. She is quiet when Rahul M in her party in Kerala does horrible things to women, and now he has been taken in the custody of law. She's quiet when there are allegations of casting couch, of tickets being sold for sexual favors and money, right from Sharda Rathod to Simi Rosebell John, from Haryana to Kerala. She's quiet when there are instances of women being mistreated, ill-treated and sexually abused within a party. She's quiet when G. Parmeshwar, Irfan Ansari make misogynistic comments. This shows that for them, women empowerment is only a nara, not a niti or a niyat. And therefore, they oppose women's reservation. And now this is the statement made by Papu Yadav. Will action be taken on him?
You know, an extremely insulting comment that comes in from Papu Yadav, and he's had a history of doing this even during the delimitation bill being tabled and on the topic of women's reservation. He made some extremely rhetoric comments against women, and this time around, he's crossed all boundaries. Now, this is not a behavior that one expects out of a statesman, out of a politician who is supposed to lead the public into cleaner thoughts. And listen in to what the Congress and the India allies have been saying. They have zero control over their own people, saying such controversial things about women at a time when India is talking about women's prowess. India is talking about giving women an equal footing. India has achieved it time and again, be it in the military, be it as permanent commission in the military, be it as equal pay for women cricketers, at a time when India is trying to make equal footing for its men and women. Papu Yadav comes and he says that women politicians cannot do any politics without without entering a leader's bedroom. This is such a horrifying remark that he's made. It's embarrassing to even read it on national television. But this is the reality of our statesmen. This is the reality of our politicians. In fact, we're also being joined by Surbhi, who is the Karnataka spokesperson for the BJP, on the phone line to get us more details. Now, Surbhi, I want to understand from you, where on one hand, Shehzad Poonawalla has already responded on behalf of the BJP on these dastardly comments that Papu Yadav has made against women. As a woman, I want to understand from you. It makes me furious, and I'm sure it makes you extremely furious. You are a politician yourself, and then he goes on to say that 90% women cannot become politicians unless they go through leaders' bedrooms. This is extremely, extremely embarrassing coming from a senior leader like Papu Yadav, but also not at all very surprising given his history. What's your take on this?
I think that to even make a statement like this in 2026, it's reflective of a mindset that the Congress is clearly supporting, which is that women can't, on their own merit, on their own capability, cannot be in politics or any other public sphere. Having been saying that statement, it actually makes me incredibly sad to even hear this, because we all hope for society to change. We all hope for society to. And that's exactly what the Prime Minister has allowed so many of us to dream of, a place in Parliament, a place in legislative assemblies, that we're pulled down by the regressive mindset of the Congress and its allies. So I don't even want to acknowledge, that this man is, this person is an MP and this is what he said, because it's truly disappointing. This is the mindset we are fighting against. And this is the mindset that capability, ability, competence will win over one day.
Right, Surbhi, thanks very much for joining in and giving us a lowdown, your take on what this is like. Now, Papu Yadav's statement, extremely infuriating for any woman. In fact, as I speak to you about this very story, I, a woman standing behind the screen, I feel infuriated. This is a statesperson who is not supposed to make such morally corrupt remarks against women, but he has gone on to do it. And as the saga remains, the Indi and the Congress allies are very much not going to do anything about this, like they haven't in the past also. For now, viewers, we'll be shifting focus and taking a look at what's happening in Manipur. Now, tensions have gripped the Kangpokpi districts in Manipur as a support of, the ongoing total shutdown has been called across Naga-dominated areas by United Naga Council. Naga youths protest along the roads in the areas where members of the Kuki community came down the streets along Tikho Lane, Chongobung area of the Kangpokpi district, starting to clear the roads and began to create complete chaos. This resulted in huge clashes that erupted between the Tangkhul Naga and Kuki groups at the Tikho Lane Changobang area, which finally resulted in firing having started. Now, in connection with the recent firing, the Tangkhul groups have claimed that firing appears to have begun. Those who first resort to violence against a movement for justice must be held accountable. Now, remember, Tangkhul groups have allegedly reported the presence of Kuki armed members while coming down the streets to counter the so-called shutdown that's been called in. Now, Chokbung is a village in the Senapati district mainly dominated by Tangkhul Nagas and also adjoining to Kuki village of the Kangpokpi district. This is the latest that's unfolding. We're getting you visuals from Imphal, the capital in Manipur. Now remember, once more, violence has taken over Manipur after months of what looked like a rest to the violence that took over the state last year. In fact, my colleague Johnson also brings you a detail on what's happening. Take a look.
Right now, I'm at Kanglatombi, which is the last village of Imphal West district, just bordering to Kangpokpi district. As you can see, United Naga Council have declared a total shutdown of 3 days across the Naga-dominated areas regarding the recent killing of 2 Tangkhul Naga civilians by the ambush that has been carried out by the Kuki militants. So, the Tangkhul of Namdilong Naga village are right now on protest, supporting the total shutdown declared by this United Naga Council. This is along the National Highway 2 Imphal Dimapur Road, just the last village of Imphal West, and just adjoining to Kampupi district. You can see the mass Tangkhul Naga villagers.
In the state, and I must say that the entire Tamil Nadu election has clearly shown that despite all the pressure that has been put on the media, I am told if a channel even reports the news of the opposition in Tamil Nadu, because the channels are uploaded, uplinked by the state government controlled entity, your channel's connection can be cut off. Under such immense pressure and media control, I think you have really upheld democratic principles, and I want to compliment all of you for working in this very difficult situation under the DMK government and yet being the voice of the people of Tamil Nadu. Friends, this election is a foregone conclusion. The people of Tamil Nadu want change. They have given their verdict. Enough is enough. They will not forgive the Stalin family, the Gandhi family, these dynastic family-run private limited companies who are responsible for the decline of this glorious state of Tamil Nadu, who have unfortunately indulged in massive corruption, corruption in TASMAC, the liquor scam, corruption in sand mining, corruption in land allotment, corruption in transfer posting, corruption in giving jobs. They have left no money in the treasury for development activities. On the other hand, crimes against our sisters and daughters. A 15-year-old girl became a victim only Sunday night. The way the drug menace is eating into the youth of Tamil Nadu. Spurious liquor is available 24 hours a day. This family-run government, whether it is Stalin or Udaynidhi Stalin, whether it's Sabrisan or Kanimoy, they have sadly broken the spirit of Tamil Nadu. Comments of Mr. Udaynidhi Stalin against Tamil culture, against Tamil pride. After all, when he attacks Sanatan Dharam and calls it dengue, he's attacking the Tamil thinking, the Tamil culture, our traditions. Just by going to a temple. Of course, when he comes out of the temple, Udaynidhi Stalin, I am told, removes the vibhuti. Just by pretending to go to a temple on the eve of an election, your sins cannot be washed away. And therefore, friends, this unholy alliance, this coalition of the corrupt, coalition of corrupt parties like DMK and Congress, the coalition of parties who cannot have any common thinking or alignment. You're all aware Mr. Rahul Gandhi has come only once and he refused to share the stage with the Stalin family. They themselves are fighting on the stage between coalition partners. What kind of a government can they give you if in the neighboring state of Kerala, the communists are fighting with the Congress, and in this state of Tamil Nadu, They're pretending to be friends. They cannot agree on seats and keep fighting for days. The Secular Progressive Alliance is neither secular nor progressive, nor is it an alliance. It is a failure on all counts. The sun seems to shine only on one family, the Stalin family. On the other hand, the Anna DMK-led NDA alliance, you have seen our conduct throughout. We have worked like a family. We have supported each other's candidates across the state. We have campaigned for each other. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has come 5 times because he loves Tamil Nadu. He loves the people of Tamil Nadu. He respects Tamil culture, Tamil language. And for us, the future of Tamil Nadu is very precious. Therefore, our vision is based on Tamil wisdom. The future of Tamil Nadu will be defined by prosperity and development, and every child born in Tamil Nadu will be entitled to a good quality of life, a bright future. Every woman will feel safe and secure. We will ensure empowerment of our sisters and daughters, including through 1/3 reservation of seats in parliament and legislature, so that women play an increasing role in the future of Tamil Nadu, in the future of the nation. Therefore, to empower our women sisters, a number of programs, whether it is the 2,000 rupees per month that we have assured we will give, the 3 cylinders free of charge, the loans up to 50 lakh rupees for women entrepreneurs to make them self-reliant, Atmanirbhar, whether it's the support to farmers by adding to the PM Kisan Yojana, which gives 6,000 rupees every year to every farmer. We will make that 9,000 rupees by adding 3,000 rupees. We will ensure 50,000 rupee grant to every small farmer. To eliminate crop losses, we'll set up silos and cold storage, give pension for fishermen above 60 years of age, ensure that our youth get government jobs and fill up all the vacancies, our teachers get their rightful salary, government employees receive full salary on time, including DNS allowance, 10 lakh rupee interest-free loans for students in Tamil Nadu to get higher education. The Skill Development Corporation will set up skill centers in every region of Tamil Nadu so that our young men and women can get high-paying jobs, can become entrepreneurs, for which, without interest, thousands of first-time youth will be given support by the state so that they can become startups, stand on their own feet. Tamil Nadu will be a state of job creators, not only job seekers. We have also committed to protect Tamil culture, Tamil pride, and ensure that everybody in the state gets equal opportunity in the future. New industrial parks, high-speed rail corridors, hydro-power train projects, new Vande Bharat trains, 500 million litres per day of water desalination plants, a number of infrastructure initiatives, something which Chennai, something which Tamil Nadu really needs. We will invest in creating infrastructure for a brighter future for Tamil Nadu. Friends, Tamil Nadu has not yet achieved its true potential. We have a long way to go because the potential of Tamil Nadu is huge. The future of Tamil Nadu is bright. A Viksit Tamil Nadu, developed and prosperous Tamil Nadu, will lead the journey to a Viksit Bharat. And we appeal to the voters of Tamil Nadu to elect an NDA government, give us an opportunity to serve the people of Tamil Nadu, and we assure you, good governance, development-oriented policies, and welfare for one and all without discrimination. Thank you very much, friends, for all your support. Annamalai ji will give the roundup of the entire election. And once again, thank you very much for all your support. Vanakkam, Nandri.
Union Minister Piyush Goyal, who is also the BJP's election in charge for Tamil Nadu, took on the DMK, alleging corruption charges against the party. In fact, he's actively campaigning across the state. He also began his address by thanking the media by saying that even amid the DMK's crackdown on media's freedom in the state, the media has managed to uphold the people's voices, their concerns, and have brought in a favoring massive wave for the AIA-DMK-led NDA government. Now, he also handed over the mic to then K. Annamalai. And also remember, Piyush Goyal, the union minister, he is the BJP's election in charge for Tamil Nadu. He alleged DMK's corruption charges. He, in fact, slammed the DMK, said that their family business is of scams and corruption, and that needs to end with this election. He has urged the people of Tamil Nadu to bring the AIA-DMK-led NDA government to power in the elections that are to start in just a few days from now. That was the Union Minister Piyush Goyal live from Chennai in Tamil Nadu. Now remember, Tamil Nadu is set to go to polls in a single phase on the 23rd of April. Viewers, now shifting focus to another breaking development that we're getting in. Congress's President Kharge has now referred to Prime Minister Modi as a terrorist, a major claim that Congress's President Kharge makes. He has now branded the Prime Minister of the country as a terrorist. Major election controversy that's erupting ahead of the Tamil Nadu polls that are slated on the 23rd of April. A derogatory remark, in fact, an illegal remark, so to say, by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, who has now gone so far to call the Prime Minister a terrorist. Heavy clashes are reported amongst opposition parties across states that are bound to go to polls, but this one is unlike any other. Congress's President Mallikarjun Kharge now has crossed all limits. He goes on to call the Prime Minister of the country, he goes on to call Prime Minister Narendra Modi a terrorist. Now remember, this is not just a case of brandishing somebody with a particular name or name calling. This is an illegal thing to do, to brandish the Prime Minister and to call him a terrorist. Now listen in to Congress's President Mallikarjun Kharge.
How can they join with Modi, who is a terrorist and who won't believe in equality? His party won't believe in equality and justice. And these people are joining with them. It means that they are weakening democracy. They are weakening the philosophy of Annadurai, Kamaraj, Periyar and Kalingar and Baba Saheb Ambedkar. The Congress DMK alliance will continue to deliver welfare, inclusive growth, quality education and accessible health care.
Shehzad Poonawalla, the BJP spokesperson, joins us on the phone line to speak to us about the matter. Now, Mr. Poonawalla, this is not just, limited to a political war between two opposition parties, between the ruling party and the Congress. This has gone a step further. A constitutional body of that higher decorum, the Prime Minister, has now been branded as a terrorist. Now, freedom of expression, of course, is guaranteed, but there are reasonable restrictions to it, and this has completely surpassed all those restrictions. Your take on this? And remember, this is not just political anymore. One of the country's highest political officers has been targeted.
संविधान का अपमान, पीएम का अपमान, this is Congress's पहचान. They are नफरत की दुकान, not मोहब्बत की दुकान. And this is not the first time Kharge ji is saying this. He said BJP, RSS are poison snakes, kill them. He has made comments on Sanatan. They have made 150 abuses on Prime Minister. And today, on a day when we are remembering Pahalgam victims, they are giving clean chit to the jihadis. And they are targeting Prime Minister, the elected person from the Constitution. So this shows that they want to give clean chit to Afzal, Yaqub, to Maoists, to Naxalites. On one hand, they say they are innocent. And on the other hand, the elected Prime Minister, who's from OBC community, is being called a terrorist. So it shows Congress party has completely lost the plot. Just now we heard what Papu Yadav said about women. And now we are hearing what this Mr. Kharge ji is saying about Prime Minister. So they have completely lost the plot.
Definitely, and I do agree with you, and not just because this is coming against the BJP or that this comes against the Prime Minister as an individual, but such a high constitutional office has been completely, derogatory remarks, calling the Prime Minister a terrorist. That has made this entire controversy a lot bigger. Now, in fact, Udit Raj from the Congress also joins us on this case to speak to us about the matter. Mr. Udit Raj, what can you say about this? We're not even talking about Papu Yadav, who's also, in fact, made extremely infuriating comments against women and women politicians. He's made such morally corrupt comments, but now your party president, Mallikarjun Kharge, takes the center stage. He's reduced the political office of the Prime Minister and he's called him a terrorist. This is, if anything, completely unlawful and can also come under prosecution. Is the Congress president thinking in the right direction? Is his mind in the right place at all? How do you defend this? Like always, no answers from the Congress party, but viewers, let us make it very clear for you. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has gone so far to call Prime Minister Narendra Modi a terrorist. Now remember, this language can actually now put various prosecutions on the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. This can trigger several stringent laws, and calling a Prime Minister a terrorist it can lead to severe criminal charges under national security and even penalized laws. In fact, let's listen into the Congress President's absurd remarks against the Prime Minister, against such a high constitutional office. Listen in.
They join with Modi, who is a terrorist and who won't believe in equality. His party won't believe in equality and justice. And these people are joining with them. It means that they are weakening democracy. They are weakening the philosophy of Annadurai, Kamaraj, Periyar and Kalingar and Baba Saheb Ambedkar. The Congress DMK alliance will continue to deliver welfare, inclusive growth, quality education and accessible health care.
All right, we heard that. Mallikarjun Kharge calling PM Modi a terrorist is very, very extremely concerning remark which has been made. I want to go across to Udit Raj of the Congress who's joining us on the phone line. This is extremely disturbing remark, Mr. Raj. What do you have to really say about this? This is extremely concerning and very direct. That too towards Prime Minister Modi. Okay, we'll go back to try to get some Congress reactions as well. We've spoken to the BJP on this. We'll try to get some Congress reaction. And we have seen how in the past as well, not the first time that we have seen Mallikarjun Kharge call names when it comes to Prime Minister Modi. He has labeled Prime Minister Modi earlier as well, made insulting remarks. He has called PM Modi desperate and frustrated. This is not the first time we have seen that Mallikarjun Kharge has made such kind of remarks, which have been really looked down upon, because these allegations have absolutely no proof at all. So the Congress president, Kharge, has referred to PM Modi as a terrorist. The Congress president refers to him as a terrorist. This is a huge election controversy just ahead of those very crucial Tamil Nadu polls. We have seen such remarks come earlier as well, where Mallikarjun Kharge really does not think before, and he goes and becomes personal and directly attacks or accuses Prime Minister Modi without any kind of proof whatsoever, or any kind of weight in his sentences that he's using against Prime Minister Modi. So major election controversy ahead of Tamil Nadu polls. Earlier as well, he has used very concerning words when referring to Prime Minister Modi, and this is not the first time. He has made previous accusations and similar kind of statements earlier as well. I think we're getting some more reactions coming in, so we'll try to go across to more reactions, get some more reactions from the BJP. Ajay Alok is joining us, BJP spokesperson, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Alok, there is no words to really talk about this, because even if somebody has any kind of aspersions, any kind of issues, there's a way to communicate. It looks like Mallikarjun Kharge is communicating what he wants to say in such an insulting manner.
Look, repeated losses, out of power for the last almost 12 years now, losing all the states, one after the other states. And then that has led to a loss of mental balance, I'll say. Kharge ji khadak gaye. He has earlier also he has made some insane statements like BJP aayegi to Sanatan aaj ka raj aa jayega, Hinduwadu ka raj aa jayega. Actually, Congress is so terrified of Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, that they have now started calling him as a terrorist. The political terrification of the Congress is very much evident, and the lack of mental balance, complete loss of mental posture, both by Mr. Rahul Gandhi and the Congress and the whole House. It's showing to show its fissures in the rest of the party forum.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ajay Alok, for getting us your reaction there, BJP spokesperson, on this latest controversy ahead of Tamil Nadu polls. We're getting some more updates coming in. Let's move ahead. Tensions have gripped Kangpokpi district in Manipur, and as a support for the total shutdown called across Naga-dominated areas by the United Naga Council, Naga youth protest along the road in these areas, where members of the Kuki community came down the streets during this particular area, starting to clear the roads and began to create chaos, resulting in huge clashes erupting between the Tangkhul Naga and the Kuki groups at that area. And that resulted in firing as well. Now, in connection with the recent firing, the Tangkhul groups claim that firing appears to have begun, and those who first resort to violence against a movement for justice must be held accountable. So once again, we see that there's renewed violence and volatility that can be seen. And I want to go across to Johnson. Johnson is joining us live. Johnson, we have seen so many tensions lately. And we were also discussing earlier, there have been many efforts trying to be made when it comes to peace, when it comes to negotiating, and making sure the tensions come down. However, we see fresh tensions emerge. What has happened? Many allegations are being made between these groups.
Yes, Shivangi. As two civilians, Tangkhul Naga civilians have been killed by the ambush that has been carried out by the armed Kuki militants. Right now, I'm at Kangnatombi village, the Tangkhul Naga village, the last village just adjoining to Kangpokpi district. On my background, you can see clearly the Tangkhul Naga villagers. They have been supporting the 3 days total shutdown that has been declared by the United Naga Council. Yes, during the early hours of today itself, in Senapati and Kangpokpi district, there has been a great clashes between the Tangkhul Naga and the Kuki communities, which resulted into firing by other miscreants. And yes, the firing which was carried out in
in Kapuki and Senapati area is yet to be officially announced. The exact place where I'm staying right now is Tongbi village, the village of Namdilong Naga village, and the villagers of this Tangkhul Naga community are now on streets. They are protesting, they are seeking the demand, they are seeking the justice for the 2 civilians killed in the ambush that has been carried out by the armed Kuki militants. So I will let one of the Tangkhul Naga civilians talk very exclusively to Republic. So, brother, your good name, please.
I'm called Baranba Abonmai.
So, what is this protest regarding about?
This protest is against the killing of 2 innocent civilians along the National Highway 202, Ukrul district, near PM Kuki militants in broad daylight. So we are here today we are here endorsing the 3-day shutdown so-called by the UNC anthem against the killing of the so-said incidents.
So we have heard today in the early morning, we have heard about the clashes between these 2 Tangkhul Naga community and the Kuki community at Senapati and the Kangkuki area. That is around Chagabung village, I hope so. So any comment and what is the situation right now in the said area?
The situation right now here is still volatile. We cannot, likewise, like it said, the UNC, the apex body of the Naga bodies, since according to the directive, all the Naga inhabited areas, they are endorsing the 3 days of total shutdown. So likewise, in Chagawung, near the Tikulen village, that's the Naga village, adjoining nearby village, that is a Kuki village, which is at Chagawung. There was some sort of clashes between the security forces and amidst the both of the community.
So what is your appeal and what is your message to the government?
We want the state government and the central government to apprehend the culprits and serve us justice at the earliest. And also we want both the government to strengthen the securities where innocent peoples are located or where is the red zone area to safeguard the peaceful life and to maintain the peace and harmony in the state.
Okay, yes. Shivangi, so this is the demand that has been made by the public, by the Tangkhul Naga civilians. The demand is very loud and clear that they are not demanding any kind of unconstitutional demands. They are demanding peace, they are demanding justice for the 2 Tangkhul Naga civilians killed. And also they are demanding the strengthening of the security forces so that the national highways, all the national highways are ensured for free movement of the Tangkhul Naga, not only Tangkhul Naga, but for all the passengers. We can see clearly the slogans right here.
Yes, Johnson is getting us all these top updates. And Johnson, this is a very sensitive time there in Manipur because we have seen multiple shutdowns. There is a deadline which has also been given by a lot of protesters to make sure that there is a resolution because there are multiple cases coming out of attacks, of 2 children were killed, and we saw some other deaths have happened as well. What is the situation looking like overall? Because definitely a tense time there in Manipur.
Yes, overall situation in Manipur, there is still tense in both Belly district and both in the hill districts. Actually, in the Belly areas, there has been many targeted attempts. There has been many attempts targeting to kill very innocent lives. Recently, on April 7, on the very wee early of April 7, there is around 1:05 a.m. Two children, including a very small infant, that are only about approximately 5 months, have been killed by the bomb blast. So, following to that incident, total shutdown is being still carrying out in all the Belly district. And right now, adding to the total shutdown called statewide by the by the JC or the family victim in connection with the Tronglao incident. Right now, adding on the 5 total days shutdown, 3 days total shutdown across the Naga-dominated areas has been called by the United Naga Council. United Naga Council is one of the largest apex body for all the Tangkhul Naga communities. So, situation is still very tense in all the district, in all the Belly and in all the hill district. Manipur government is trying its best of the best level to bring peace and to bring a long-lasting solution in the state. Chief Minister Yumnang Khemsan, Home Minister Govindas Konthoujab have appealed, all the community, irrespective of the caste, irrespective of the hill and the valley, they have appealed to all to bring peace, to maintain peace and normalcy in the state. Back to you, Shivangi.
All right, well, thank you for getting us all those details, Johnson getting us live updates from Imphal, and he's reporting for us, getting us exclusive reports on the situation in Manipur. Taking a short break, fresh clashes have erupted in Manipur. So that's one of the top stories we're tracking right now. Amid shutdown, a firing has been reported. Republic continues getting you ground reportage on this story. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, TVK General Secretary for Election Adhav Arjuna stressed that TVK stands for women and will prioritize women's welfare and safety. Stay tuned, viewers. We're live in break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British AS.
Getting you some breaking news coming in. China says that West Asia was and has reached what it calls a critical stage of transition between war and peace, urging all sides to sustain ceasefire efforts and return to negotiation as a 2-week truce in the Iran war is very near its expiry date. Beijing is recalling for renewed diplomatic momentum, with its foreign ministry emphasizing the need for sincerity and commitment to a political resolution. President Xi Jinping has also pushed for the reopening of the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz, while Chinese diplomats continue to quietly encourage Iran's participation in ongoing talks, signaling Beijing's growing concern over regional stability. So big updates coming in here. China saying that the West Asia war situation has reached what it calls a critical stage of transition. This is coming in the backdrop of Iran saying that Tehran is preparing a bunch of new cards in the battlefield if fighting with the US resumes. And this is a statement coming in from Iran just before the ceasefire expires very soon. And viewers, India's shipping ministry said on Monday that an Indian-flagged vessel carrying crude oil and 31 seafarers safely crossed the Strait of Hormuz on Saturday. Now, the vessel is expected to arrive at Mumbai on Wednesday, and the crossing happened on the same day as India's two other vessels were forced to reverse course in the strategic waterway following reports of gunfire from Iran's Revolutionary Guard. India's foreign ministry summoned the Iranian ambassador in New Delhi following the incident and lodged its protest. Take a look at this report as we tell you what happened.
In the past 48 hours, two Indian vessels, VLCC, Sanmar, Herald and bulk carrier Jag Arnab reported a firing incident while transiting Strait of Hormuz, following which they returned to the Persian Gulf. Indian flagged crude tanker Desh Garima carrying 97,422 metric ton crude oil safely crossed Strait of Hormuz on 18th April. The vessel with 31 Indian seafarers on board is expected to arrive at Mumbai on 22nd April 2026. In the past 48 hours, 2 Indian vessels, VLCC, Sanmar, Herald and bulk carrier Jag Arnab reported a firing incident while transiting Strait of Hormuz, following which they returned to the Persian Gulf. There have been no injury to any crew reported. The ministry is in close and continuous communication with the crew, the owners of both the vessels, and continuously monitoring the situation.
When the firing incident happened, this happened on Saturday. 2 of our ships came under firing. When this matter was reported to us, we took it up very strongly. We called in the Iranian ambassador. He had a meeting with the foreign secretary. The foreign secretary conveyed our deep concerns on this incident and also reiterated the point that we have been making, that we attach very high importance to the safety and security of our mariners, of commercial shipping, and that there should be unimpeded transit through the Strait of Hormuz. We have several of our ships in the Persian Gulf, and we have been in touch with Iran and others so that we can have safe exit of our ships through the Strait of Hormuz. In this effort, 10 of our ships have so far safely crossed Strait of Hormuz.
We're getting some breaking news coming in. At present, there are 14 Indian vessels stranded in the west of Strait of Hormuz. 13 Indian flag vessels and 1 Indian-owned vessel. Ministry of Ports, Waterways and Shipping has said this. So we're getting these updates coming in. 14 Indian vessels stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. This is a statement which has come out from the Ministry of Ports, Waterways and Shipping. India has also stepped up its diplomatic efforts and engagement with Iran to secure the safe passage of its vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. And there's a lot of diplomatic efforts which is already ongoing to make sure that these Indian vessels reach home safely. Right now, 14 Indian vessels are stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. We're getting these updates coming in, back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. We have also spoken to a couple of seafarers who have been stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. In the past, Republic has spoken to them, and they have spoken about what has been happening there since they have been stranded. Some of them have been stranded since February. Right now, there's still 14 Indian vessels stranded in the Strait of Hormuz as diplomatic efforts continue for their safe passage back home. So this is what we see right now. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. 14 Indian vessels still stranded there. And coming in the backdrop of course, a lot of tension around the Strait of Hormuz with the situation evolving between Iran and the United States. So as the ceasefire expiring very, very soon, there will be, of course, a big question mark as to how will the situation in the Strait of Hormuz be resolved. 14 Indian vessels still stranded in the Strait of Hormuz as diplomatic efforts continue to bring back these vessels. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go ahead to the next set of breaking updates we're getting for our viewers. MEA says So far, 8 Indian nationals have lost their lives. Meanwhile, 1 other remains missing since the conflict escalated in West Asia. So 8 Indian nationals have been killed in the West Asia war. That is what we are seeing right now in terms of the figures. It's very unfortunate that these numbers have come out in terms of the Indians who have lost their life. But the MEA is coming out with some official numbers there, and it says, according to the latest coming in, that so far 8 Indian nationals have lost their lives and 1 other remains missing since the conflict escalated in West Asia. So 8 Indians have lost their lives in the conflict so far, according to the latest update that we are getting for you. So many of these Indian nationals have been killed. Some of them have been killed in parts of the Gulf, as Iran has been striking many Gulf nations. So this is what we see right now, viewers. And we see that the embassy of, remember that even just some time back, the embassy of India in Kuwait had expressed deepest condolences at the tragic demise of an Indian national due to an attack in a desalination facility in Kuwait. So that happened a few weeks ago. And now the total number is standing at 8 Indians who have lost their life due to the attack in the West Asia region because of the escalating situation between Iran and the United States. Okay, we will be moving ahead right now, viewers. Much more coming up. We will be tracking the latest updates. Fresh clashes are also being reported in Manipur as tensions escalate. Firing has been reported. And an exclusive conversation with Republic TVK General Secretary for Election, Adhav Arjuna, stressed that TVK stands for women and will prioritize women's welfare and safety.
"13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version.
Join me, Gesu Bharadwaj, at 6 p.m. today on Verdict 2026. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, Adhav Arjuna takes on the DMK and Kamal Hassan ahead of the Tamil Nadu polls. BJP's final push for West Bengal, Amit Shah has on cards 4 major public rallies as the state heads to polls on the 23rd and the 29th of April.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अनीस, घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बाद एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the
Why does Stalin government do corruption in that? When we want to give farmers 6,000 rupees every month, the list has to come from the state government. Why have they removed 20 lakh farmers from there? Is it because they are anti-farmer? They don't want farmers to get benefit of central schemes? The Stalin government has failed, whether it is development, whether it is administration, whether it is public welfare. They have failed in every count. They have failed to protect Tamil culture. The only thing they have done is protect one family. The only thing they have done is corruption. The only thing they have done is make Udayanidhi Stalin, somebody who is against Tamil culture, Tamil women, as the deputy chief minister, clearly showing that they want to make him the next chief minister. I have asked so many times from Thiru M.K. Stalin, please, I have challenged him, please tell the people of Tamil Nadu that Udayanidhi Stalin will not be made the chief minister of Tamil Nadu. Why is he not replying to my question? Not once. Because the hidden agenda is to make Udayanidhi Stalin chief minister. I appeal to the women of Tamil Nadu, to the youth of Tamil Nadu, to the intelligent people of Tamil Nadu, 8 crore brothers and sisters, protect your future. Safeguard your family's future. Bring development to Tamil Nadu. Do not allow a person like Udayanidhi.
Getting you some more breaking news coming in, viewers. Okay, so we're seeing that there's one more case of violence coming out, fresh election controversy in Kolkata just before elections. BJP Kolkata Port candidate Rakesh Singh, while campaigning door-to-door in the Iqbalpur Hussain Shah Road under Iqbalpur PS, was attacked by some TMC goons. Candidate got injured in head and hand. Few BJP workers were also injured. 2 were female workers. Police registered the case. Total 3 FIRs lodged. 9 arrests made. 4 TMC workers, 5 BJP workers were arrested today. 2 FIRs against Rakesh Singh, BJP candidate, also lodged. 9 police personnel also injured. Police in FIR mentions that the miscreants tried to snatch the body cam and service revolver of the police personnel, and CRPF was deployed immediately to disperse the crowd, and later lathi charge was used on miscreants to disperse the crowd. These are pictures coming in from Kolkata, Bengal. Harsha is joining us. Harsha, it looks like once again pre-poll violence, nothing new. You know, before every election in West Bengal, we see pre-poll violence on day of polls, violence even after polls. What's the latest coming in right now?
So Shivangi, let me tell you, this was an incident which transpired yesterday when the BJP candidate from the Kolkata port, Rakesh Singh, was campaigning in the Iqbalpur area. This is Iqbalpur PS near the Hussain Park area. And the time when he was campaigning, at that time some miscreants came and attacked the entire campaign, the Karyakartas. The candidate Rakesh Singh himself got badly injured, severely injured. He got the injury in his head and on a hand as well. There were the serious injuries to some BJP Karyakartas as well, who were taken immediately to the nearby hospital. But the situation got very tense in the Kolkata port area because the police personnel and the OC which were deployed at that particular time were also attacked by the miscreants. In total, police has registered now 3 FIRs, namely how the entire incident transpired, how the goons came to the campaign.
Hold on for a second there. Getting some more breaking news coming in. There's a breaking update we're getting for our viewers. A public interest litigation, PIL, has been filed before the Calcutta High Court against ECI. PIL has been filed by the advocate Mohammad Danish Faruqi. The petition alleges that the Election Commission of India has prepared a secret troublemakers list. It has been circulated internally to officials with instructions to identify and detain people before polling. The list allegedly includes TMC workers, leaders, even elected representatives spread across 21 out of 23 districts in West Bengal. Petitioner has asked the High Court to quash the alleged list and stop any coercive action. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague Harsha. Harsha, what is this troublemakers list that the plea is seeking to quash? Just get us more updates on this matter, because this matter will be heard again tomorrow.
List of the troublemakers, which was also told by ECI from Delhi that there should be the list of troublemakers to by the police personnel in each and every constituency, so that to ensure that there's no trouble, unrest and disruption during the polling. We very well know after 2 days the first phase of polling in West Bengal on 23rd, majorly in the North Bengal region. Now the PIL has been filed regarding this troublemakers, but it's very important that these troublemakers stay in the police custody only, so as to not let any unrest situation in the state of West Bengal. Shwangi, you very well know that the advantages of the Malda, Mushidabad, Beldanga and the Farakka border area are the highly sensitive areas, and police have already, listed out the troublemakers. They have been taken into the custody. Some have been taken for the house arrest itself, so not as to come out at the time of the election, at the time of the polling, and that is the reason why the bike and pillion riders are also banned on the day of the polling and after that as well. Now the public litigation which has gone to the Kolkata High Court will have to wait when the High Court will take up this matter, because this is a very serious and sensitive issue when it comes to the elections in the West Bengal. We have seen time and again how these troublemakers have been affecting and impacting the polls in the West Bengal during the election and after the election as well. So to wait and watch, because today itself the PIL has been filed in Calcutta High Court. Will the High Court will be taking up today, tomorrow, or let's say after election? That's the prerogative of the High Court and the judge to decide. But right now the litigation has been filed regarding troublemakers. Back to you.
All right, well, thank you, Harsha, for getting us all those details. Pre-poll violence and another plea against ECI's troublemaker list for polls ahead of West Bengal elections. And we're talking about, of course, Tamil Nadu elections. It is also the last day of campaigning for the first phase of elections in West Bengal. We have seen many updates come in. In fact, Republic has been speaking to DMK's Dayanidhi Maran in Chennai. He spoke exclusively on topics ranging from DMK's governance, delimitation, and much, much more. Also on why Tamil Nadu is opposing NEET and Hindi imposition, among other topics. And let's listen in to that entire conversation.
So my first question to you, last time you spoke to us, you spoke about how delimitation is not necessary. And there was no two-third majority in the parliament and the bill was not able to be passed in the Lok Sabha. How is DMK in reaction for this?
So let's understand how BJP was trying to hoodwink the people of the country. The delimitation bill, the Women's Reservation Bill was cleared in 2023. The entire political party approved it unanimously. So it was approved in 2023, but it never was executed in 2024 elections. When BJP came back at a special session, the name of women's reservation bill. They didn't come with just a women's reservation bill. That was the front cover. Behind the women's reservation bill, there was the delimitation, where they are trying to increase from 543 to 850 seats. And behind that, there was a constitutional amendment saying that henceforth they don't need any parliament approval or 2/3 majority. This is amending the constitution, saying that henceforth the delimitation committee will decide which state will get what kind of representative. So we said, this is not the way. You have cleared it. And exactly on 16th April night, the 2023 bill, which was cleared unanimously by all the parties, got gazette notified. So we asked the parliament, listen, you have gazette notified after nearly 3 years. Why are we discussing the women's reservation bill? That means it has been notified. The devil was in the detail. They want the delimitation bill, which is covered up, so that they can take advantage of the women's reservation bill in the name of and punish the states which do not vote for BJP. They have already taken our rights. If you see, all the southern states which followed the population norms have now got good population control, and we are showing progresses. And those states which refuse to follow the union government's diktat of controlling the populations are now booming. They have a population boom, and so is the economy not doing that well, because they are not able to give social security or trying to give them education. Whereas states which control the population were able to invest in the social security network and also bring in education to the people, and they are in turn contributing to the development of the economy. And that's the reason Tamil Nadu's economy is 11.2%. So, and also we contribute the most as income tax, as GST from our state, which we get pittance as return. All this money is taken from our share and given to those states, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, from our pool, and we don't get that. At the end of the day, we ask that how come that we contribute, we are a good performing state, why are you depriving us? And now in the name of delimitation, what are we trying to do? Reduce the number of representation. It was a oral observation made by Mr. Amit Shah in the parliament. Oh, we'll give you 50%. See, he has no powers to do that, because he has given that power to the delimitation committee, which will decide what representation will be made by each state. That means you are again trying to cheat us, lie to us. In fact, what should you have done? If Amit Shah wanted the support of the southern states, you should say, listen, I agree. A lot of injustice has been done to the southern states because of BJP. Henceforth, we will not implement NEET in these states. We will not force Hindi into the state. We will respect all southern languages and we will make them as a national language. We will ensure that equal representation is given to the southern states so that their progress is not denied. This is what we would have expected, but he didn't do that. He wanted to cheat us. He lies. In the Prime Minister, you knew very well that 5 states were going for a major election. That means there's a possibility there may be a change of leadership. Why couldn't you wait? You could have waited for the outcome of the elections before rushing into a delimitation. The reason you want to do is, you knew that these MPs, all the MPs will be busy canvassing for the party, busy in the election mode, so you can get your 2/3 majority, because the 2/3 majority is number of MPs present. But that's when our leader, MK Stalin, ensured that and called up all the allies parties, said, this is more serious than winning the election. This is the future of our state, of our kith and kin, of our next 50 or 100 years will be decided by the delimitation. If we don't participate and voice our opinion, that's the reason we all went. And that's the reason the bill was defeated. Why was the bill defeated? It was anti-constitution. Why was the bill defeated? It was against the southern states. Why was the bill defeated? It was against the people of Tamil Nadu, people of Andhra Pradesh, people of Telangana, people of Karnataka, people of Kerala, people of Odisha. So, when so many states are raising a red flag, what should the Prime Minister do? Or what should Amit Shah do? Call the heads, the leaders, for a discussion. Hey, what is your fear? We will try to address this fear. We will try to make sure that this is not. No discussion took place with the opposition parties. Like a dictator, Mr. Modi and Amit Shah decide whatever they wanted. And what they do after that, when they know they are going to lose them, they knew the numbers were not with them. When you don't have the numbers, what confidence did you have to say that the bill will be passed? Did you speak to any of the other chief ministers of any other opposition political parties? No. So now you are calling us, because now they wanted to use this as an election weapon and say, oh, they are all against the women. Come on. The Women Reservation Bill has been passed in 2023. When you were the Prime Minister, when we as opposition, we all voted in favor. Now, we are asking, why can't you implement the Women's Reservation Bill right now with the existing number of seats? We have 543 seats. We are okay. The 543 seats, 33% take it for the women. What is stopping for you? Because your intention of BJP, the intention of Modi, the intention of Amit Shah is not towards Women's Reservation Bill. The intention is use Women's Reservation Bill and punish those states, especially the southern states, and ensure to take away our voice, make muters, so that we do not have any say in the political decisions of India.
So there's also a question, because 2027 there's going to be a census and the delimitation is might happen out in a year's time. Does DMK have a solution? Is it going to be based on GDP? Is a suggestion that the DMK is going to give? Because every time that the DMK goes against delimitation, you're constantly pointing out the population, but what is the solution for it?
So I'll ask you one logic question. We are all living in a modern world, AI world. Do you really need to go count your people? You have Aadhaar card. Everyone needs an Aadhaar card to open a bank account, to go for a passport. Even if I want a driving license, whatever I have to do, there's an Aadhaar card. My Aadhaar card says where I am living. Technically, the data is with the union government. You have the people, population, the sense of which family they belong, which region they are working. Every data is available with them. This is what we said, even the SIR process. Why don't you link the Aadhaar card and the voter's ID together? It can solve, the AI can solve it overnight, and you don't have to. The process is that the intentions is not clear with the Modi government. The intention is very, very clear, because they feel that the Hindi-speaking states is enough for us. We can fool those people. They believe us. In the worst case comes, we can divide them in the name of religion. Now they want to divide the country in the name of language. Is it fair? I'm not talking for Tamil alone. I'm talking for Malayalam. I'm talking for Kannada. I'm talking for Odisha. I'm talking for all the languages. See, we are all part. See, this is our history. You just cannot come and erase our history. We are not against Hindi language. We respect Hindi. But I think please respect our mother tongue too. Just because I'm going to speak Hindi, what is the benefit I'm going to get? It's just that you feel that you're superior to me. I am not inferior to you. I am also not superior to you. We are all equals. This is what we in Dravidian party, our Dravidian model is that we are all equals.
So DMK has been opposing multiple centers plans, example for the NEET, and you also brought up the language now being Hindi or any other regional language to be the third language implemented just like in CBSE schools. And especially BJP leader Annamalai has pointed out that DMK runs multiple CBSE schools and they have Hindi there, and it's that they want two-language policy only for the government schools.
So as we said, we are not against any language. We are never against Hindi. We are saying don't impose Hindi. If someone wants to learn Hindi, they will learn. If someone is going to work in Telangana or Andhra Pradesh, they will learn Telugu. If someone is working in Karnataka or Bengaluru, they will learn. If someone is going to Maharashtra, they will learn Marathi. Right now, there are so many of us living abroad, in China, in Japan, in France, talking their own languages. See, today, what we are saying makes common sense. Look at the success story of Tamil Nadu. We say two-language policy, Tamil and English. When a child is born, the best education can be given to them only in their mother tongue. Only when they are 6 or 7 years old can you introduce another language to them. We said English, because English is the better. See, today you know Hindi, I do not know Hindi. But when we communicate or when we speak to each other, we speak in English. Same thing when I speak to a BBC correspondent or when I go travel abroad, wherever, whichever part of the world, English is spoken. So now that's the reason, if you see in software sector, the southern people from southern India are doing much better because they know Tamil, Telugu or Malayalam plus English. This has been an advantage. But what is the disadvantage? Only knowing Hindi. And again, one more language. we are having a situation in India when people are not going to schools. There are so many dropouts. What does the union government say? It's okay, you are going to drop out. Now do what your father's occupation is. Is that what a union government should encourage? In Tamil Nadu, we encourage people not to drop out. If they are dropping out, we collect them and say, listen, you are weak in these subjects. We'll give you special coaching, special training, so that you can become a better person, so that your livelihood is much more increased. But what are you saying? You are saying is Vishwakarma. Vishwakarma is that you do whatever. Is that what you want to do? What are you trying to make a nation of? A nation should be an educated nation. Only an educated nation will develop. If Tamil Nadu develops because it's Tamil and English, we are not against Hindi. By learning Hindi, is my income going to benefit? Today, if you see in Tamil Nadu, because all those Hindi-speaking states, which have been taking away all our income and prospering, they are not being giving education properly. They are not being able to give employment properly. They are coming and working in our states. In fact, he'll say that, why don't you make Tamil compulsory in all the Hindi-speaking states? Eventually, they're going to come here to work. We are the ones who are providing them employment. We are never against them. They speak, in fact, better Tamil than us. They are literally part of our state, because our state is supporting their families. And we are always been open to anyone to come and work in our state. We also encourage our people to work in other states too. That is, let the demand take, necessity take care of it. Who are you? Government should govern. Government should not come into religion. Governance is not coming and say what you should eat, what you should wear, what you should talk. The moment a government does that, it is no more a government. It is trying to be something else.
So the election is going to happen day after tomorrow. For the last 45 days, you along with all the DMK leaders have been campaigning very strongly. But something that the DMK is constantly banking on is what happened in the last 5 years. And you point out DMK 2.0 and the governance in the last 5 years. You're banking on the schemes that's already been given to the people. So for the next 5 years, what do you think the people will based on and vote on? Because in taking the promises, it's all increase of the welfare schemes that has already been done. There's nothing new in the manifesto that the DMK has announced.
See, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. The last 5 years, compared to the previous 10 years of AIADMK, how the state economy fell down, how the employment rate fell down, and unemployment rate increased. People were not able to get jobs. We had the severe COVID. How the DMK administration, under the able leadership of M.K. Stalin, took the state to new heights, saved the people, and ensured that the economy, which dipped during the COVID, rose. And we had to compete with the other states. Now we are competing with the other countries to come and invest in our state. Moment we give good infrastructure, a lot of industries from abroad come and invest in our state. That in turn generates more employment. So gone are the days when the government was providing employment. What is Modi government doing? Selling all the public sectors to Adanis and Ambanis. But we are saying we don't want, we will create private sector, let them come and do it. Today, the private sector is giving so much employment for the people of Tamil Nadu. That's the reason in Tamil Nadu, women employment, 42% women are working the fact. They're skilled women, educated women. That's a big achievement. What is the country's average? We see the country's average, we are far very well. It's a welfare measure. What is welfare? Our job is that this is what Kalinga says, this is what Mr. M.K. Stalin says. Why is this? We have to ensure that we give them a level playing field. When you give a laptop to a first year, third year student, we are enabling him. We are enabling him to compete with those who have. So always the world is full of people who have and have not. But Tamil Nadu is a state which makes sure that everyone has a level playing field. And especially women. We feel, we believe, and we have proven the success of a woman is the success of every family. If a woman is successful and she is not dependent and she starts working and she is able to get income, her lifestyle alone doesn't increase. The entire family increases. That's the reason we have an economy of GDP of 11.2. That's the success of the women. And that's the reason we are doing. We are also asking now, the BJP rule states are implementing our schemes in the different names. The same Kalinga Urmai Thittam, that is 1,000 rupees for every woman. He is being followed in BR elections. is being followed in Assam elections. So now you realize that we are the trendsetters. We are the first people in the country to make sure the PM Awas Yojana, building for houses. We did it in 1970s, which became a national program. We are a trendsetter in developmental work. We want to uplift and lift our people. Moment our people uplift, the state uplifts. The states uplift, the country uplifts. Is that wrong?
So DMK is constantly talking about increase in GDP, women's education, how Tamil Nadu is developed. But on the other side, there are allegations on sexual harassment, especially the Anna University case, and there is lawlessness in the state, there is drug menace in the state. All the AIDMK and the BJP is pointing out is these problems that the public are facing.
The unfortunate truth is that there are episode incidents which are taking place in our states. Our government has been very strict on those people who have done it. But you are coming from Delhi, which is the rape capital of the world. So what is your BJP government done there? Uttar Pradesh, infants have been raped and killed. And all, I can keep on giving the incidents. But the media wants to paint a bad picture because of the elections. If there's no elections, they would have not bothered about this. I'm not saying this. We have to make sure that the women are protected, because that comes with, basically, we feel that education. If the man and women are properly educated, they are much better people. We are more civil. We are against it, and our leader, M.K. Stalin, said, anything happens, the law will take its course. The law has taken course. The same incident happened in Pollachi. If you remember, during AIDMK, one of the sitting MLA's son, what did he do? It was a mass rape of women, which was brought to light by the DMK. Even then AIDMK government refused to take any action.
We were taking a short break. Congress president does a U-turn on the Modi terrorist government and says that he meant Modi terrorizes people. So we are getting you all these updates coming in after a short break. Stay tuned. And fresh clashes are also erupting in Manipur amid the shutdown. Firing has been reported. Stay tuned.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for
Join me, Gesu Bharadwaj, at 6 p.m. today on Verdict 2026. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, Adhav Arjuna takes on the DMK and Kamal Hassan ahead of the Tamil Nadu polls. BJP's final push for West Bengal, Amit Shah has on cards 4 major public rallies as the state heads to polls on the 23rd and the 29th of April.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are
Good evening, welcome to Republic, and we're going to give you more details on how the flesh crashes have erupted in Manipur. And we're also going to tell you, amid this, there's a shutdown, there's firing reported. First, a look at our top headlines. Congress and Indie ally Papu Yadav insults India's women, says 90% of women have to start from someone's bed to become a politician. What a shame. Latest reports suggest Trump himself could now take part in the negotiation going forward. Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei reportedly gives a green light, approving participation in impending second round of peace talks. Reports suggest Trump says he's ready to return to war as ceasefire deadline expires tomorrow. Fresh clashes erupt in Manipur near Kangpoki Senapati border, amid shutdown firing is now reported.
Women-based party. Women already started the silent revolution. Almost out of 75% women supporting us, and also youth.
In an exclusive conversation with Republic TV, TVK General Secretary for Election Adhav Arjuna stressed TVK stands for women and will prioritize their welfare and safety. Noida protests key conspirator Aditya Anand reveals amid interrogation that a WhatsApp group named X-Storm was made to circulate provocative videos. And it's Amit Shah driving BJP's campaign forward in Bengal with multiple back-to-back rallies scheduled across the state today as silence period sets in ahead of voting. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I am Rhythm, and our top focus today. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, on his statement on Prime Minister Modi, has said he wants to clarify he meant Prime Minister Modi is terrorizing people, not that he is a terrorist. He wants to now control everything. ECI delimitation, that is why he says, I stated that. Viewers, this is the breaking news coming in. This is Kharge's clarification after stating that I did not mean to call him a terrorist, but that he's terrorizing people. Take a look.
Just I wanted to clarify that Modi always threatens and always is, I told certain sequence, ID, ED, income tax, CVC, these institutions are in his hand. Again, this delimitation also he wants to take in his hand. Therefore, I say, in that context,
terrorize you mean to say?
He is terrorizing people and political parties. Now, and I never said he is a terrorist. Terrorizing this, that's why.
Viewers, now let's also listen into what Kharge had originally said.
How can they join with Modi, who is a terrorist and who is who won't believe in equality. His party won't believe in equality and justice. And these people are joining with them. It means that they are weakening democracy. They are weakening the philosophy of Annadurai, Kamaraj, Periyar and Kalingar and Baba Saheb Ambedkar. The Congress DMK alliance will continue to deliver welfare, inclusive growth, quality education and accessible health care.
I want to go across to Tuhin Sinha, who's joining us now, BJP spokesperson. Tuhin, this is insulting the mandate of the people. By calling the Prime Minister a terrorist, Kharge has stooped to a lowest low.
Well, for Kharge, this is not the first time he has made an abusive comment against Prime Minister Modi. Even in the past, he has called him Ravan, he has called him snake. Today, he calls him terrorist. I think it is about time Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi take a call on Kharge because he seems to be mentally unfit to be the president of the Congress party. If this is the word that he uses in a democracy for a prime minister who has won 3 successive Lok Sabha mandates, then I think, Kharge is not mentally fit to be in politics. And if this is the level of anger that the Congress party has against BJP and Prime Minister Modi simply because they are not able to compete in the elections, I think, the Congress party should wind up. The Congress party should probably operate in some other country where it finds it easier to come to power and win elections. But I think this is an insult of the people of this country. This is an insult of 145 crore population. And this is an insult of the country. And I think nothing short of an unconditional, profuse apology from Kharge will suffice in this matter.
Truly, what you're saying is correct. There needs to be some sort of a rethinking that needs to be done in the Congress. But what is the Congress trying to actually prove with such comments? They don't have the numbers and then they go and try and attack our Prime Minister.
This is not the first time, as I mentioned. Kharge has a habit of, every month, twice he makes something, he says something absurd, he said something weird, and then he says, no, I was only trying to say that. Just 10 days ago, if you recall, in Assam, he asked the people of one of the border districts to identify BJP workers and RSS karyakartas as snakes, as poisonous snakes, and go and kill them. Then in Kerala, he said that the Gujarati people are illiterate. So there is something fundamentally wrong with this Congress party. They don't think before making these statements. It is their frustration, it is their desperation, it is their despondency which makes them utter these words. And if they are so despondent, they anyway cannot be trusted with the mandate of the people, so they better wind up. I don't know why they are fighting elections if this is the kind of venom they have to spew against the political rivals.
Tuhin Sinha, BJP spokesperson, thank you for that. Now, the other top focus, which clearly shows the mindset of these people, viewers, the Congress and India ally Papu Yadav have now insulted India's women. Just hear what they've said. 90% of women, they say, have to start from someone's bed to become a politician. This is the lowest low that Papu Yadav has said. 90% of women can't be politicians, he says, without compromising in the bedroom. BJP slammed Papu Yadav's comment for his derogatory, disgusting words. Let's also listen to what Shazia Ilmi said on these words.
मतलब इससे ज्यादा भद्दी बात नहीं हो सकती। क्यों लगता है पप्पू यादव जी को कि हम महिलाएं इतनी सक्षम नहीं है कि खुद अपनी मेहनत से अपने बलबूते पर आगे बढ़े? हम सब लोगों ने बगैर किसी पिता के या पति के खुद से हम लोग आगे हम बढ़कर आए हैं, हम लोग ने काम किया है, इतनी पढ़ाई लिखाई की है, इतना संघर्ष किया है, अलग अलग आंदोलन में हिस्सा लिया है देश के लिए। और इस तरह का इल्जाम कि हम लोग बर्दाश्त करेंगे कि हम लोग में सामर्थ्य नहीं है, कि हम लोग को कोई और चीज करनी पड़ेगी आगे बढ़ने के लिए, मतलब इतनी घिनौनी और भद्दी बात है कि मैं इसको दोहरा भी नहीं सकती। तो इस बात के लिए वो बिल्कुल माफी मांगे। किस तरह से वो महिलाओं की बात कर रहे हैं। इतना जरूरी अधिनियम एक तो पास नहीं होके दिया, दिखाए विपक्ष ने क्या किया है इसके साथ, और कैसे दगाबाजी की है महिलाओं के साथ, इतना बड़ा विश्वासघात, और फिर उससे बढ़कर इतनी भद्दी भद्दी बातें हमें सुनने को मिलेंगी।
And Congress and India ally Papu Yadav, take a look at what he said when he insulted India's women.
महिलाओं पे गिद्ध दृष्टि किसकी है? अमेरिका से लेकर के भारत तक नेताओं की। बिना नेता के रूम के बगैर 90% महिलाएं राजनीति कर ही नहीं सकती। ये तो हर डेली, हर दिन नेताओं का सीसीटीवी फुटेज। घरेलू हिंसा कौन कर रहा है? महिलाओं पे गिद्ध दृष्टि किसकी है? अमेरिका से लेकर के भारत तक नेताओं की। बिना नेता के रूम के बगैर 90% महिलाएं राजनीति कर ही नहीं सकती। ये तो हर डेली, हर दिन नेताओं का सीसीटीवी फुटेज।
22nd April 2025, a day that shook the nation, sent shockwaves. 26 innocent civilians murdered in broad daylight.
साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
Operation Mahadev, it was the ultimate answer that the enemy could never forget.
That 90 days took us to confirm the identity of the attackers. We can neutralize the perpetrators.
Pakistan has ramped up security measures in Islamabad as it's prepared to host the second round of indirect US-Iran negotiations. Authorities have tightened security across the capital. They've closed major tourist attractions. They've asked hotels to cancel bookings. They've deployed troops at checkpoints in Islamabad, turning parts of the city into restricted zones. Remember, viewers, the high-level talks are seen as critical opportunity to extend the fragile ceasefire and resolve key disputes. It includes the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Local residents react, expressing cautious optimism, hoping negotiations will finally bring an end to the conflict. Many believe diplomacy is the only way forward and are praying for a very successful outcome. However, there are no official details that have been released regarding the exact date, the time, or the venue. Take a look at this report.
होगा कुछ गुजारा
ये दोनों ममालिक टेबल पे बैठ चुके हैं इंशाल्लाह। दूसरी बात यह है कि सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि कोई भी जंग किसी मसले का हल नहीं है। आप कुछ बहुत सी पुरानी हिस्ट्री उठा के देख लें, जो भी मामला तो होते हैं वो टेबल पे बैठ के होते हैं, और ये इंशाल्लाह ख़त्म हो जाएगी। और ये टेबल पे बैठ चुके हैं तो इंशाल्लाह हम पूरी उम्मीद है, हमें अल्लाह के घर से भी पूरी उम्मीद है कि आज इंशाल्लाह कल जब ये बैठेंगे तो इंशाल्लाह ये अपना इख्तिताम को पहुँचेगी और दोनों ममालिक के दरमियान सुलह हो जाएगी।
मैं जी इंशाल्लाह ताला अल्लाह के फजल व करम से बिल्कुल पुरुम्मीद हूँ कि ये जो मुज़ाकरात शुरू हो रहे हैं इसको बखूबी सरंजाम पहुँचना चाहिए। इसमें तमाम लोगों की काविशें हैं, हुकूमत की काविशें हैं और इसमें इंशाल्लाह ताला बेहतरी के चांस है। इंसान कोशिश करता है, अल्लाह ताला इसको इंशाल्लाह पूरा करेंगे और इसमें बेहतर फैसले होंगे। एक अच्छा शॉट था यार।
Also now going to go across to my colleague who's going to be telling us what's happening in Sattur, Tamil Nadu, where Chandrababu Naidu is speaking.
I can't hear. I can't hear what he's telling me also.
ఎన్నో పరిశ్రమలకు నాంది ఇక్కడే మంత్రిగా పనిచేశారు నాగేంద్ర గారు జయలలిత గారి క్యాబినెట్ లో అనేక పరిశ్రమలు తీసుకొచ్చారు. నేను అదే గుర్తు చేశాను. ఫాక్స్కార్ గారి అనేక పరిశ్రమలు తీసుకొచ్చి తమిళనాడులో ఉద్యోగాలు కల్పించిన వ్యక్తి మీ అభ్యర్థి నాగేంద్ర గారు అని చెప్పి మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. ఇదే కాదు, ఒక నాగరికత, ప్రాచీన నాగరికత, ఎన్నో దాడులు జరిగాయి, తిప్పికొట్టారు, తట్టుకున్నారు. అంతేకాకుండా ఎంతో మంది పుణ్య పురుషులు జన్మించిన గడ్డ, పుణ్య భూమి ఈ తమిళనాడు అని కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. కన్నగి, తిరువల్లూరు, తిరువల్లవారు, కంబన్, సుబ్రహ్మణ్య భారతి, సివి రామన్, సర్వేపల్లి రాధాకృష్ణన్, శ్రీనివాస రామానుజన్, అబ్దుల్ కలాం కూడా ఈ రాష్ట్రం నుంచి వచ్చారు. స్వామినాథన్ అగ్రికల్చర్ రెవల్యూషన్ తీసుకొచ్చాడు. ఈ కాన్స్టిట్యూన్సీ నుంచి కామరాజన్ నాడలు కూడా ఇక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చి దేశ రాజకీయాల్లో చక్రం తిప్పాడు. అవునా కాదా మీరు ఒక్కసారి గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. అంతేకాదు, వీర కట్టబొమ్మ వీర పాండ్యను కూడా ఇక్కడ వచ్చి బ్రిటిష్ వాళ్ళ పేరులో నువ్వెవడరా రావడానికి, నువ్వెవడరా ట్యాక్స్ అడగడానికి అని చెప్పి తెలుగు భారతదేశ స్వాతంత్ర పోరాట యోధుడు వీర పాండ్యన్. మన నాయకుడు ఎన్టీ రామారావు గారు ఒక సినిమా తీస్తే అందులో ఆయన క్యారెక్టర్ కూడా తీసుకునే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు. ఇంకో పక్క ఎన్నో ప్రాచీన ఆలయాలు, సాంస్కృతిక ప్రదేశాలు, మంచి టూరిజం సెంటర్స్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి. తంజావూరు, తిరుచిరాపల్లి, చిదంబరం, మదురై, కంచి, రామేశ్వరం, ఇంకో పక్క తిరువన్నామలై, ఇలాంటి పవిత్రమైన పుణ్యక్షేత్రాలు ఉన్నాయి. అరుణాచల శివుడు చూసేదానికి తిరువన్నామలకి తెలుగు వాళ్ళందరూ వస్తే పెరుమాళ్ళని చూడడానికి మీరందరూ ఇక్కడికి వస్తున్నారు. అది మన ప్రత్యేకత అని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. నేను ముందే చెప్పాను, మనందరం ఒకటే.
The battle verdict there, clearly we're following that. The other top focus, viewers, Manipur protests erupt in anger after killing of 5 in the rocket attack. Security forces on Sunday night used tear gas, smoke bombs, stun grenades to disperse the crowd, to disperse the protesters of the Mass Mahila rally in Kalching, Manipur. The protesters were demanding justice for a 5-year-old boy and his 5-month-old sister being killed in the militant attack in Trongiobi, Awang, Leikai. Along with the local police and security personnel, RAF personnel were also deployed to control the situation. Earlier, the Manipur police issued a stern warning on Sunday following the spike in violence during the recent public demonstrations.
We are suffering for 3 years. Our youth life has lost. हमारा जो youth का life है, हमारा student का life है, सब बर्बाद हो चुका है.
Hꯧji Kuki gi bo mama yum da tasale. Munang pulong kita.
뻥끗이 경로도 요즘 어떤 비비오라. 거기 좀 짜니가 거기 가는 거예요. 지금 안 됐다. 야래 주가 안 해. 야도 아야 어떤 거 저기 봐.
Today's rally it's about the recent incident of killing 2 minors and the killing of unarmed civilians in Galmol, and also yesterday it was attack ambush in Litan also. We condemn that killing also. That's why for peace rally we are marching this towards Khaba meeting.
Here in this protest we are demanding to make justice of the brutal killing of the innocent children and innocent people.
And there's big breaking news coming in. Trump has now posted on Truth Social, Iran has violated the ceasefire numerous times. Another post by Donald Trump now, this time saying Iran has violated the ceasefire many times. It's a clear indication about what and where the ceasefire is going to go. A few minutes ago, we heard that Donald Trump had stated that it was possible he could be a part of the ceasefire. But now Trump says that Iran has violated the ceasefire numerous times. What is this going to lead to? Are we going to see an end of the ceasefire when the deadline is there tomorrow? Or is this just yet another twist and turn by the US president where he's trying to clear out and say that they're going to launch more attacks on Iran and Iran will be retaliating? Remember, viewers, US has already lost nearly $2 billion worth of military equipment And we really have to understand whether there's going to also be the second round of negotiations, whether Donald Trump could be personally there. What lies ahead? Islamabad was chosen as the place, and now we're seeing Trump saying Iran's violated. First, let's take a look at what's making headlines in India. We're going to cut across to the Home Minister at a rally.
हेलीपैड वाले आ रहे हैं, बैठ जाइए। भाइयों बहनों, आज की सभा में मैं सबसे पहले चंडीपुर की इस क्रांतिकारी मिट्टी को प्रणाम कर कर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करता हूं। अंग्रेजों को ताम्रलिपि सरकार बनाकर जिन्होंने चैलेंज किया, वो चंडीपुर की प्रजा को मेरा सत सत नमन है। कुलुप मनसा मंदिर, महिषादल राजवाड़ी मंदिर और वीरांगना मातंगिनी हाजरा को भी प्रणाम कर कर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करता हूं। यहाँ के पान और धान दोनों के किसानों को बहुत मनपूर्वक प्रणाम कर कर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करता हूं। भाइयों बहनों, ये पहले चरण की आखिरी सभा है और इस सभा से चंडीपुर से मैं दीदी को कहने आया हूं, दीदी टाटा बाय बाय, आपका समय समाप्त हुआ है। बहुत परेशान कर लिए बंगाल की जनता को, अब आपकी जाने की बारी है और कमल फूल के आने की बारी है। भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बताओ, हमारे बंगाल को घुसपैठियों से मुक्त करना है या नहीं करना है? क्या भाईपो कर सकता है? जोर से बोलो, भाईपो कर सकता है? दीदी कर सकती है? अरे घुसपैठिए को घुसाने वाले यही लोग हैं। बंगाल की सीमा को इन्होंने खुला छोड़ा है। आप यहां से शुभेंदु और हमारे साथियों को जिता दो, 45 दिन में बंगाल की सीमा को हम सील कर देंगे। एक घुसपैठिए हमारे युवाओं की रोजगारी ले रहे हैं, गरीबों का दान खा रहे हैं और हमारे संतों को, कीर्तनिया को, इस्कॉन वालों को, वैष्णव संप्रदाय को परेशान करने का काम कर रहे हैं। मैं आज घुसपैठियों को कहकर जाता हूं, 4 तारीख को काउंटिंग है, 5 को भाजपा सरकार बनेगी। जल्दी बांग्लादेश जाने की तैयारी कर लो भाई। भय से भरोसे की यात्रा नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में करनी है। आज मैं कहकर जाता हूं, यहीं चंडीपुर और आसपास के क्षेत्रों में पान की खेती होती है। एक बड़ा पान का अनुसंधान रिसर्च सेंटर भारत सरकार चंडीपुर में बनाने का काम करेगी। पान की मेडिकल शक्तियां, औषधीय गुण रिसर्च करने के लिए एक यहां पर अनुसंधान बनेगा। भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बताओ, एक कटमनी और सिंडिकेट से परेशान हो या नहीं हो? जरा जोर से बोलो, हो या नहीं हो? बालू लेना है, सिंडिकेट को पैसा दो। ईंट लेना है, सिंडिकेट को पैसा सब दूर करना है तो 23 तारीख को कमल के बटन पर निशान दबा दीजिए। कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाइए। 5 तारीख को सिंडिकेट वालों को उल्टा लटका कर सीधा करने का हम काम करें। हर चुनाव में ममता दीदी के गुंडे बंगाल के मतदाताओं को परेशान करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं? अरे जोर से बोलो, करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं?
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for...
22nd April 2025, the day that shook the nation, sent shockwaves. 26 innocent civilians murdered in broad daylight.
साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
Operation Mahadev, it was the ultimate answer that the enemy could never forget.
That 90 days it took us to confirm the identity of the attackers. We can neutralize the perpetrators.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Congress and India ally. Papu Yadav insults India's women leaders, says 90% of them have to start from some neta's bedroom to become a politician. Latest reports suggest that Trump himself could now take part in negotiations for going forward. Iran Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei reportedly gives a green light approving participation in the upcoming second round of peace talks. And amid all the peace talk, Trump says he's ready to return to war as the ceasefire deadline expires tomorrow. Fresh clashes erupt in Manipur near Kangkopi Senapati border amid shutdown, firing reported.
PK is a woman-based party. Women already started the silent revolution. Almost out of 75% women supporting us, and also youth.
In an exclusive conversation with Republic, TVK General Secretary for Election Adhav Arjuna stressed that TVK stands for women and will prioritize women's welfare and safety. Noida protest key conspirator Aditya Anand reveals amid interrogation that a WhatsApp group named X-Storm was made specifically to circulate provocative videos leading to the violence. Amit Shah drives BJP's campaign forward in Bengal with multiple back-to-back rallies scheduled across the state as silence period starts in a couple of hours. All right, let's begin with the breaking news coming in from Kerala, where 6 are reported dead and over 40 injured in a blast at a firecracker unit in Thrissur district of Kerala. And this is an update coming in. Remember, yesterday we had a firecracker unit blast in Tamil Nadu. Day for yesterday in Virudhunagar, and that had led to loss of lives, 23 of them. These are pictures from Thrissur in Kerala, where a firecracker blast, look at the scale. It's a huge one. It seems the storage caught fire and led to the loss of lives. Okay, Shankar joining us live for more on this. Shankar, this is Mundathikode in Thrissur district where this has happened. This seems like a dump and a dump yard of a firecracker unit. Why do these episodes keep repeating in Kerala and Tamil Nadu? And what's the administration telling you about the latest?
Yes, the blast took place at around 3:45 p.m. at Mundathikodu in Thrissur in some sheds, which were temporary sheds, which were created for making firecrackers as part of Thrissur Puram, like a famous festival that is supposed to be held on the coming Monday, and it was the official inauguration of the festival started last Sunday, and the final ceremony, the final firecrackers and will be used for the festival on the coming Monday, and the over 50 workers were preparing firecrackers in the huge shed which was erected, which was arranged for storing a huge amount of fire explosives. These explosive materials are used for making the firecrackers, and the workers were preparing firecrackers when the accident took place. The exact cause of the accident is yet to be known. Like, in years ago, there was a huge protest against the fire using firecrackers in huge quantity at the festival, and the district, and due to the intervention of the government and even the court, there were some restrictions were imposed on this festival, and there has been the district collector started monitoring the preparations of the firecrackers directly, and despite taking all the safety measures, the blast took place in the shed where the firecrackers were being prepared. You know, the exact cause of the fire, the temperature in Thrissur district is almost 40 degrees today, and on top of that, some negligence from the side of the workers might have led to the blast. That is what the preliminary investigation says. When the blast took place, all the people in the surrounding area rushed to the spot. But soon multiple blasts occurred at the spot, and it prevented locals from rescuing the people from there. And the parts of the body of some people were seen detached from their body, and soon ambulances from various parts of the district and even the fire rescue service personnel reached the spot and started the rescue mission. And as many as 6 people confirmed dead at the Medical College Hospital in Mulangundathikau, and 15 people are still in critical condition. More workers, even the locals who injured while being engaged in rescue missions are also being admitted at the hospitals, and more people are in critical condition now. Yes.
Yeah, of course. It's an evolving situation. Happened at 3:45 p.m. as Shankar informs, and definitely some role of negligence there in the kind of explosion that's taken place at a firecracker unit dump in Kerala's Thrissur district. Moving on from Kerala, we come to Bihar, where Congress leader Papu Yadav, Congress ally Papu Yadav, made a preposterous statement condescending of women leaders, and now the Bihar State Women's Commission has taken suo motu cognizance and issued a notice to the independent MP. And the commission has sought his response within 3 days, asking why he made this statement and why his Lok Sabha membership should not stand cancelled. Not that the Bihar Commission can recommend cancellation of the Lok Sabha membership, but it can for sure recommend it to the Parliament. But what is important is that the horrific nature of comments made by Papu Yadav, condescending of women leaders and disparaging of their dignity, amounts to an assault on the collective conscience of the people, and the Women's Commission of the state of Bihar taking suo motu cognizance. Papu Yadav seen there with Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and with the kind of insulting, humiliating comments he has made on women leaders. Maybe Priyanka Gandhi Vadra can also seek a show cause. All right, moving on. From Bihar, we go to Manipur, where large parts of the state have come to a standstill as twin shutdowns called by different organizations in protest against recent killings disrupted life in the valley and the hill districts alike. Educational institutions, markets, and public transport services remained shut across all 5 Maiti-dominated valley districts, as well as Naga-inhabited areas of Ukhrul and Senapati. Sit-in protests were held at multiple locations in Imphal Valley, including Uripok and Nagaram. The shutdown in the valley was called by the women's group Meera Paibis, which began a 5-day protest on Sunday following the April 7 blast in Tronglaubi village in Bishnupur district. The explosion killed a 5-year-old boy and his 6-month-old sister while they were asleep and left their mother injured. In connected development, in fact, two Naga citizens of Manipur were also killed near the Ukhrul district, and so the Nagas and the Maitis have come out and have carried out this protest, are carrying out these protests and blockades in their respective territories, forcing or asking the government to act against those responsible. Johnson joining us live. He's been bringing us those pictures from across the affected districts of Imphal and Ukhrul and Senapati. Johnson, please tell us what's the latest in terms of the security situation and the government response to the protests that have panned out.
Yes, as of now, there is no positive response from the government in connection with the shutdown so-called by the JC between family of the Tonglawi incident and also shutdown called by the United Naga Council. Situation is still under tense, very tense, in volatile situation in across the National Highway 202 Imphal Ukul Road and National Highway 2 Imphal Dimapur Road. And almost all the Naga-dominated areas are right now, they are on shutdown. They are organizing a mass protest along the national highways. They are blocking the roads. And also, in the recent development today itself, starting from the early morning, along the National Highway 2 Imphal Dimapur Road at Chanapati and Kampongpi Junction area, youth protesters from the Tangkhul, from the Naga youth, they have come out blocking the road. And on the other side, those who do not want this shutdown to be, to be organized, Kuki members come down from the hill areas, from various areas, and they confronted with the Tangkhul youth, and also huge clashes occurred between the Tangkhul youth and the Kuki youth, along with the security forces, and also firing sound was heard along this T Sangobung area from nowhere, and authorities are yet to officially announce who are responsible for this firing. And also in one of the very big development in Valley area itself, across Thobal district, Chief Minister Yumnang Khemsan is planning to inaugurate one of the BDO office today itself, while various youths alleging that this Chief Minister Yumnang Khemsan led government is harassing and abusing the youth. Giving this allegation, youth of the Thobal district come out on the road and they restrict the visit of Thobal, the Chief Minister Khemsan to Wangjing. But forcefully, Chief Minister Khemsan visited Wangjing district, Thobal district and Wangjing village and inaugurated the video office by chopper. But trying to control these huge mobs, security forces even fired tear gas and lap rounds, resulting into the injuries of one civilian who was a part of the protest, as per the official statement released by the police. And also one BJP person was also injured following the resulting to the act of the mob. Right now, Manipur is still tense, and also today also itself, huge Mera rallies are to be organized throughout the whole night. And from every day, starting from 23rd May, Delhi district have been organizing Mera rally in connection with several incidents. And right now, there is no proper investigation report. They have been published from the Home Department in connection with this killing of 2 minor child in Pronglawi and also killing of 2 Tangkhul Naga youth along the Imphal Ukul Road. There is no proper investigation report that has been published so far.
All right. Thank you so much, Johnson. With that update from Imphal and Manipur, situation remains tense, and the protesters, both the Maitis and the Nagas, building up pressure for the government to act against the Kuki terrorists who carried out those attacks, leading to the death of 2 Maiti children and 2 Naga citizens. It's a year to the day when the Pahalgam terror attack was carried out by Pakistani terrorists. The dastardly, cowardly attack, horrific attack, led to the death of 26 tourists, almost all of them from outside Jammu and Kashmir. But there was one Kashmiri, Adil, who staked his life and stopped one of the terrorists by snatching his gun from killing more and creating more mayhem. That's how India responds today on the eve of the anniversary of the Pahalgam terror attack. the Jammu and Kashmir government and the Maharashtra government, because most of the victims were from Maharashtra, came together to gift a house to the family of Adil in Pahalgam. We have Zinat reporting from Pahalgam, where an event took place to mark the solemn occasion.
Deputy CM of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, promised a house to the family of Adil Shah, a martyr in Pahalgam attack, and today the promise after a year has been fulfilled. This is the very house that has been handed over to the family. The construction of the house, the expenses, the entire expenses were bought by the Deputy CM of Maharashtra. Adil is the one, the Poniwala, the guide who helped the tourists and also was one of the martyrs in the Pahalgam attack, because Pahalgam attack took place on 22nd of April 2025, in which 26 people lost their life. 25 were the tourists and 1 was the local guide, Adil. Today the representatives of the Maharashtra government were here. In fact, the crowd was addressed by the Deputy CM, Eknath Shinde himself, where he talked about the courage of Adil and how he chose humanity over religion by saving multiple lives, and also was one of the one who snatched the weapon from the terrorists of the Pahalgam, and he was the one who took bullets on the chest. So his courage, they salute his courage, and also today the family was honored by the Maharashtra government. Before this, the financial assistance of some 5 lakh were already given to the family, and also the J&K government had given the job to the brother of Adil and wife, apart from the other assistance. This is one of the incident where we see the support coming from the Maharashtra government as far as the Kashmiri family is concerned. नौशाद, आप आदिल के भाई हैं और आज शिवसेना की तरफ से आपको एक घर मिल रहा है, एक नया घर उन्होंने बना के दिया, उसके साथ एक फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस भी इससे पहले आई है।
मैं सबसे पहले शुक्रिया अदा करूंगा जो हमारी महाराष्ट्र की सरकार है, हमारे महाराष्ट्र के जो डिप्टी सीएम है एकनाथ शिंदे जी, मैं उनका शुक्रिया अदा करूंगा, और उनकी जो टीम है, बाजीराव जी है और उनके साथी जो हैं हमारे लोकल यहाँ पे मोहम्मद शफी मागरे साहब जो है, बाकी लोग जो है, मैं सबका तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करूँगा, क्योंकि जब 22 तारीख को ये हादसा हुआ उसके बाद फिर उन्होंने फ़ौरन अपनी टीम भेजी थी यहाँ पे, और उन्होंने फिर हमारी मदद भी की थी, और उन्होंने वो टाइम में अनाउंस किया था कि हम आपको एक घर बना के देंगे। तो आज उसी घर का इनाग्रेशन था, आज वो घर पूरा कंप्लीट हो चुका है। उन्होंने जो जो कमिटमेंट उस टाइम की थी, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आज वो पूरी कंप्लीट हो गई है।
Right, from Kashmir to Bengal, where ahead of the crucial polls, Anurag Thakur of the BJP was seen enjoying March Bath. Republic caught up with Anurag Thakur and BJP leader Harshvardhan Shringla and had a conversation. Listen to that.
Correct. March has become more than just a prop, and the politics around West Bengal, which happened over March and Bath. We are joined by Anurag Thakur, who is right now enjoying this delicacy of West Bengal March Bath. Anurag ji, you are here in West Bengal today. You are enjoying March Bath. There was a lot of thing which was said about March Bath. Mamata Banerjee went on by saying that if BJP comes in power, the Bengalis will not be allowed to have March Bath. But here you are, actually proving her and everyone wrong who had this.
We have governments in 20 states where the NDA is ruling, 16 states where the BJP as chief minister. There is no restrictions on any kind of food habits. They are free to have whatever they want to have. They are free to speak, and they are free to follow any religion they want to. There is no discrimination. But if Mamata Banerjee is losing the election, she has nothing to showcase of last 15 years. All she is doing is spreading lies, spreading rumors.
This election has become more of election of reform, election of restraint versus election of emotional sentiment, which Mamata Banerjee has been talking about. Do you also see this election just like that?
I think it's Mamata versus Janta. The people of Bengal have made up their mind. They want to throw this TMC government out, which is terror, murder, cut money, TMC. People want to get rid of TMC, terror, murder and cut money.
April 2025, a day that shook the nation, sent shockwaves. 26 innocent civilians murdered in broad daylight. Operation Mahadev, it was the ultimate answer that the enemy could never forget.
That 90 days it took us to confirm the identity of the attackers. We can neutralize the perpetrators.
All right, moving on from Bengal, staying with Bengal actually, there is another story connected with Trinamool, a political confrontation in Entirely of Calcutta. Entirely of Calcutta has intensified tensions between the Trinamool and the BJP cadres following allegations of deliberate disruption during a BJP roadshow that happened last evening.
Street lights in the Entirely area of Kolkata were intentionally switched off during a procession led by Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta in support of candidate Priyanka Tibrawal. The BJP characterized it as an attempt by the ruling TMC to obstruct campaigning efforts amid the ongoing high-stakes contest in West Bengal. Despite the blackout, BJP supporters reportedly continued the march using mobile lights. BJP workers described the moment as symbolic, framing it as an example of resilience in the face of alleged political intimidation. Visuals from the incident, widely circulated on social media, show participants advancing through darkened streets, which BJP leaders say has strengthened morale among party workers. The BJP has further claimed that the incident reflects on growing anxiety within the TMC over potential electoral losses.
All right, some international news and all the flurry of activity taking place in Pakistani capital of Islamabad ahead of possible talks. Remember, while the Americans say they are ready, the Iranians are still not making it clear whether their delegation would join the talks. And amid all this, Pakistani capital of Islamabad turned into a red zone. That's a security parlance in Pakistan, red zone. And let's have a look on the details.
कुछ गुजारा
ये दोनों मुमालिक टेबल पे बैठ चुके हैं इंशाल्लाह
दूसरी बात यह है कि सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि कोई भी जंग किसी मसले का हल नहीं है। आप कुछ बहुत सी पुरानी हिस्ट्री उठा के देख लें, जो भी मामला तो होते हैं वो टेबल पे बैठ के होते हैं और ये इंशाल्लाह ख़त्म हो जाएगी और ये टेबल पे बैठ चुके हैं। तो इंशाल्लाह हम पूरी उम्मीद है, हमें अल्लाह के घर से भी पूरी उम्मीद है कि आज इंशाल्लाह कल जब ये बैठेंगे तो इंशाल्लाह ये अपना इख्तिताम को पहुँचेगी और दोनों मुल्क के दरमियान सुलह हो जाएगी।
मैं जी इंशाल्लाह ताला अल्लाह के फजल व करम से बिल्कुल पूरी उम्मीद हूँ कि ये जो मुज़ाकरात शुरू हो रहे हैं इसको बखूबी सरअंजाम पहुँचना चाहिए। इसमें तमाम लोगों की काविशें हैं, हुकूमत की काविशें हैं और इसमें इंशाल्लाह ताला बेहतरी के चांस है। इंसान कोशिश करता है, अल्लाह ताला।
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range...
22nd April 2025, a day that shook the nation, sent shockwaves. 26 innocent civilians murdered in broad daylight. Operation Mahadev, it was the ultimate answer that the enemy could never forget.
That 90 days it took us to confirm the identity of the attackers. We can neutralize the perpetrators.
Congress and India ally Papu Yadav insults India's women, says 90% of women have to start from someone's bed to become a politician. Shame on these politicians. Latest reports suggest Trump himself could now take part in the negotiation forward. Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei reportedly has given a green light, approving participation in the impending second round of peace talks. Reports suggest Trump now says he's ready to return to war as the ceasefire deadline expires tomorrow. Fresh clashes erupt in Manipur near Tangkhul Naga and Kuki. border amid shutdown firing reported.
DK is a woman-based party. Women already started the silent revolution. Almost out of 75% women supporting us, and also youth.
In an exclusive conversation that we've had with TVK General Secretary for Election, Adhav Arjuna stressed TVK stands for women and will always prioritize women's welfare. Noida protest key conspirator Aditya Anand reveals amid interrogation a WhatsApp group named X-Storm was made to circulate provocative videos. Amit Shah drives BJP's campaign forward in Bengal with multiple back-to-back rallies that we are seeing today. They're also across the state today as the silence period sets ahead of the voting. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Rhythm. Viewers, our top focus. Large parts of Manipur came to a standstill on Monday. We're seeing twin shutdown that has been called by different organizations. This is in protest against recent killings, disrupted daily life across both valley and hill districts. Even educational institutions, markets, public transport services remain shut across all 5 Meitei-dominated valley districts as well as Naga-inhabited areas of Ukhrul and Senapati. There are sit-in protests that are being held at multiple locations in Imphal Valley, including in Uripok and Nagaram. The shutdown in the valley has been called by the women's group Maira Paibis, which began a 5-day protest on Sunday following the April 7 blast in Trongalobi village in Bishnupur district. The explosion killed a 5-year-old boy, his 6-month-old sister. While they were asleep, they left the mother injured.
Right now, I'm at Kanglatombi, which is the last village of Imphal West district, just bordering to Kampupi district. As you can see, United Naga Council have declared a total shutdown of 3 days across the Naga-dominated areas regarding the recent killing of 2 Tangkhul Naga civilians by the ambush that has been carried out by the Kuki militants. So the Tangkhul Namdilong Naga village are right now on protest, supporting the total shutdown declared by this United Naga Council. This is along the National Highway 2 Imphal Dimapur Road, just the last village of Imphal West and just adjoining to Kampupi district. You can see the mass Tangkhul Naga villagers coming out on streets supporting the total shutdown declared by United Naga Council, demanding the justice of killing 2 Tangkhul Naga civilians.
And Congress and India ally Papu Yadav has now insulted India's women. He says 90% of the women have to start from someone's bed to become a politician. This is what Papu Yadav, Indi leader, Congress's ally, says. 90% of women cannot be politicians without compromising in the bedroom, says Papu Yadav. Listen to what these disgusting remarks and what these politicians really think.
घरेलू हिंसा कौन कर रहा है? महिलाओं पे गिद्ध दृष्टि किसकी है? अमेरिका से लेकर के भारत तक नेताओं की। बिना नेता के रूम के बगैर 90% महिलाएं राजनीति कर ही नहीं सकती। ये तो हर दिन नेताओं का सीसीटीवी फुटेज। घरेलू हिंसा कौन कर रहा है? महिलाओं पे गिद्ध दृष्टि किसकी है? अमेरिका से लेकर के भारत तक नेताओं की। बिना नेता के रूम के बगैर 90% महिलाएं राजनीति कर ही नहीं सकती। ये तो हर दिन नेताओं का सीसीटीवी फुटेज।
BJP launched a sharp attack on Papu Yadav's comments, calling them shameful and disgraceful.
मतलब इससे ज्यादा भद्दी बात नहीं हो सकती। क्यों लगता है पप्पू यादव जी को कि हम महिलाएं इतनी सक्षम नहीं है कि खुद अपनी मेहनत से अपने बलबूते पर आगे बढ़े? हम सब लोगों ने बगैर किसी पिता के या पति के खुद से हम लोग आगे हम बढ़कर आए हैं, हम लोग ने काम किया है, इतनी पढ़ाई लिखाई की है, इतना संघर्ष किया है, अलग अलग आंदोलन में हिस्सा लिया है देश के लिए। और इस तरह का इल्जाम कि हम लोग बर्दाश्त करेंगे कि हम लोग में सामर्थ्य नहीं है, कि हम लोग को कोई और चीज करनी पड़ेगी आगे बढ़ने के लिए? मतलब इतनी घिनौनी और भद्दी बात है कि मैं इसको दोहरा भी नहीं सकती। तो इस बात के लिए वो बिल्कुल माफी मांगे। किस तरह से वो महिलाओं की बात कर रहे हैं? इतना जरूरी अधिनियम एक तो पास नहीं होके दिया, दिखाए विपक्ष ने क्या किया है इसके साथ, और कैसे दगाबाजी की है महिलाओं के साथ, इतना बड़ा विश्वासघात, और फिर उससे बढ़कर इतनी भद्दी भद्दी बातें हमें सुनने को मिलेंगी।
Once again, Congress party and its allies have shown that they are anti-women. Not only have they voted against women's reservation, but Papu Yadav, who's very close to Rahul Gandhi, who's close to Congress, who supports Congress, has made the most derogatory, misogynistic and vile statement against women in politics. He has said that 90% of women who are in politics can't do politics without going into the room of a man. This is the most disgusting comment. But ladki hu lad sakti hu kehne wali Priyanka is quiet about it. She is quiet when Shanti Dhariwal says the rapes take place because of mardon ka pradesh. She's quiet when Ashok Gehlot says most rape cases are fake. She's quiet when Rahul M in her party in Kerala does horrible things to women, and now he has been taken in the custody of law. She's quiet when there are allegations of casting couch, of tickets being sold for sexual favors and money, right from Sharda Rathod to Simi Rosebell John, from Haryana to Kerala. She's quiet when there are instances of women being mistreated, ill-treated and sexually abused within a party. She's quiet when G. Parmeshwar, Irfan Ansari make misogynistic comments. This shows that for them, women empowerment is only a nara, not a niti or a niyat, and therefore they oppose women's reservation. And now this is the statement made by Papu Yadav. Will action be taken on him?
Our top focus today, viewers. India's shipping ministry has said on Monday that the Indian-flagged vessel that was carrying crude oil and 31 seafarers safely crossed the Strait of Hormuz on Saturday. The vessel is expected to arrive at Mumbai on Wednesday. The ministry also said the crossing happened on the same day India's two other vessels were forced to reverse course in the strategic waterway following reports of gunfire from IRG. India's foreign ministry had summoned the Iranian ambassador in New Delhi following the incident and lodged its protest. The shipping ministry has said 10 of the Indian-flagged ships have now so far safely crossed the Strait of Hormuz.
In the past 48 hours, two Indian vessels, VLCC Sanmar, Herald and bulk carrier Jag Arnab reported a firing incident while transiting Strait of Hormuz, following which they returned to the Persian Gulf. Indian flagged crude tanker Desh Garima carrying 97,422 metric ton crude oil safely crossed Strait of Hormuz on 18th April. The vessel with 31 Indian seafarers on board is expected to arrive at Mumbai on 22nd April 2026. In the past 48 hours, two Indian vessels, VLCC Sanmar, Herald and bulk carrier Jag Arnab reported a firing incident while transiting Strait of Hormuz, following which they returned to the Persian Gulf. There have been no injury to any crew reported. The ministry is in close and continuous communication with the crew, the owners of both the vessels, and continuously monitoring the situation.
When the firing incident happened, this happened on Saturday. Two of our ships came under firing. When this matter was reported to us, we took it up very strongly. We called in the Iranian ambassador. He had a meeting with the foreign secretary. The foreign secretary concerned Foreign Secretary conveyed our deep concerns on this incident and also reiterated the point that we have been making, that we attach very high importance to the safety and security of our mariners, of commercial shipping, and that there should be unimpeded transit through the Strait of Hormuz. We have several of our ships in the Persian Gulf, and we have been in touch with Iran and others so that we can have safe exit of our ships through the Strait of Hormuz. In this effort, 10 of our ships have so far safely crossed Strait of Hormuz.
And there's breaking news coming in. India-US defense ties deepened as the Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, had visited Hawaii, where he's honored with the formal Guard of Honor at Fort Shafter, Hawaii, marking a significant milestone in his high-level visit to the United States Army Pacific. Viewers, remember, this visit underscores the growing strategic alignment between New Delhi and Washington as both nations look to bolster security architecture across the Indo-Pacific. The Chief of Army Staff is honored with the formal Guard of Honor in Hawaii in the United States. General Dwivedi also engaged in extensive deliberations with General Ronald P. Clark, Commanding General of the U.S. ARPAC, alongside other senior military leadership. This is underscoring the strategic ties where India-US deepened the ties as the Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, visits Hawaii and is honored with the formal Guard of Honor in Hawaii. This is the big story that's coming in right now. This is clearly the sharpening of ties between India and the US defense. The ties are being deepened as the COAS is honored in Hawaii. And viewers, remember, New Delhi, Washington, both nations are looking to bolster the security architecture that's there across the Indo-Pacific. Those are the visuals that are coming in of our General Upendra Dwivedi, our Chief of Army Staff, India's Chief of the Army Staff, who's been honored with the Guard of Honor at Fort Shafter in Hawaii. It's a significant milestone in his high-level visit to the United States Army Pacific. It underscores the growing strategic alignment. The visit underscores the growing strategic alignment, and viewers also remember he also met there the Commanding General of the United States Army Pacific, Ronald P. Clark, along with other leadership. And we're now going to breaking news that's coming in. On the last day of the election campaign, the BJP candidates, including workers and supporters, were attacked in West Bengal. This is the story that's continuously happening, where we're seeing violence in Bengal on the last day of campaigning. BJP candidate from 219 Danton Assembly constituency in Paschim Medinipur district, Ajit Jana, was attacked by TMC workers and supporters. It's alleged that the hands of the BJP candidate from Danton were also broken by the Trinamool. These are words that are coming in. Apart from this, BJP workers and supporters were also attacked. Several motorbike and cars of the BJP candidate were also allegedly vandalized. This is the big news that's coming in right now. On the last day of election campaigning, we are showing you the shots of the violence that took place, where BJP candidates, including the workers and the supporters, were attacked. This constituency is Danton Assembly constituency in Paschim Medinipur district. We're being told Ajit Kumar Jana, the BJP leader, was attacked by TMC workers and supporters. It is being alleged the hands of the BJP candidate from Danton were also broken by TMC workers. Apart from this, the BJP workers and supporters were also attacked. Several motorbikes and cars of the BJP candidate were allegedly vandalized. Shocking details coming in from West Bengal on the last day of election campaigning. This is details that are coming in from one particular constituency, 219 Danton Assembly constituency. It seems the target was Ajit Kumar Jana, the BJP candidate of the Danton constituency number 219. The nature of the attack, it seems to be, occurred during a bike rally from Haripur to Mohanpur at the Alta area, involving alleged TMC-backed miscreants using sticks and sharp weapons. It's being said the BJP candidate Ajit Kumar Jana's hand was broken in the clash. He was rushed to the Midnapur Medical College and Hospital in a very serious condition. Candidate's car, multiple motorcycles in the rally were also vandalized. The incident led to severe tension in this area during the final hours of the campaigning before the first phase of elections. This incident is also part of a larger group of incidents that are happening in electoral violence in West Bengal, leading to the 2026 assembly elections, where several reports of clashes between BJP and TMC workers have taken place. Look at the visuals on the screen. There is fire, there's black air billowing out of places, seeing as the violence has spread. And we're also telling our viewers, this is happening in Paschim Mednapur on the last day of the election campaign. BJP candidate is now being attacked. The BJP candidate from the 209 Danton Assembly, we're showing you the visuals, clearly showing you how there's been an attack in this area. Ajit Kumar Jana has also been attacked by alleged TMC miscreants and workers and supporters. It's alleged that the hands of the BJP candidate from Danton were also broken by the alleged Trinamool miscreants. Apart from this, the visuals on the screen shocking, showing the BJP workers and supporters were also being attacked. Viewers, I'm also giving you details about how Ajit Kumar Jana, the BJP candidate, his hand was broken. He was rushed to the medical college and hospital in Midnapur in serious condition. Several workers were admitted to the Mohanpur Rural Hospital. Candidate's car, multiple motorcycles in the rally were vandalized. This is the news coming in, this pre-poll violence in Bengal. This incident is part of the broader report of electoral violence that we are seeing in West Bengal that have led to leading to the 2026 elections, I would say, where several reports of clashes between BJP and TMC workers are being seen in districts like Paschim Mednapur and South 24 Parganas. And viewers, this is the big story here. Bengal polls have turned violence. Earlier, we also heard about how the BJP workers' year was cut off. Political violence has rocked West Bengal. We also saw violent clashes that had broken out earlier in other parts of West Bengal, and this time it's in Mednapur, where we are seeing in Paschim Mednapur this violence. Remember, this is violence that we are seeing, and political violence also earlier was seen against BJP leaders like the state president Samik Bhattacharya. It was widespread attacks on the party workers and supporters. Specific attacks took place today on Ajit Kumar Jana's convoy. It's been officially detailed in the leading reports. General violence has been reported in the nearby areas of Gosaba and Keshpur also. And remember, viewers, there is also the campaigning context where the Union Home Minister Amit Shah referred to the attack on the BJP candidate Rathindranath Bose's convoy, warning of strict action against the poll day violence. Very critical to understand what the context is in Paschim Mednapur, where the Danton seat is a key battleground in the Paschim Mednapur district. The main contestants are also very clearly known here. And viewers, let me tell us once again, this is violence being seen in West Bengal leading up to the 2026 elections. After a whole lot of words and verbal attacks have been seen between the TMC and the Election Commission of India, we are now seeing violence and clear attacks on the BJP candidates. In this area which we are talking about, Paschim Mednapur, we've seen the candidate being attacked, his convoy being attacked, the workers of the BJP being attacked by alleged TMC miscreants. His hand was broken. He's been rushed to the hospital. This is just one of the many attacks that we are seeing in West Bengal. We stay with those pictures that are coming in of shocking violence, pre-poll violence in Bengal that's being seen. Once again, I'm going to tell our viewers exactly the details that are coming in today. The BJP candidate from 219 Danton Assembly constituency for the 2026 Bengal legislative election is Ajit Kumar Jana. This is a very critical key battleground area in Paschim Mednapur, and the main contestants this time are Ajit Jana and Manik Maiti. Manik Maiti is from the TMC. And we're also getting security measures that have been taken by the ECI. But this final days of election campaigning in 2026 April, several reports are highlighting political tensions. Once again, localized clashes that have broken out in Paschim Mednapur. General reports had also indicated that State President Samik Bhattacharya have alleged widespread attacks on party workers and supporters in West Bengal by rival groups in various parts of the state that is leading up to the Phase 1 polls on 23rd of April. There was a specific attack which we are talking about in Paschim Mednapur, key battleground for these elections. We are also seeing Ajit Kumar Jana BJP candidates convoy. It's been officially detailed in leading reports. General violence has been reported also in Paschim Mednapur and the leading areas and nearby areas of Gosaba and Keshpur. Remember, just today we heard Union Minister Amit Shah referring to the attack. And this is our top focus as the BJP leader, viewers, has been attacked in Bengal on the last day of election campaigning, a very key battleground there. But what is the state coming to and what is the law and order machinery in West Bengal? Clear questions that we're going to ask. Coming up on 2026 verdict, we give you more details on the specific attacks in Danton, where pre-poll violence has broken out. The main contestants in this key battleground, BJP candidate and TMC candidate, much more on the injuries and the violence that has broken out there. After a short break, stay on with us.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian plains. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-29 UPG is a natural next step. The request includes new launchers, special tools, testing equipment, and training for ground crews and pilots. Once the work finishes, the whole fleet will get the missiles step by step. This keeps the MiG-29 useful for many more years until newer Indian planes, like more Tejas and the advanced medium combat aircraft, join in big numbers. Upgrading the existing MiG-29 fleet saves huge money compared to buying fresh fighters from abroad. It also shows a smart way of mixing technology. India still uses Russian planes but adds Western weapons when they fit better. After supply problems from global sanctions, this diversification makes sure the Air Force never runs.
On our Global today, talk or no talks, Islamabad is under stress. The ceasefire is already under strain. Trump turns up the heat. Is this peace or going once again against conflict? Big story, high stakes, global impact. On our Global at 6:30 p.m. today.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. It's 6 p.m. and you're watching The Verdict 2026 with me, Gesu Bharadwaj. As Tamil Nadu gears up for polls, TVK's deputy has now spoken to Republic exclusively and he has some very interesting remarks against the DMK. Getting you all the details, first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Republic joins the TVK campaign trail and the party's General Secretary Adhav Arjuna speaks to Republic in an exclusive conversation.
Every constituency, 30 to 50 crores DMK supplying the money for every vote in 3,000 to 5,000. Even my constituency, even our leader, Paramur constituency, they are supplying the 10,000 rupees. We already gave the complaint, income tax and ED and the police department, but nothing is, nothing. There is no right, there is no actions here.
Adhav Arjuna hits out at the DMK in an exclusive conversation with Republic, claims the ruling party is paying people 3,000 to 5,000 rupees per voter across constituencies.
ద్రవిడ నాగరికతకు కేంద్రం ఇక్కడ చూస్తే పల్లవ చేర చోళ పాండ్య లాంటి రాజు వంశాలు పాలించిన గొప్ప నేలని ఒక పుణ్య భూమి అని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. ఇంకొక పక్క అన్ని భాషల్లోకెల్లా
During the final day for campaigning in Tamil Nadu, BJP pulls out big guns, ropes in Andhra Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu for campaigning. Republic exclusive with Dayanidhi Maran, who speaks on multiple issues ranging from delimitation to NEET to the topic of dynastic politics. Ahead of the polls in Bengal, Anurag Thakur, in an exclusive conversation with Republic, enjoys a delicacy of March Bhat, says this poll is Mamta versus the Janta. After over a month of high-octane campaigning, the silence period begins in Tamil Nadu and parts of West Bengal. UP next comes voting on Thursday, that is the 23rd of April. Before we shift focus to the Verdict 2026, there's a big breaking development now. Chairperson of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane from the United States, says that they are ready to resume major combat operations against Iran in a moment's notice. Now remember, the chairperson of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, is reiterating US President Donald Trump's stand, where he also said that they will not flicker in returning to the battlefield with Iran. Now remember, this comes as pertinent questions are being raised over the truce talks that are to be held in Islamabad tomorrow, and they already remain in shambles. Now joining me live is our senior editor Shravan Sen to get us more details into the matter. Shravan, an already collapsing ceasefire that we see in Islamabad with zero confidence over the Iranian regime even making it to Islamabad for the talks, and now we hear that the US President Donald Trump first said that they are ready to go back to the battlefield, and now again his secretaries have also, his military secretaries have also repeated, they've resounded his claim. How do we read this entire situation?
Well, in fact, this is a typical United States of America's coercive diplomacy, if I may say so, because as the fragile ceasefire basically comes to an end on Wednesday, there are multiple signaling that has been done. Mixed signaling really coming in from US, several stories, several reports that have been planted in various Western media by US administration stating that the Iranians are willing to speak, that the Iranians are willing to be a part of the negotiation. But it now seems that's untrue. A short while back, the the Iranian media has made it very clear that with multiple threats that are being issued by President Trump and the fact that this is in the backdrop of a naval blockade that still exists in Strait of Hormuz, there is no question of having any sort of a discussion with US at this stage. They are saying that discussions can only happen if at all the blockade is taken away and the fact that President Trump ceases from making any further threats.
Right, Shravan. In fact, also, I want to understand, this entire cloud that's fogging the truce talks. At one moment we hear that there is confirmation the Iranian delegation will arrive Islamabad. The next moment they refute all these claims. Their media says that this is just false news. Where do you see these truce talks going? Do you think that this time around it's going to be any different than last time?
Well, there are sticking points as far as these talks are concerned. One, with regards to nuclear enrichment, Iranians are unwilling to budge. But the fact of the matter is that the Iranians probably would be agreeable when it comes to the control of a Strait of Hormuz, but it cannot be if America continues to dictate. And now with the Joint Chief of Staff making this particular comment, it is very unlikely that it is going to go down well with the Iranians, because time and again, their chief negotiator has said that there can be no talks under the clout of some threat. And that is exactly what the Iranians are saying, because Iranians have nothing much to lose anymore, given the fact that it is more the Americans who are going to face the brunt of a further blockade. Because as of now, the Iranians have continued with the choke point, and if need be, they say that there is another choke point that can be activated, which could only aggravate the global energy crisis that we are essentially staring at.
Definitely, Shravan. Thanks very much for getting us a lowdown. All eyes, in fact, will be on the Islamabad, the crucial talks that are slated tomorrow. For now, viewers, shifting focus and starting with the verdict 2026. Now, in an exclusive conversation with Republic, in fact, my colleague Sharda, TVK General Secretary Adhav Arjuna spoke on multiple topics related to the elections. Republic joined Vijay's deputy on the campaign trail in Chennai. He, in fact, spoke on topics that included DMK's alleged cash for vote dealings, women's safety in the state of Tamil Nadu, and how even TVK is a party that empowers and protects women. Listen into this entire exclusive conversation right ahead as Tamil Nadu heads to polls on the 23rd of April.
Not only Villivakkam, after 1977, the huge political scenario and political change, everywhere is the people saying that we need a change, we need a change. So after MGR, everyone claimed, particularly in Delhi media claimed, TVK is a youth party. No, TVK is a woman-based party. Women already started the silent revolution. Almost out of 75% women supporting us, and also youth. So we are going to form a majority government. You can see the ground, every family welcoming us, every woman, particularly we call Amma, every mother, every child, every college girls, everyone want to change, because Tamil Nadu is facing huge unemployment and almost 60,000 crores liquor, and the liquor scam through the Sendil Balaji is more than 10,000 crores. Then before 2021, there is no Tamil Nadu is a drugs culture. Right now, drugs culture is a huge impact. Every street they have the drugs look like a Punjab. So there is no law and order. Even the DMK cadres involving the drug sales actually. So every woman totally restless for the women's security. So many rapes going on actually. So many rape and murders going on. So people totally feel in insecurity. Particularly women's safety is the biggest issues. But after 2021, Mr. MK's after Kalaignar and Jayalalitha, people want the good administrator. Mr. MK Stalin is not a leader. People want the good administrator, but he failed. Mr. Sabarishan, Sanila controlled all the department. Almost more than 1 lakh crore. Everywhere the corruption is going on, family corruption. Then Udaynidhi plant in the deputy CM, So people is fed up the same monarchy, look like same issue about the right before Kalaignar time is the 10 families controlled Tamil Nadu for the all administration. Right now is the only one family, son-in-law Mr. Sabarishan and Udaynidhi and the wife controlled the all administration, particularly law and order situation. DGP controlled by the son-in-law. So that is the situation people want to throw these DMK monarchy and the family Raj. Definitely 2026 is going to huge impact and new history in Tamil Nadu politics.
How do you see the actions not being taken against the DMK because there are cash for votes that's happening? Yesterday we saw Sindhil Balaji's constituency also accepting money. There's also a lot of talk telling that over 10,000 rupees is being distributed to everybody, even in Villivakam.
Yeah, even Villivakam, Mr. Sabarishan Binami, Mr. Karthi Mogan, Annanagar Mogan's son is contesting here. He don't have any political face, he don't have any experience, but he using so much of money. Even last week he gave 5,000 rupees. But I gave a promise. Every street and every house, I'm not going to give even 1 rupee money, because the culture we should throw actually, giving the money and taking the vote actually, because people still not getting the water, proper water and drainage and roads and education. You can see the government schools actually, there is no proper infrastructure, and there is no toilet in everywhere in the women for girls actually. So all the infrastructure totally is a corruption. So that's why our campaign, our leader, people want to the change. So our leader gave a commitment for the pure government. If whatever the money, 100% every constituency 30 to 50 crores DMK supplying the money for the every vote in 3,000 to 5,000. Even my constituency, even our leader Paramur constituency, they supplying the 10,000 rupees. We already gave the complaint, income tax and ED and the police department, but nothing is nothing. There is no right, there is no actions here. But people want to change. Even if you have money, if people think definitely money will not work actually. Definitely May 4th DMK will know. BMK now believe only the money. They don't have any, they are giving the ad for all the newspapers, crores and crores money, more than they are spending the government money, the 400 crores for the last 4 years. So the last 4 months for the advertisement for the Stalin, only just face of the Stalin actually. But there is no structure, there is no schemes delivered. So people knows what is the problem in Tamil Nadu. Definitely of course, they are doing undemocratic. They are supplying the money 5,000 to 10,000 rupees. Definitely, people will throw this government even they are using the money.
Sir, also MNM leader Kamal Hassan mentioned that it is made a derogatory statement saying that Vijay is contesting in 2 seats, keeping in mind that Kamal himself is not contesting this time.
See, Mr. Kamal Hassan, the party started against the DMK monarchy and corruption. Then right now he joined the DMK because of Mr. Udaynidhi company Red Giant signed with Kamal Hassan cinema company. So he always talking about ideology and corruption. But he got a money Red Giant company more than 200-300 crores. So where is the ideology? So Kamal Hassan right now is a slave of the DMK. He don't have any identity. He don't have any party identity. He don't have any ideology. So Mr. Udaynidhi giving corruption money more than 300 crores, taking money for Red Giant company. Before 2021, there is no Red Giant company. After, what is the conflict of interest? You are in the power. The CM is the power. The own son is the deputy CM is the power. So the own son running the cinema company, Red Giant company, almost every year 52 weeks. 50 weeks, every movie is releasing the Red Giant movie. Is more than 10,000 crores industry. They controlling all actors, all the movie they controlling for the corruption actually. They're using the money. They're using the power. So that's why Kamal Hassan sold the party Red Giant. So he's not a politician. He's not ideologist. People already throwed him. Even he want to contest the MLA seat. Mr. Stalin never gave even 1 seat actually. So where is he? He's right now. People already lost the interest and the confidence. He's just for the. I feel Mr. Kamal Hassan look like a YouTuber. He talking look like a whatever the see. We are expert in Kamal Hassan. He's a good actor, but he got the money from Red Giant is more than 300 crore. It's a purely corruption money. So right now he's a corruption handed. This is my answer.
So last question, this is your debut performance. You're contesting as an MLA. How has it been for almost the last 23 days you've been in Villivakkam going door-to-door campaign? How has the experience been?
You can see yesterday footage for our leader visit Villivakkam. It's more than lakh people gathering in the street actually, in the road actually. Because of people fed up in the last 10 to 15 years, people believed last 15 years, every AC in Chennai. But Chennai people totally fed up actually. Chennai 16 ACs, we are going to win minimum 14 seats in Chennai, particularly North Belt. Totally people are fed up because there is no, look like an African country, there is no proper water and drainage, there is, everything is a slum, in for 50% is Chennai. But they are saying Dravida model is 2.0 is developed, in Tamil Nadu developed. All humbug, only they got money for the corruption. Definitely we are going to give the clean government.
Viewers, the essence of the world's largest democracy lives on its adult franchise. Tamil Nadu is all set to go to polls in a single phase on the 23rd of April. Meanwhile, West Bengal goes to polls in two phases on the 23rd and the 29th of April, with counting for both states slated on the 4th of May. Now, a silence period has been announced, which means no more campaigning from any party. So they have all made their final pitches. Let's take a look at what all unfolded in both West Bengal and Tamil Nadu as they gear up to go to vote. TVK chief Vijay addresses a massive rally in Chennai's Saidapet area. After holding a roadshow, the actor-turned-politician also penned an open letter to fans where he said he had quit other activities to come to politics. A huge crowd gathered at the YMCA ground in Nandanam, where TVK chief Vijay concluded the party's campaign. As the highly anticipated Tamil Nadu election draws closer, the BJP is pulling in bigger guns as part of its final push in the state. Earlier today, Andhra Chief Minister Naidu landed in Chennai to drive the NDA campaign forward. Later, the Chief Minister also held a roadshow alongside Tamil Nadu BJP Chief Nayanar Nagendran, during which he addressed the people who had gathered for the rally. On the last day of the campaign for the Tamil Nadu elections, Chief Minister and DMK candidate from Kolkata, M.K. Stalin, takes a ride in an auto rickshaw and sips on sugarcane juice in Saidapet. State Minister and DMK candidate from Saidapet constituency, Ma Subramanian, also was present during the rally. Stalin will be looking to secure a convincing and overwhelming victory from his constituency in Kolkata. Udayanidhi Stalin, the Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu and DMK Youth Wing Secretary, campaigns in his Chepauk Triplicane Assembly constituency today, marking the final day of election campaigning. He claims that the DMK is always with the people, and that is why the people are also favouring the DMK. Listen in.
Definitely our alliance will win. Definitely our CM will again become the CM of Tamil Nadu.
The last day of campaign, how is that? The last day of campaign, you have gone on with across Tamil Nadu. How is this wave?
Listen, I've been traveling for the past 5 years across Tamil Nadu. People, our candidates, our leader especially, we don't travel only for the elections. We are always with the people. Especially after becoming the minister and the deputy minister, chief minister, I've been traveling across all the districts for the last 3.5 years, and we are always with the people, and people will always be with us.
Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, who was campaigning in Bengal's North 24 Praganas, has said that the fear of losing this election has made TMC Chief Mamta Banerjee nervous. He further stated that people have turned against Mamta and the law and order situation in Bengal will be fixed only when the BJP takes to power. The ECI organized a blood donation drive in Bengal's Alipurduar as part of the voter awareness campaign in the state. Multiple Systematic voters is education and electoral participation icons, or better known as sweep icons, also rallied voters by posting videos. They highlighted that voting is a civic duty and a constitutional right which should and must be exercised. This also included first-time voters who are eager to exercise their franchise. Listen in to what the poll vigor looks like. Viewers, now it's the last day of campaigning for the first phase of elections in West Bengal. And Amit Shah, during a rally in West Bengal's Darjeeling, said that the TMC betrayed the Gorkhas of West Bengal. Now, Amit Shah went on to say that it was time to bid goodbye to the Mamata Banerjee government and the TMC. In fact, Shah also said that this time elections are for the safety of women and that the BJP will make sure to put all the rapists of all the rape cases of West Bengal behind the bars and that justice under the BJP in West Bengal will be delivered. Take a look.
आज अंतिम दिन पहाड़ पर आया हूं। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, इस बार बंगाल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने जा रही है। हम पर जुर्म ढाने वाली दीदी को, ममता दीदी को टाटा बाय बाय कहने का टाइम हो गया है भाई। कांग्रेस, टीएमसी, ये सब ने दार्जिलिंग के साथ भी अन्याय किया है और मेरे देशभक्त गोरखा भाइयों के साथ भी अन्याय किया है। मैं 9 साल से यहां आता हूं। मैं आज आपको वादा कर कर जाता हूं, कमल फूल की सरकार बनते ही 6 माह के अंदर 10 को जूनी, 10 को पुरानी गोरखा समस्या का गोरखाओं के हिसाब से समाधान कर कर जाएगी।
Viewers, and with that, we come to an end to this news edition. But Republic, before we leave you, was a part of the final campaign by the DMK in Chennai, which was led by Udayanidhi Stalin, the Deputy Chief Minister of the state. He declared that the campaigning is over, that the silence period has begun. Take a look at this ground report while I bid you goodbye, only to come back tomorrow for the verdict 2026, same time on Republic TV.
It's time for the campaign to end in Tamil Nadu with elections just one day later. Today the campaign has been over. All election parties are supposed to stop the campaigning right at 6 p.m. As we see, Udayanidhi Stalin is ending his campaign right in his constituency in Shepok, where he spoke to almost all the streets. He went to all the streets, met all the people. As you can see the celebration here, he is completing his campaign right on time, even 5 minutes before the deadline that's been given. As you can see, the constituency is leading on with the DMK, whereas Udayanidhi Stalin's Chepak constituency right now comes to an end, where his campaign has been over. Speaking to all over, making sure that his campaign time ends. The police are also making sure he's not speaking to the media on time. And with the deadline over today, the campaign has been completed for the DMK, the ADMK, and also the BJP or any other ruling party and the opposition in the seat of Tamil Nadu. All that's left is for a silent day tomorrow, and on 23rd morning, right at 7 a.m., the state of Tamil Nadu will go into polling.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now, the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome to our global viewers. The latest reports are now suggesting Trump himself could now take part in the negotiations. We have to see where it's going from there, as the latest reports are suggesting it's Trump who could take part in the negotiation, even as we are seeing it seems that the ceasefire is under strain. And that's our top focus, as the latest reports suggest Trump himself could now take part in the negotiation moving forward. Trump says he's ready to return to war if the second round of negotiations does not yield any results. Trump says it's highly unlikely he will renew the two-week Iran ceasefire he announced on April 7th. And a gunman opened fire at Mexico's pyramids, killing one tourist and injuring several before taking his own life. Viewers, tensions in West Asia have escalated sharply after the United States has intercepted and seized an Iranian-flagged cargo vessel near the Strait of Hormuz, saying the ship ignored repeated warnings while attempting to breach a declared naval blockade. Washington says the vessel was disabled and was taken under control by the U.S. forces, while Iran has condemned the move as armed piracy and a violation of the ongoing ceasefire, warning of retaliation. With this fragile truce that's nearing expiry, both sides are hardening their position. The incident is further intensifying fears of a wider confrontation in the West Asia region.
As the West Asia war escalates, the US has intercepted an Iranian ship entering the Gulf as part of its naval blockade. The United States said that it forcibly seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship that tried to pass its naval blockade in the northern Arabian Sea near the Strait of Hormuz on Sunday. This was the first such interception since the blockade of Iranian ports began last week. Iran said that it was a violation of the ceasefire and it would retaliate soon for an act of armed piracy.
بعد از اون که به هر ترتیبی بود در این خصوص تفاهمی حاصل شد، ما مواجه شدیم با اقداماتشون در تنگه هرمز، اون چیزی که تحت عنوان محاصره دریایی اسم گذاشتند. همین ساعات اخیر شاهد بودید حمله به یک کشتی تجاری ایران صورت گرفت. اینها همش نقض صریح آتش بس تلقی میشه.
Iran also vowed retaliation after US ship seizure and says that no decision yet on new peace talks. Iran called the Sunday night seizure of the Tuska commercial vessel an illegal and brutal act that constitutes piracy and a terrorist action, and further added that the seizure near Iran's coast in the Sea of Oman was another clear breach of the 2-week US-Iran ceasefire. The fragile ceasefire is set to expire by Wednesday, and Washington and Tehran remain in a standoff over the Strait of Hormuz. US President Donald Trump said that a US Navy-guided missile destroyer in the Gulf of Oman warned the ship, the Tuska, to stop, and then stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in the engine room. Trump further said that US Marines had custody of the vessel and were seeing what's on board. The US Central Command said that the Tuska was headed to the Iranian port of Bandar Abbas and ignored multiple US warnings over 6 hours to evacuate the engine room.
And there's breaking news coming in. It's US President Donald Trump who has now threatened a strike against Iran. Earlier, he stated that he believes that they have violated the ceasefire. Now Donald Trump says, I expect to be bombing because I think that's a better attitude to go in with, but we're ready to go. Donald Trump is saying Iran can get themselves in a very good footing if they make a deal. They can make themselves into a strong nation again, a wonderful nation. They have incredible people. They have to use reason and they have to use common sense. Viewers, if you actually break down Trump's threats, he's also threatening Iran, but he's also clearly showing the weakening by US by saying they're a wonderful nation, strong nation. He's also giving them a window to say that if they want, they can make a deal. A very clear climbing down by the US president. It's clear there's uncertainty that's continuing to cloud the US-Iran diplomatic track after the collapse of the first round of talks, with efforts now focusing on the revival of talks in Islamabad amid conflicting signals from both sides. Pakistan has prepared to host a second round of high-stake discussions. Washington indicates it will proceed with its delegation. It's Tehran that says no final decision has been made on participation. Even as Iranian state media reports, no team has left for the talks. There's a sharp rhetoric coming from US. There are warnings from Donald Trump, division within Iran's messaging. The ceasefire window is under pressure. The prospects for a meaningful dialogue remain, even now, unclear.
After the collapse of the first round of negotiations, uncertainty looms large as efforts to restart dialogue between the United States and Iran hang in the balance. Pakistan prepared to host a second round of high-stakes talks in Islamabad, but doubts quickly emerged over whether Iran would even show up. Despite intense diplomatic outreach, Tehran says no final decision had been made on attending the next round of negotiations in Pakistan.
اولا تا الان که من خدمتتون هستم در مورد دور بعدی برای مذاکرات ما برنامه‌ای نداریم. تصمیمی در این خصوص اتخاذ نشد.
Tensions escalated further after US President Donald Trump issued strong warnings to Iran, raising fears of a deeper confrontation. Washington moved ahead regardless, with Vice President J.D. Vance to lead the American delegation to Pakistan. Even Trump reiterated that he will visit Islamabad if the deal settled down perfectly.
If the deal is signed in Islamabad, I might go. The field marshal has been great. The prime minister has been really great in Pakistan. So I might go. They want me to go.
But confusion deepened when Iranian state media reported that no delegation had departed for Islamabad, highlighting divisions within Tehran's leadership.
تاکنون هیچ هیئتی از ایران به اسلام آباد پاکستان نرفته، اما از هیئت اصلی یا فرعی، اولیه یا ثانویه.
With no Iranian team on the ground and the ceasefire deadline approaching, the future of the talks and regional stability remains uncertain.
I'm joined now by Anil Trigunayat, ambassador, former diplomat, West Asia and foreign policy expert. Mr. Trigunayat, just before I was entering, I was reading your very fascinating article, and the first question I want to ask you is going to be on the US. How are you looking at the US? Has it lost its credibility when it comes to its Gulf partners? Is Washington prioritizing Israel over others? Has this war exposed also the limits of America as a hard power?
Well, as you know, effectively, the United States still remains the sole hyperpower which has the capacity to operate in any part of the world. But it definitely has lost the moral ground. And for the partners in the Middle East who have been buying hundreds of billions of dollars of worth of American equipment, are the biggest buyers for them, are the stakeholders also of the US security umbrella, are essentially very much disenchanted by them. And that is one of the biggest losses that the United States is incurring at this moment. Because you have seen that the Qataris have asked the Americans to leave the bases. Today, the UAE has also said the same thing, that what is the point in having these bases when they can't protect us? They even said we don't need an America. So Saudis are also in the same way. So that clearly indicates that none of these countries are going to any longer trust. Secondly, they have also witnessed that, as has always been the case, that the United States policy in the Middle East essentially is to protect and secure the interests of Israel in the region, or primacy of Israel in the region. And for that, we have seen that they have been diverting a lot of equipment in support of Israel, supporting them all through. And in fact, a lot of people say that it is the trigger on the US gun is that of Israel. So I think that that is something that has really created a very major distrust in the region, and that will be reflected going forward. They are already talking to the Chinese. You have seen that there are discussions going on. Today, the Chinese president spoke to Mohammed bin Salman. The UAE president has also gone there. They are also working in yuan. Now, all the oil talks are going to be, payments going to be in yuan. So there are going to be significant changes. Likewise, I feel that Iran will also have a very major problem going forward once the day after comes. Today, they are only thinking of today, not day after. They will also, whatever little trust was generated, it will take a long time for them to regenerate that trust with their neighbors. So we will see really the fault lines getting very much deepened in the region. But the US definitely, in my view, has lost their war in a perception sense as well.
I completely agree with you, and I think it's time the US realized, even when it comes to Europe, how they are being looked at and how they themselves are trying to have their own allies in a multipolar world. Iran now, is it going to continue emerging as stronger regionally, or are they going to be more isolated after the way they have dealt with the situation when it comes to the other regional Gulf countries? And also, how sustainable is Iran's long war strategy given its internal economic pressure?
Well, Iran's biggest problem at this stage and going forward and in the past has been its economic downturn because of the sanctions that have been crippling sanctions that have continuing for a long time. Any other country would have perhaps folded up. But the Iranians, because of the resilience and sustenance, have retained that, and they have continued to fight the Americans and the Israelis in this war of 52, 53 days, and are continuing on their own terms, because this is for them is the national survival today, no longer the regime survival that was initially made out to by the Americans and the Israelis. So that's a very different kind of a thing when you have a civilizational country fighting for its own sustenance and survival, then the fight becomes very different. Going forward, naturally they need to have an access to the global markets, and that's why one of the critical demands that the Iranians have in exchange for whatever compromises they make on the nuclear deal are twofold. One is that all the frozen assets must be delivered, and secondly, all sanctions must be removed. Now, that is what will give Iranians, and if President Trump is to be believed, although he changes his mind very frequently, he's also saying that they are going to get a better deal than the one they got during Obama's time. And that's precisely the point. I mean, he wants to do anything or seem to do anything better than his predecessors, whether it's Biden or Obama. So if that happens, I mean, there is no substitute for peace. I mean, they have to come to terms somehow, both of them. Otherwise, it's going to be a complete disaster in the region. You know that Strait of Hormuz was open all the way until February 27th. It is this war that has brought this closure to the misery for the world. I mean, that is something that needs to be done. And I think it is possible that either Vance comes or President Trump himself comes to Islamabad for talks or extends the ceasefire. That remains to be seen. And I'm quite sure in a few hours' time we'll know all that. Yes. But at the same time, if they choose the path to attack Iran, then we are looking at a very, very great disaster waiting to happen in the region, which will have a great impact on all the countries in the world.
Absolutely. I think we're also seeing economically the world, like you said, is going to move towards a multipolar world order. But what is also clearly being seen is Trump continuing to warn, even as there is no ceasefire that seems to be holding up. Thank you, sir, for being with us on this part of the Republic Global. Viewers, the other top focus that we're continuing to track is the German authorities. They investigate the violent clash inside the Gurdwara in Moore City, where an altercation between two groups escalated during prayers, with reports of firing inside the premises, leaving at least 11 people injured. There are emergency responders who rushed to the scene. They provided immediate medical aid. Police have also detained one person. They're examining evidence, including whether a black firing weapon was used. Special forces were also deployed as investigators worked to determine the cause, the sequence of events inside the Gurdwara.
Shocking scenes from the Germany's Moore City. A major clash reported inside a Gurudwara during prayers. The situation escalated quickly after an altercation broke out between two groups at the site. Reports say the miscreants fired bullets inside the premises, leaving at least 11 injured. Upon receiving the information, emergency responders quickly arrived at the site and treated injured at the site. Police have detained at least one individual while investigators began collecting the evidence. Reports say a blank firing pistol may have been used during the clashes. Dramatic video shows miscreants pulling out kirpans as the violence escalated. Eyewitnesses present at the scene narrated the ordeal.
ਗੋਲ ਗੁੱਤੋਂ ਪੈਸੇ ਚੱਕਣ ਦੀ ਜਬਰੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਅਤੇ ਪੈਪਰ ਸਪਰੇ ਮੇਤੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਪਰੇ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਈ ਅਤੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਵੈਪਨ ਲਿਆ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੰਗਤ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਸਾਰੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਬਾਹਰ ਖੜੀ ਹੈ। ਸਾਰੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪੈਪਰ ਸਪਰੇ ਦੀ ਵਰਤੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ, ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਅਤੇ ਕਿਰਪਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਬੀਬੀਆਂ, ਬੱਚੇ, ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਅੰਦਰ ਸਾਰੇ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਮੌਜੂਦ ਸਨ। ਸਿਰਫ ਤੇ ਸਿਰਫ ਇਹ ਜੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਦਾ ਮਸਲਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਗੋਲਕ ਦਾ ਮਸਲਾ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗੋਲਕ ਤੋਂ ਸਿਵਾਏ ਹੋਰ ਸੰਗਤ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਪਿਆਰ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੋਈ ਲੈਣਾ ਦੇਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ। ਪਿਛਲੇ 1-2 ਵੀਕਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੋਂ ਸੰਗਤ ਨੇ ਸੇਵਾ ਨਵੇਂ 4 ਸਿੰਘਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਸੰਭਾਲੀ ਹੈ, ਗੁਰੂ ਘਰ ਦੀ ਗੋਲਕ ਸੰਗਤ ਆਪ ਗਿਣਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਸ ਦੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਆਮਦਨ ਜੋ ਇਹ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਕਈ ਸਾਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਘਰ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਦੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਵਰਤ ਰਹੇ ਸਨ, ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹ ਬੰਦ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਜਰਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਪਿਛਲੇ 4-5 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਬਿੱਲਾਂ ਦਾ ਭੁਗਤਾਨ ਨਹੀਂ।
Massive security response have swung into action. Nearly 100 police personnel rushed to the scene. Special forces were also deployed.
There's also a shocking incident that has unfolded at one of Mexico's most iconic heritage sites. It's an armed man who opened fire on tourists at the ancient Teotihuacan pyramids, killing a Canadian national. He injured several others. He then took his own life. This attack has raised very serious concerns over security at one of the country's most visited archaeological sites.
Panic and chaos at Mexico's historic Teotihuacan pyramids as an armed man opened fire on tourists. The attacker, positioned atop one of the pyramids, shot at visitors, killing one Canadian national and injuring at least 13 others. Authorities say 7 people suffered gunshot wounds, while others were injured in the stampede that followed. Victims include tourists from Canada, Colombia and Russia. All rushed to the nearby hospitals. The gunman later died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, bringing the attack to a grim end. Security officials recovered a firearm, a knife, and ammunition from the scene. Visuals from the site showed terrified visitors taking cover as gunshots echoed across the ancient complex. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum has ordered an investigation, expressing solidarity with the victims. Canada's Foreign Minister Anita Anand confirmed the death of a Canadian citizen, calling it a horrific act of violence. The Teotihuacan pyramids, one of Mexico's most visited tourist destinations, attract millions of visitors every year. As investigations continue, the attack has cast a shadow over a globally cherished heritage site, raising urgent questions about tourist safety and security.
Apple has announced a major leadership transition. They are marking the end of an era under Tim Cook, under the beginning of a new chapter led by John Ternus. Apple has confirmed Tim Cook will step down as the CEO effective from September 1st, 2026. He will then move into the role of an executive chairman.
Apple has announced a major leadership change, with Tim Cook set to step down as CEO on September 1, 2026. Cook will transition to executive chairman, working closely with successor John Ternus to ensure a smooth handover. The decision, approved unanimously by Apple's board, is part of a long-planned succession strategy. Cook took over from Steve Jobs in 2011, leading Apple through massive growth and global expansion. During his tenure, Apple's market value surged from around $350 billion to crossing $1 trillion and later touching $4 trillion. In his farewell message, Cook thanked employees and users worldwide, calling the role the best job in the world. He also praised John Ternus as the perfect person to lead Apple forward, citing his deep experience in innovation. Cook says this is not a complete goodbye, as he will continue shaping Apple's future as executive chairman. After nearly 15 years at the helm, Tim Cook leaves behind a legacy of unprecedented growth as John Ternus steps in to lead Apple into its next chapter.
And after a short break, we get to Trump saying it's highly unlikely he's going to renew the 2-week Iran ceasefire that he had announced on 7th April. Much more for the US president and from him today as he continues warning Iran. After a short break, stay on with India's #1 news channel, Republic TV.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted display.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो। मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just
एक इंसान है उसने उसको गोली मार दी ने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है उसने उसको गोली मार दी मेरे पति का बच्चा लो
हम बचा देगा कोई बात नहीं पति को मार दिया नहीं बेटा शांत रहो लो
22nd April 2025, a day that shook the nation, sent shockwaves. 26 innocent civilians murdered in broad daylight. The nation wanted just one thing, it waited for just one thing, and that was revenge. The answer to the enemy like never before. Operation Sindoor in May was the dance of fury and destruction. It was the Tandav. That culminated this entire operation, this entire pursuit of revenge. Took place here where I'm reporting from. It was the ultimate answer that the enemy could never forget. The message sent out was clear that no one will be spared, and no one was spared thanks to our forces. Today, we are going to tell you the real story of Operation Mahadev. Hear it from the heroes themselves. We have Team Mahadev with us, the troops on ground and the commanders here with me. First time on television, here we bring you the story. Sir, this operation is something that we have information about, but I would like to hear from you. What was the first step of action? What was the first reaction of our forces when Pahalgam happened?
So Pahalgam Bison attack was a brutal assault on our innocent civilians. So the first thing which came to our mind was that we need to ascertain the facts, assess the situation, and then devise a response mechanism so that we can neutralize the perpetrators of this heinous attack. So that is how we planned it and executed it in the later time frame. Yes. So that was our first action.
Yes. And before we go into the details, I want to know from you that what was the idea behind the naming of this operation?
So these operations, wherever we in Indian Army, whenever we plan an operation, it is named after that particular location. Like if there is a village X and an operation takes place in village X, it will be known as Operation X. Subsequently, this operation took place in Mahadev Ridge. So this operation was named after that ridge, which is Mahadev Ridge.
And if you could just tell us about this entire terrain, sir, because this is the Mahadev range which is surrounding us right now. The challenges surrounding this entire area, the terrain, and if you can just give us a broad view and whatever you can reveal about the demography here.
Okay, so as you can see from the scenes that the terrain is as such very harsh. It could be first stage and second stage high altitude. In operations like this, generally we encounter harsh terrain and adding to the challenges, the weather, if it gets adverse, then the challenges increase. However, being deployed here for a long period of time and executing multiple operations, our troops are trained to operate in such harsh weather conditions as well as terrain. So it is part of our training as well, and we keep on rehearsing our drills in such kind of terrain. So that's how we could able to execute these operations so meticulously.
The fact that this attack happened in April, and then there was a long-drawn hunt. So, as we talked about the first step of action, if you could just detail what you can reveal as far as identification of these perpetrators is concerned.
The operation that happened, it happened after the attack, approximately 90 days post the attack. That duration that took, that 90 days, took us to confirm the identity of the attackers from various sources. All the agencies gathered together to gather int. Then that all int that was gathered and corroborated at one place. Then once we got sure about that, every int agency is giving us the inputs of the same place, of the same people. And that's how it took us 90 days. And from that agencies and inputs that we have gathered, we launched the operation. And the time the operation started, it took around a month for the operation to actually culminate.
So, how, if I want to understand from you, sir, how was the first movement detected? And if you can just tell us the broad time frame when the movement was detected.
So, basically in the first week of July, since all the agencies, we had a layered intelligence build-up, which consists of all sister agencies and the forces. So, we got all the inputs, then we correlated it, and finally, around 5th of July was the first day when we got input of the individuals or the terrorists being present in our AOR. And that is how, post 5th July, we started our coordinate search, surveillance and area dominations aggressively. So that was how we started it.
And if you could just tell us the kind of local support system you had as far as, tracking these perpetrators down, the methods, whatever can be, revealed, the human factor, and also technology.
So, in these operations, during the planning stage itself, after such kind of operations take place after corroborating the inputs from multiple agencies. So, CAPF, JNK Police, Army, and of course human intelligence, all these inputs kept coming, and once they were corroborated at a certain place, then the detailed planning started. And after that only we launched multiple search operations wherein we could able to find the terrorist at the right place. But of course human intelligence has a major role to play, and of course technical input also. So these multiple agencies are working towards a particular aim wherein while launching the operation the contact can be established with the terrorist. So it has this operation was a result of coordination between agencies as well as technological advancements as far as inputs are concerned. So technical inputs were also involved here, and of course human intelligence you cannot negate in that. And human intelligence comes with the harmony and peace that we maintain in our AOR, wherein how good relation we are establishing with the civilians. So that is how this operation can be executed.
So, as we talked about this terrain and the challenges surrounding the troops on the ground, of course, who were the men on mission, we'll try to understand from them also. Sir, ये यहाँ पर जो हम देख रहे हैं कि high altitude है काफी, और जिस तरह से घने जंगल थे इधर, तो उसमें अगर आप बता सके, जितना जो भी आप बता सकते हैं कि कितना यहाँ पर डिफिकल्टी थी, क्या-क्या यहाँ पर चुनौतियाँ थी?
जैसे यहाँ पर चुनौतियों में हमारे सामने यहाँ के टेरेन, वेदर, लॉजिस्टिक इत्यादि समस्याएं थी, लेकिन हमारे ट्रूप्स की ट्रेनिंग और जैसे हम कहीं भी जाते हैं किसी भी ऑपरेशन के लिए तो हम 72 से 96 घंटे तक सेल्फ कंटेंट रहते हैं, तो ये सभी ट्रेनिंग हमारे ऐसे ऑपरेशनों में बहुत ही मददगार होती है और फिर हम एक सफल ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दे पाते हैं।
सबसे पहला जो जो मैं कहूंगी कि जो ख्याल आता है या फिर जो एक्शन होता है, जिस तरह से आपने बोला ट्रेनिंग होती है, उसके बारे में अगर आप बता सकते हैं कि किस तरह से यहाँ पर सब लोग डिप्लॉय होते हैं, तो उसमें तैयारी किस तरह से अगर आप बता सकें।
हमें पहले ही इंट मिलती है तो उसी प्रकार से अभी अपने ट्रुप को तैयार करते हैं और हर एक चीज़ की रिहर्सल की जाती है, हर एक चीज़ के बारे में डिटेल ब्रीफ किया जाता है, हर एक को अपना टास्क समझाया जाता है ताकि ऑपरेशन सटीकता के साथ किए जाए और अपने मकसद में हम कामयाब हों।
जी एंड अगर आप बता सके कि जिस तरह से हम लोग यहाँ पर पहाड़ियाँ देख रहे हैं, अगर वी कैन जस्ट पैन द कैमरा देयर एंड वेदर भी उस वक्त जो था, अगर आप थोड़ा उसके बारे में बता सकते हैं, जो कि बहुत लंबे वक्त तक इनकी खोज चल रही थी, तो किस तरह से एक होता है कि वक्त जो है वो कम होता है, आप लिटरली अब रेस चल रहा होता है एक तरह से, तो उसके लिए क्या कुछ करना पड़ा है इस ऑपरेशन में?
पहले चीज़ तो हम ये ट्रेनिंग के लिए ये ट्रेनिंग में होते हैं हम, और ये हमारे को कोई तकलीफ है इसमें नहीं आता है, जो भी ये टेरेन हो गया, ये मौसम हो गया, हमारे लिए हम ऑपरेट कर सकते हैं इसे।
So I want to understand from you how we overcome the challenges over here. We talked about the terrain, but also the fact that given that there was a race against time, there would be moments when one might feel that it might just get difficult from here. Was there a moment where you felt that this is the make or break moment?
There are, if I tell you in elaborate manner, there is no moment of make or break. It is a day-to-day routine work. So every day there was an int, there was some specific either human or technical input. We are following that. We were negotiating every aspect of the input. Every day we used to get some input and we used to negotiate, neutralize that input. When one input is over, then we go to the next input. So there was never a race against the time. We were operating every day, every second. So that's how things went.
And the fact that we've seen in previous missions also, where our security forces have ensured that there is zero casualty. If you could just elaborate on that, how what really goes behind that?
Okay, so before launching any operations, we ensure that we plan in detail. We make sure that our training and our troops are well trained, well briefed, and each one individual is aware about his role. So in talking about this particular Operation Mahadev, so the most important and single most important factor here was to maintain surprise. So when my team, they could able to find the culprits during that time, they were able to maintain surprise and close in with their likely hideout. And then they neutralize them without loss of any own casualties or loss of any innocent lives or damage to the property. Without any collateral damage, meticulously our troops executed this operation. So the single most important factor here I would like to devote to is the maintenance of surprise, and that happened because of our advanced training and the skills that our troops are trained in. And of course, battlecraft, fieldcraft, and blending with the terrain, camouflage, concealment. So all these things blending in into the operation to give it a blast in execution. So that is how it went.
And if you could describe those factors that gave our forces the edge in this operation.
So basically, in any operation, the intelligence is a major part. If your intelligence is correct, the execution of operations is based on the int, and so it also becomes easy. So the technological equipments, the intelligence which we got from electronic devices or the equipments which were placed at n number of places, so that technology was utilized for basically getting inputs, and then it was corroborated on ground by the ground forces. So that basically those technical and surveillance equipment really helped us out in neutralizing those 3 terrorists and subsequently that completion of a major task.
If you could just tell us that date, or rather how many days you felt was the time that we are really near in our hunt to be successful, that we are very, very close to the terrorists. If you could just describe that situation, that day, or maybe that breakthrough moment.
So it was basically on 28th of July finally, in the morning hours, when we could spot those 3 terrorists. And as brought out, the surprise factor, it helped us eliminating them without 0 casualties. So that was the moment when we actually spotted them in the morning of 28th July.
The fact that there was a lot of impatience, the country was, high on sentiments that we need to hunt these terrorists down as soon as possible. This is the answer that the entire nation was waiting for, sir. Was there, while the security forces' commitment and their drive and their capabilities are unquestionable, but was there any pressure, any moment? What was your state of mind throughout this operation, in this hunt?
Okay, so when we came to know about this news that this heinous crime or heinous terror attack has taken place, that time the entire nation was quite emotional as well, and it was a very there were mixed kind of emotions were there. But as far as our troops are concerned, we were waiting for the pending task that might come in response to this, or maybe hunting down the culprits or the perpetrators. Now, it was very personal for 15 Corps that we don't forget this and will never forgive this. So our mission was clear, even when the task was not coming, but we knew that we had to find those perpetrators and we have to neutralize them as soon as possible. However, as far as emotions are concerned, we have a strong sense of duty. The soldiers generally, my troops and in the entire Indian Army, when the sense of duty is there, that becomes a priority, and emotions, we keep it secondary. So that time our main focus was to find those perpetrators and send them to justice, give them justice. So whatever happened, so that this action, this heinous crime was never repeated on Indian soil ever.
So we've talked about the challenges and the details of this operation, but I again want to understand that yes, this was the duty for any soldier. The task at hand is of utmost importance. But at the same time, given the importance of this utmost importance, the high-profile mission this was, how do you all as a team, motivate each other and stay on your toes and stay focused on your mission every day?
First of all, we all have been doing this day in and day out. We all know our if and buts. We, as brothers in arms, we know what is our task and how it has to be executed. But although as leaders, we still have to motivate our people, our men, so that the Josh never gets down. There are 2 ways of looking at it. First of all, it is our daily task. So there is no new thing for us or for our men. And secondly, the second way of looking at it, that this terror attack was attached with a lot of sentiments. People got attached, the sentiments got attached. So now this was not only a task, this was for us justice. That justice has to be delivered for those families, for the men, for the people of the country. So that's how we motivated our men, that this is not the day-to-day task for you. This is now a time to provide justice to those families, to the people of the country.
And that was indeed delivered. But given the fact that the forces have been doing such operations for a long, long time, what was unique about this particular operation, if you can elaborate on that?
Okay, so operations like these, generally any operation, it involves multiple inputs and multiple agencies and coordination between multiple agencies. And if you are just about to launch the operation, then a lot of detailed planning and detailed briefing is required, and you should be confident that each man knows his role in this particular operation. The most unique thing and most important factor, as I've already told you, it is the maintenance of surprise while closing in towards the hideout. Once the hideout was spotted in the morning of 28th July, after that the coordination between the team members, that took place, and they planned how to close in using their skills towards the hideout, and then subsequently neutralizing them without the loss of your own without the loss of your own men, or without loss of any innocent civilians. So we made sure that there is no collateral damage, and the important factor was maintaining the surprise. Yeah.
Again, I would just come to you on, of course, we cannot reveal each and every technique that is employed here, but when you talk about maintaining the surprise, how much of a role different factors play? If you could just tell our viewers on the broad view of strategy.
So, maintenance of surprise is most important in all such operations. So basically the terrain, the adaptability to the terrain, drills which we learn in our academies. So the drills and adaptability to the terrain are two important factors, and how we communicate in those situations without giving electronic signatures. These all things help us out in maintaining surprise and closing in to the enemy, so that by the time we reach him, he is not aware that who is coming and from which direction, and at the same time maintaining our own drills so that we eliminate them in a perfect manner without losing or without getting a casualty. So this Op Mahadev was one of the classic operations where we maintained surprise adequately for 28 days. Finally got the input, closed in and neutralized them without any collateral damage and without any damage to the property or the civilians in the area.
So we talk about, there's a lot of talk about the evolving warfare, the different techniques that are, employed here in different kinds of operation. If you could just elaborate on that, what methods were used or equipments were used, so as that suited this sort of an operation, which you can reveal here.
Okay, so operations like this, which has certain level of uncertainty, wherein it could go for 72 hours, 96 hours, or it could be prolonged also. So therein we need to sit also after the last light. So we need to observe the area, we need to keep it under surveillance. So we have used advanced night sights and surveillance equipments to keep the area under vigilance, that no activity is taking place, or if there is any presence of terrorist. Other than that, we have used drones also to confirm the hideout after we have spotted the hideout, whether there is some presence of the same culprits were there or not. So we use drones also, and of course state-of-the-art weapon systems and the sights which is mounted on the weapon system. Other than that, your own kitting and things, like when we communicate, we use radio sets, so that that radio set is itself containing the secrecy cards, so that our own communication is not intercepted by the adversary. So we used blend of new generation equipments to execute this operation in a professional manner and with a disciplined way.
And finally, when the hunt was in its final stage and the terrorists were neutralized finally, I would ask all of you, in fact, you can tell us what really did you feel? What was that moment when you realized that this mission has been accomplished?
Whenever any such operation, this or any other operation, gets successfully executed, and an operation like this, a textbook classic operation, where there is no own harm, and we have successfully achieved our aim, there is always a sense of success and a sense of accomplishment, that yes, we are capable of doing anything and we are capable of guarding this nation. That was the sense after accomplishing this.
The moment of revenge, as Sir just described, that this was the answer. For you as the commander, what was your thought when this hunt finally had concluded?
So after neutralizing the terrorist, there was definitely a sense of happiness that whatever task we wanted to accomplish, it was accomplished meticulously in a professional manner. As the ethos of Indian Army, it was maintained, and there was definitely a sense of accomplishment, like one task completed. So that is what it was.
And also the fact that the answer that the nation was waiting for, that this finally had become true?
So, as everybody also mentioned, it gave, as the ballistic reports confirmed that these weapons were the one which were used in Pahalgam attack. So, it gave us a sense of closure that, okay, what we were aiming to achieve, we finally achieved it, and it validated our drills, our precision of operation, and gave us that sense of achievement. Yes, we have done it. We have been able to live up to the expectations by delivering justice for the people of India.
I'll also go across to the troops on ground. आप लोगों को कैसा लगा जब जैसे कि ड्यूटी की बात करी सर ने, लेकिन आप लोग भी जो इतने लंबी ये जो पूरा ऑपरेशन चला है, एक एक दिन इम्पोर्टेंट था, और फाइनली जब वो दिन आया तब कैसा लगा?
हमें काफ़ी ट्रेनिंग की थी इस ऑपरेशन को पूरा करने के लिए, और हमने सक्सेसफुली इस ऑपरेशन को पूरा किया, और हम अगले ऑपरेशन के लिए तैयार थे।
अगले ऑपरेशन तैयार रहते हैं। ये आई थिंक हमारी फोर्सेस की खासियत है कि हर मोमेंट और हर टाइम रेडी रहते हैं, एंड आई थिंक दैट इज व्हाट हैज बीन वंस अगेन टेस्टिफाइड इन दिस ऑपरेशन, दैट इज ऑपरेशन महादेव, द अल्टीमेट आंसर टू दिस dastardly attack that happened in April 2025. I thank the team, I thank the commanders, I thank the troops on ground for joining us here on Public TV.
आपके ऊपर पूरी एनिमी रॉकेट्स की फायरिंग हो रही थी, मगर आप लगातार अपने मिशन में थे और यू वर कामयाब एंड वेरी विक्टोरियस इन योर मिशन, एंड दिस इज क्लासिकल डिवोशन टू ड्यूटी।
अ नॉर्मल पर्सन वुड थिंक कि अगर मेरे आसपास गोले गिर रहे हैं और स्प्लिंटर्स उड़ रहे हैं तो मैं फटाफट से बंकर के अंदर चला जाऊं और अपने आप को
बचा लूं। जी,
बट देयर वर पीपल फाइटिंग टू गेट आउट ऑफ द बंकर।
उसको दुश्मन को अंदाजा भी नहीं था कि यहाँ से भी फायर आ सकता है।
अच्छा,
हमने वो लॉन्चर को उठाया और 400 मीटर दूर लेके चले गए, तो दुश्मन बौखला गया। इस पोर्ट से फायर तो नहीं आ रहा, ये फायर कहाँ से आ रहा है, और एक्यूरेट फायर जाने के कारण दुश्मन के पोस्ट बर्बाद हो गए।
इंटेंसिटी वाज सच दैट कि आप नहीं मारोगे तो वो मारेगा, मारो आप डर गया तो खत्म है। बस जितना मौका मिले जस्ट हिट इट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores an
आपके ऊपर पूरी एनिमी रॉकेट्स की फायरिंग हो रही थी, मगर आप लगातार अपने मिशन में थे और यू वर कामयाब एंड वेरी विक्टोरियस इन योर मिशन एंड दिस इज क्लासिकल डिवोशन टू ड्यूटी.
अ नॉर्मल पर्सन वुड थिंक कि अगर मेरे आसपास गोले गिर रहे हैं और स्प्लिंटर्स उड़ रहे हैं तो मैं फटाफट से बंकर के अंदर चला जाऊं और अपने आप को बचा लूं. जी, बट देयर वर पीपल फाइटिंग टू गेट आउट ऑफ द बंकर.
उसको दुश्मन को अंदाजा भी नहीं था कि यहाँ से भी फायर आ सकता है. अच्छा, हमने वो लॉन्चर को उठाया और 400 मीटर दूर लेके चले गए तो दुश्मन बौखला गया. इस पोस्ट से फायर तो नहीं आ रहा, ये फायर कहाँ से आ रहा है, और एक्यूरेट फायर जाने के कारण दुश्मन के पोस्ट बर्बाद हो गए.
द इंटेंसिटी वाज सच दैट कि आप नहीं मारोगे तो वो मारेगा, मारो आप डर गया तो खत्म है. बस जितना मौका मिले जस्ट हिट इट.
Welcome. You're watching Super Prime Time. This is 7:30 p.m. on Republic TV. And first we start with how Manipur remains on the edge as ethnic violence continues in the state following a dastardly bomb strike in April 2026. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour, and right after that, we dip into all the important stories for the day. Take a look. US President Trump warns Tehran, says expect to be bombing Iran. US is ready to go in militarily. US Chairperson of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, says ready to resume major combat operations against Iran in a moment's notice. Violence breaks out in Bengal on the last day of campaigning. BJP leaders attacked by TMC supporters in Paschim Medinipur. A fresh breaking development that's just come in. It looks like there will be no second round of talks between the United States in Iran that was slated and in fact also delayed and were to be held in Islamabad. Now this comes after Syed Mohammad Marandi, a scholar, an Iranian scholar who's also been a key figure in putting forth Iran's stand amid the ongoing war, has put out a post on X where he says that all countries across Gulf should immediately get ready to evacuate the border areas. In fact, he's also renewed the warning from Iranian side, saying that sailors on all ships in the Persian Gulf must also prepare to evacuate their ships. Now, in fact, he goes on so far to say that this warning is especially urgent for the ships that are near the Strait of Hormuz, which he says will be, and I'm quoting him, destroyed first. He ends this entire saga by saying that time is running out. A very clear warning from the Iranian side. Now remember, there were contentions over the Iranian regime, the Iranian negotiation team even arriving to Islamabad after the second round of ceasefire, already fractured, already delayed, and they gave a confirmation that nobody from Iran has taken off for Islamabad. Yet after the first round of talks failed from the United States, which was headed by J.D. Vance, and from the Iranian side, it was headed by their parliamentary speaker, Ghalibaf. And now the latest that we're getting in is that no second round of talks are happening between the United States and Iran. In fact, the two warring sides have gone so far to even issue threats against each other, with United States' President Donald Trump saying first that they will in a moment's time attack Iran militarily and create incursions, and that they took this time off in the name of truce only to replenish their military and military resources. And now we have another warning that comes in from Iran. The first one after contentions over the second round of truce talks were arisen. Syed Mohammad Marandi, who has been very vocal in putting forth the Iranian stand amid the ongoing war, says that all civilians across Gulf countries must prepare for immediate evacuation. He's also said that sailors atop ships in the Persian Gulf must evacuate. In fact, joining me live on the broadcast to give us a lowdown is our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, these are some stern warnings. The first one possibly that has come in from the Iranian side. They've made it clear that Strait of Hormuz, the ships in the Strait of Hormuz will be the first one to be struck. And that's not all. They have issued a warning for all countries, including Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, and for civilians to now evacuate the spaces.
Well, Gesu, three developments within an hour. There is a comment coming in from Trump that they are going to go after Iran. Then there is this post by Mr. Marandi, Mohammad Marandi, who was part of the negotiation team in Islamabad last week. He is saying, please evacuate from major towns of Gulf countries because we are obviously coming after them. Now, this could be posturing between Trump and Iran, or Iran responding in the Trumpist way and, looking at an eyeball-to-eyeball confrontation even as back channel is going on. But the most significant development has come in through the Pakistani Foreign Ministry and through their post. If you read between the lines, it's clear that the talks are not happening because Ishaq Dar met the charge d'affaires of United States in Islamabad and stressed upon the fact that dialogue should not be given up. Diplomacy should still be given a chance. Now, if you read between the lines, if the foreign minister has to meet the American ambassador or charge d'affaires and tell her that please give diplomacy a chance, which means diplomacy is not being given a chance. And the reply of the American CDA to the Pakistani foreign minister was, thank you so much for whatever you have done, which means whatever you have done, it's over now and we are not taking it further, which means the talks are not happening as we speak. And we are looking at the possibility of hostilities breaking out tomorrow because remember, the ceasefire deadline is tomorrow afternoon. And the kind of statement that have come in from both President Trump and the Iranian side, it's clear that one, talks are not happening, and two, we are looking at major escalation building up and return to hostilities. Whether this is going to be larger or smaller than what we saw before the ceasefire is something that remains to be seen. But Gesu, what is important is if you connect the dots between the three developments in Washington, D.C., Tehran and Islamabad, no ceasefire talks, no second round of talks, and we are staring at the return of war in Middle East.
Right, Abhishek. So for one, we do understand that Islamabad has completely failed to bring the warring sides on the same table. And for a second thing that we actually understand is that this war could be bigger than what it was in its first phase. Thanks very much for getting us a lowdown on this. For now, viewers, shifting focus. Now, tensions have escalated in Manipur as UNC shutdown has triggered the Naga Kuki clashes in Chagobung area. Now, reports also suggest that as the Naga youth were enforcing the shutdown in the area, the members of the Kuki community who were trying to clear the road confronted them. As the tensions escalated, the situation descended into a complete shutdown of chaos, eventually also leading to physical altercations and finally gunfire. There's a lot more in this report. Take a look at Manipur that remains on the edge for a second time.
Tensions continue to rise across Manipur as killings, protests and police action have failed to calm the situation. Streets turning into a flashpoint as angry mobs clash, stone meets stone, rage meets rage. Security forces move swiftly to regain control. a heavy deployment now stands between protesters and complete breakdown. But the anger refuses to die down. Clashes intensify in Kangpokpi district amid Kuki Naga tensions. Fresh violence has broken out in Manipur with direct confrontations between Tangkhul Naga and Kuki communities during ongoing protests. As a support to a total shutdown called across Naga-dominated areas by United Naga Council, Naga youths protest along the roads in their areas. But the scene soon turned chaotic as members of the Kuki community came down the streets, resulting in huge clashes and eventually leading to physical altercations and finally gunfire. Tangkhul groups allegedly reported the presence of Kuki armed members while coming down to streets to counter the so-called shutdown. Women in Imphal East also held a massive rally, raising black flags demanding justice for the lives lost.
Right now, I'm at Kanglatombi, which is the last village of Imphal West district, just bordering to Kangpokpi district. As you can see, United Naga Council have declared a total shutdown of 3 days across the Naga-dominated areas regarding the recent killing of 2 Tangkhul Naga civilians by the ambush that has been carried out by the Kuki militants. So, the Tangkhul of Namdilong Naga village are right now on protest, supporting the total shutdown declared by this United Naga Council. This is along the National Highway 2 Imphal Dimapur Road, just the last village of Imphal West and just adjoining to Kangpokpi district. You can see the mass Tangkhul Naga villagers coming out on streets supporting the total shutdown declared by United Naga Council, demanding the justice of killing 2 Tangkhul Naga civilians.
From Imphal Valley to the hills of Kangpokpi and Senapati, Manipur remains on edge.
आपके ऊपर पूरी एनिमी रॉकेट्स की फायरिंग हो रही थी, मगर आप लगातार अपने मिशन में थे और यू वर कामयाब एंड वेरी विक्टोरियस इन योर मिशन, एंड दिस इज क्लासिकल डिवोशन टू ड्यूटी.
अ नॉर्मल पर्सन वुड थिंक कि अगर मेरे आसपास गोले गिर रहे हैं और स्प्लिंटर्स उड़ रहे हैं तो मैं फटाफट से बंकर के अंदर चला जाऊं और अपने आप को बचा लूं. जी, बट देयर वर पीपल फाइटिंग टू गेट आउट ऑफ द बंकर.
उसको दुश्मन को अंदाजा भी नहीं था कि यहाँ से भी फायर आ सकता है.
अच्छा.
हमने वो लॉन्चर को उठाया और 400 मीटर दूर लेके चले गए तो दुश्मन बौखला गया. इस पोर्ट से फायर तो नहीं आ रहा, ये फायर कहाँ से आ रहा है, और एक्यूरेट फायर जाने के कारण दुश्मन के पोस्ट बर्बाद हो गए.
द इंटेंसिटी वाज सच दैट कि आप नहीं मारोगे तो वो मारेगा, मारो आप डर गया तो खत्म है. बस जितना मौका मिले जस्ट हिट इट.
Viewers, now political tempers are flaring in the middle of election season, with 2 controversial remarks now sparking major outrage across party lines. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has come under fire for his comments targeting the Prime Minister, where he calls him a terrorist, while Congress's ally Papu Yadav is facing another backlash all over his lewd, morally corrupt remarks on women in politics. Both statements have triggered sharp political rebuttal and renewed the debate over political discourse and accountability. Listen in.
A fresh political storm after remarks by Congress and its ally triggered widespread outrage. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge campaigning in Tamil Nadu caused controversy after referring to Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a terrorist who does not believe in equality.
How can they join with Modi, who is a terrorist and who won't believe in equality?
Facing massive backlash, Kharge later made a U-turn, saying he meant the Prime Minister was terrorizing people.
Just I wanted to clarify that Modi always threatens and always is, I told certain sequence, ID, ED, income tax, CVC, these institutions are in his hand.
Meanwhile, one more controversy erupted over comments by Congress ally MP Papu Yadav, exposing the indie mindset that defeated the women's bill. Papu Yadav said that without gaining access to a politician's bedroom, 90% of women cannot even enter politics.
घरेलू हिंसा कौन कर रहा है? महिलाओं पे गिद्ध दृष्टि किसकी है? अमेरिका से लेकर के भारत तक नेताओं की। बिना नेता के रूम के बगैर 90% महिलाएं राजनीति कर ही नहीं सकती। ये तो हर डेली, हर दिन नेताओं का सीसीटीवी फुटेज।
To which Shehzad Poonawalla hit back, calling out Papu Yadav's shameful and disgraceful comment.
Once again, Congress party and its allies have shown that they are anti-women. Not only have they voted against women's reservation, but Papu Yadav, who's very close to Rahul Gandhi, who's close to Congress, who supports Congress, has made the most derogatory, misogynistic and vile statement against women in politics. He has said that 90% of women who are in politics can't do politics without going into the room of a man.
मतलब इससे ज्यादा भद्दी बात नहीं हो सकती। क्यों लगता है पप्पू यादव जी को कि हम महिलाएं इतनी सक्षम नहीं है कि खुद अपनी मेहनत से अपने बलबूते पर आगे बढ़े? हम सब लोगों ने बगैर किसी पिता के या पति के खुद से हम लोग आगे हम बढ़कर आए हैं। हम लोग ने काम किया है, इतनी पढ़ाई लिखाई की है, इतना संघर्ष किया है, अलग अलग आंदोलन में हिस्सा लिया है देश के लिए। और इस तरह का इल्जाम कि हम लोग बर्दाश्त करेंगे कि हम लोग में सामर्थ्य नहीं है?
The Bihar State Women's Commission has also taken cognizance, seeking clarification from the MP. As election rhetoric intensifies, controversial remarks continue to dominate the narrative, raising questions over political language.
Shifting focus to Bengal, that goes to vote in two phases on the 23rd and the 29th of April. Union Home Minister Amit Shah intensified the BJP's final push in a campaign in the poll-bound West Bengal, addressing multiple rallies and also, of course, lodging multiple accusations against the TMC. He said that West Bengal can only be made safe for women if the BJP comes to power. Listen in.
A high-voltage campaign push by Amit Shah across Bengal, addressing rallies in Shiliguri, West Bardhaman and other key districts ahead of the first phase of voting. At Shiliguri Sukna ground, Amit Shah pitched BJP as the only party capable of resolving the long-pending Gorkha issue, promising development and stability in North Bengal.
10 को पुरानी गोरखा समस्या का गोरखाओं के हिसाब से समाधान कर जाएंगे.
He announced a slew of promises, including a national highway from Darjeeling to Sundarbans, new AIIMS, IIT and IIM institutes, and a sports university for Gorkhas. Amit Shah also assured that tea gardens would remain operational and pledged implementation of the 7th Pay Commission within 45 days if BJP forms the government.
और भाइयों बहनों, 23 तारीख को डरना मत. और मैं ममता के गुंडों को भी कहना चाहता हूं, अगर अपनी खैर मनानी है तो 23 तारीख को पहाड़ वालों को हाथ मत लगाना, वरना 4 तारीख के बाद जेल की सलाखों के पीछे होंगे. जेल की सलाख तो कमल के फूल पर वोट कर.
Launching a direct attack on the TMC government, Amit Shah alleged widespread corruption, illegal mining and job scams under Mamata Banerjee's rule. He raised concerns over women's safety, citing incidents like Shandesh Khali and RG Kaur, promising strict action against the accused.
और इस सभा से चंडीपुर से मैं दीदी को कहने आया हूं, दीदी टाटा बाय बाय. आपका समय समाप्त हुआ है। बहुत परेशान कर लिए बंगाल की जनता को। अब आपकी जाने की बारी है और कमल फूल के आने की बारी है।
In a sharp political message, Amit Shah declared that Mamata Banerjee's time is over and called on voters to bring BJP to power in West Bengal.
इस बार पूरा